Blow the Man Down. Blow the Man Down, a romance of the coast by Holman Day. Captain Boyd Mayo gets out of soundings when in safety or in doubt. Always keep a safe lookout. Strive to keep a level head. Mind your lights and mind your lead. Pilot House Ditty. For days he had been afraid of that incredible madness of his as a man fears a nameless monster. But he was sure of his strength even while admitting his weakness. He was confident that he had the thing securely in leash. Then all at once it happened. Without preface of word or look, he whirled and faced her, swept her into his arms and kissed her. He did not attempt to absolve himself or mitigate his offense by telling her that he loved her. He was voiceless, he could not control his speech. He did not dare to show such presumption as talk of love must seem to be to her. He knew he must not speak of love, such proffer to her would be lunacy. But this greater presumption, this blind capture of her in his arms, this was something which he had not intended any more than a sane man considers flight to the moon. He did not understand. He had been himself then, instantly, in time measured by a finger snap. He had become this wretch who seemed to be somebody else. He had ceased, for an insane moment, to be master of all his senses. But he released her as suddenly as he had seized her, and staggered to the door of the chart room, turning his back on her and groaning in supreme misery. In that moment of delirium, he had insulted his own New England sense of decency and honor. He was afraid to look back at her. With an agony of apprehension, he dreaded the sound of her voice. He knew well enough that she was striving to get command of herself, to recover from her utter amazement. He waited. The outrage must have incensed her beyond measure. The silence was prolonged. In the yacht's saloon below, a violin sang its very soul out upon the summer night, weaving its plaint into the soft, adagio rippling of a piano's chords. He searched his soul. The music, that distant, mellow phrasing of the call of love, the music had unstrung him. While he paced the bridge before her coming, that music had been melting the ice of his natural reserve. But he did not pardon himself because he had acted the fool. He stared at the night framed in the door of the chart house. Little waves were racing toward him, straight from the moon, on the sea line, like a flood of new silver pouring from the open door of plenty. But the appealing beauty of that night could not excuse the unconscionable insult he had just offered her. He knew it and shivered. She had come and leaned close to him over the outspread chart, her breath on his cheek so close to him that a roving tress of her hair flicked him. But because a sudden fire had leaped from the touch to his brain was no reason for the act by which he had just damned himself as a presumptuous brute. For he, Boyd Mayo, captain of her father's yacht, a hireling, had just paid the same insulting courtship to Alma Marston that a sailor would proffer to an ogling girl on the street. "I'll jump overboard," he stammered at last. "I'll take myself out of your sight forever." The ominous silence persisted. "I don't ask you to forgive me. It is not a thing which can be forgiven. Tell them I was insane and jumped overboard. That will be the truth. I am a lunatic." He lurched through the door. In that desperate moment, in the whirl of his emotions, there seemed to be no other way out of his horrible predicament. He had grown to love the girl with all the consuming passion of his soul, realizing fully his blind folly at the same time. He had built no false hopes. As to speaking of that love, even betraying it by a glance, he had sheathed himself in the armor of reserved constraint. He had been sure that he sooner would have gone down on his hands and knees and bade that silver moon from the deck of the yacht _Olnea_ than do what he had just done. "Captain Mayo." "Wait." He waited without turning to look at her. Her voice was not steady, but he could not determine from the tone what her emotions were. "Come back here." She was obliged to repeat the command with sharper authority before he obeyed. He lowered his eyes and stood before her, a voiceless suppliant. "Why did you do that?" she asked. It was not the contemptuous demand which he had been fearing. Her voice was so low that it was almost a whisper. "I don't know," he confessed. The violin sang on. The moon shone in at the door. 2 strokes, like golden globules of sound, from the ship's bell signaled 9 o'clock. Only the rhythm of the engines, as soothing as a cat's purring, and the slow roll of the yacht and the murmuring of the parted waves revealed that the _Olnea_ was on her way through the night. I don't know, he repeated. It doesn't excuse me to say that I could not help it. And he understood women so little that he did not realize that he was making the ages-old plea which has softened feminine rancor ever since the Sabine women were borne away in their captors' arms and forgave their captors. She stared at him, making once more a maiden's swift appraisal of this young man who had offered himself so humbly as a sacrifice. His brown hands were crossed in front of him and clutched convulsively his white cap. The cap and the linen above the collar of his uniform coat brought out to the full the hue of his manly tan. The red flush of his shocked contrition touched his cheeks, and, all in all, whatever the daughter of Julius Marston, Wall Street priest of high finance, may have thought of his effrontery, the melting look she gave him from under lowered eyelids indicated her appreciation of his outward excellencies. I suppose you are thoroughly and properly ashamed of what you have done. I am ashamed, so ashamed that I shall never dare to raise my eyes to you again. I will do what I promised. I will jump overboard. Captain Mayo, look at me. When he obeyed, with the demeanor of a whipped hound, his perturbation would not allow him to show as much appreciation of her as she had displayed in the secret study of him, which she now promptly concealed. He surveyed her wistfully with fear. And a maiden, after she has understood that she has obtained mastery over brawn and soul, does not care to be looked at as if she were Medusa. She stole a side glance at her face in one of the mirrors, and then tucked into place a vagrant lock of hair with a shapely finger, thereby suggesting, had there been a cynical observer present, that Miss Alma Marston never allowed any situation, no matter how crucial, to take her attention wholly from herself. There was no mistaking it. Had that cynical observer been there, he would have noted that she pouted slightly when Mayo declared his unutterable shame. You will never get over that shame, will you? And Captain Mayo, feverishly anxious to show that he understood the enormity of his offense, and desiring to offer pledge for the future, declared that his shame would never lessen. Her dark eyes sparkled, whether there was mischief mingled with resentment, or whether the resentment quite supplanted all other emotions, might have been a difficult problem for the cynic. But when she tilted her chin and stared the offender full in the eyes, propping her plump little hands in the side pockets of her white reefer, Captain Mayo, like a man hit by a cudgel, was struck with the sudden and bewildering knowledge that he did not know much about women, for she asked, with a quizzical drawl, "Just what is there about me, dear Captain, to inspire that everlasting regret which seems to be troubling you so much?" Even then he did not grasp the full import of her provocative question. "It isn't you. I'm the one who is wholly to blame," he stammered. "I have dared to, but no matter. I know my place. I'll show you I know it." "You dared to what have you dared to do besides what you just did?" "I cannot tell you, Miss Marston. I don't propose to insult you again. I command you to tell me, Captain Mayo." He could not comprehend her mood in the least, and his demeanor showed it. Her command had a funny little ripple in it as of laughter suppressed. There were queer quirks at the corners of her full, red lips. "Now straighten up like your real self. I don't like to see you standing that way. You know I like to have all the folks on the yachts look at our captain when we go into a harbor. You didn't know it? Well, I do. Now what have you dared to do?" He did straighten then. "I have dared to fall in love with you, Miss Marston. So have a lot of other fools, I suppose. But I am the worst of all. I am only a sailor. How I lost control of myself I don't know. Not even now?" Still that unexplainable softness in her voice, that strange expression on her face. Being a sailor, he looked on this calm as being ominous presage of a storm. "I am willing to have you report me to your father, Miss Marston. I will take my punishment. I will never offend you again. You can control yourself after this, can you?" "Yes, Miss Marston, absolutely." She hesitated. She smiled. She lowered her eyelids again and surveyed him with the satisfied tolerance a pretty woman can so easily extend when unconquerable ardor has prompted to rashness. "Oh, you funny, prim Yankee," she murmured. "You don't understand even now just why you did it." His face revealed that he did not in the least understand. "Come here," she invited. He went 3 steps across the narrow cabin and stood in an attitude of respectful obedience before her. "What now, sir?" It was query, even more provocative. A smile went with it. I apologize. I have learned my lesson. You need to learn a lot. You are very ignorant, she replied, with considerable tartness. Yes, he agreed, humbly. What happened then was so wholly outside his reckoning that the preceding events of the evening retired tamely into the background. It had been conceivable that rush of passion might drive him to break all the rules of conduct his New England conscience had set over him, but what Alma Marston did overwhelmed him with such stupefaction that he stood there as rigid and motionless as a belaying pin in a rack. She put up her arms, pressed her 2 hands on his shoulders, stood on tiptoe, and kissed him on his lips. There, foolish old Yankee, she said, softly, her mouth close to his. Since you are so ashamed, I give you back your kiss and all is made right between us, because we are just where we started a little while ago. His amazement had so benumbed him that even after that surrender he stood there, close to her, his countenance blank, his arms dangling at his side. What on earth is the matter with you? She asked, petulantly. I don't know. I don't seem to understand. I'm going to be honest with you. You are so honest you will understand me, then, she told him. It seemed to him that he must be mistaken, but he certainly felt her arms were slipping up his shoulders and had met behind his neck. I saw it in your eyes long ago. A woman always knows. I wanted you to do what you did tonight. I knew I would be obliged to tempt you. I came up here while the moon and the music would help me. I did it all on purpose. I stood close to you for I knew you were just my slow old Yankee who would never come out of his shell till I poked. There. I have confessed. His mad joy did not allow him to see anything of the coquette in that confession. It all seemed to be consecrated by the love he felt for her, a love which was so honest that he perceived no boldness in the attitude of this girl who had come so far to meet him. He took her into his arms again, and she returned his kisses. Tell me again, Boyd, that you love me, she coaxed. And yet I have no right to love you. You are— Hush. Hush. There goes your Yankee caution talking. I want love, for I am a girl. Love hasn't anything to do with what you are or what I am. Not now. We will love each other and wait. You are my big boy, aren't you? He was glad to comply with her plea to put sensible talk from them just then. There was nothing sensible he could say. He was holding Julius Marston's daughter in his arms, and she was telling him that she loved him. The world was suddenly upside down, and he was surrendering himself to the mad present. In the yacht's saloon below, a woman began to sing, Love comes like a summer sigh, softly o'er us stealing. Love comes, and we wonder why to its shrine we're kneeling. Love comes as the days go by. That's it, the girl murmured eagerly. We don't know anything at all about why we love. Folks who marry for money make believe love. I have watched them, I know. I love you. You're my big boy. That's all. That's enough. He accepted this comforting doctrine unquestioningly. Her serene acceptance of the situation, without one wrinkle in her placid brow to indicate that any future problems annoyed her, did not arouse his wonderment or cause him to question the depths of her emotions. It only added one more element to the unreality of the entire affair. Moon and music, silver sea and glorious night, and a maid who had been, in his secret thoughts, his dream of the unattainable. Will you wait for me? Wait till I can make something of myself? He demanded. You are yourself right now, that's enough. But the future. I must. Love me now, that's all we need to ask. The future will take care of itself when the time comes. Haven't you read about the great loves? How they just forgot the whole petty world. What has love to do with business and money and bargains? Love in its place, business in its place. And our love will be our secret until— He pardoned her indefiniteness, for when she paused and hesitated, she pressed her lips to his, and that assurance was enough for him. Yes, oh yes, Miss Alma, called a man's voice in the sing-song of eager summons. It's Arthur, she said, with snap of impatience in her voice. Why won't people let me alone? He released her, and she stood at arm's length, her hands against his breast. I have thought, it seemed to me, he stammered, that he forgive me, but I have loved you so. I couldn't bear to think that you thought I cared for him, she chided. That's only the man my father has picked out for me. Why, I wouldn't even allow my father to select a yachting cap for me, much less a husband. I'll tell him so when the time comes. Mayo's brows wrinkled in spite of himself. The Moros seemed to play a small part in the calculations of this maid. Money, that's all there is to Arthur Beveridge. My father has enough money for all of us. And if he is stingy with us, it's easy enough to earn money, isn't it? All men can earn money. Captain Mayo, sailor, was not sure of his course in financial waters and did not reply. Miss Alma. I say. Oh, where are you? Even that silly, little, dried-up man, she jeered, with a duck of her head in the direction of the drawling voice, goes down to Wall Street and makes thousands and thousands of dollars whenever he feels like it. And you could put him in your reefer pocket. They will all be afraid of you when you go down to Wall Street to make lots of money for us too. You shall see. Kiss me. Kiss me once. Kiss me quick. Here he comes. He obeyed, released her, and when Beveridge shoved his wizened face in at the door, they were bending over the chart. Oh, I say, we have missed you. They're asking for you. She did not turn to look at him. I have something else on my mind, Arthur, besides lolling below listening to Wally Dalton fiddle love tunes. And this passage here, Captain Mayo. What is it? Her fingers strayed idly across a few hundred miles of mapped Atlantic Ocean. It's Honeymoon Channel, replied the navigator, demurely. His new ecstasy made him bold enough to jest. Oh, so we're learning to be a captain, Miss Alma, inquired Beveridge with a wry smile. It would be better if more yacht owners knew how to manage their own craft, she informed him, with spirit. Yes, it might keep the understrappers in line, agreed the man at the door. I apply for the position of first mate after you qualify, Captain Alma. And this, you say, is Captain Mayo? She queried, without troubling herself to reply. Her tone was crisply matter-of-fact. Beveridge blinked at her and showed the disconcerted uneasiness of a man who has intruded in business hours. Captain Mayo, watching the white finger rapturously, noted that it was sweeping from the Arctic Circle to the tropic zone. That's Love Harbor, reached through the thoroughfare of hope, he answered, respectfully. Oh, I say, exclaimed Beveridge, the sailors who laid out that course must have been romantic. Sailors have souls to correspond with their horizon, Arthur. Would you prefer such names as Cash Cove and Money Grub Channel? Mr. Beveridge cocked an eyebrow and stared at her eloquent back, also. He cast a glance of no great favor on the stalwart young captain of the _Olnia_. It certainly did not occur to Mr. Beveridge that two young folks in love were making sport of him. That Julius Marston's daughter would descend to a yacht captain would have appeared as incredible an enormity as an affair with the butler. But there was something about this intimate companionship of the chart room which Mr. Beveridge did not relish. Instinct rather than any sane reason told him that he was not wanted. I'm sorry to break in on your studies, Miss Marston, he said, a bit stiffly. But I have been sent by your father to call you to the cabin. Mr. Beveridge's air, his tone of protest, conveyed rather pointed hint that her responsibilities as a hostess were fully as important as her studies as a navigator. I must go, she whispered. Relief was mingled with Captain Mayo's regret. He had feared that this impetuous young woman might rebel against the summons, even though the word came from her father. And her persistent stay in his chart room, even on the pretext of a fervid interest in the mysteries of navigation, might produce complications. This wonderful new joy in his life was too precious to be marred by complications. She trailed her fingers along his hand when she turned from the chart table, and then pinched him in farewell salute. Good night, Captain Mayo. I'll take another lesson tomorrow. I am at your service, he told her. Their voices betrayed nothing, but Beveridge's keen eyes, the eyes which had studied faces in the greatest game of all when fortunes were at stake, noted the look they exchanged. It was long drawn, as expressive as a lingering kiss. Mr. Beveridge, sanctioned in his courtship by Julius Marston, was not especially worried by any inferences from that soft glance. He could not blame even a coal-heaver who might stare tenderly at Miss Alma Marston, for she was especially pleasing to the eye, and he enjoyed looking at her himself. He was enough of a philosopher to be willing to have other folks enjoy themselves and thereby give their approbation to his choice. He excused Captain Mayo. As to Miss Marston, he viewed her frivolity as he did that of the other girls whom he knew. They all had too much time on their hands. Give the poor devils a chance, Alma. Don't tip 'em upside down, he advised, testily, when she followed him down the ladder. He stood at the foot and offered his hand, but she leaped down the last 2 steps and did not accept his assistance. Now you have twisted that skipper of ours until he doesn't know north from south. I do not care much for your emphasis on the now, she declared, indignantly. You seem to intimate that I am going about the world trying to beguile every man I see. That seems to be the popular indoor and outdoor sport for girls in these days, he returned with good humor. Just a moment ago you were raising the very devil with that fellow up there with your eyes. Of course, practice makes perfect. But you're a good, kind girl in your heart. Don't make em miserable. Mr. Beveridge's commiseration would have been wasted on Captain Boyd Mayo that evening. The captain snapped off the light in the chart room as soon as they had departed, and there in the gloom he took his happiness to his heart, even as he had taken her delicious self to his breast. He put up his hands and pressed his face into the palms. He inhaled the delicate, subtle fragrance, a mere suggestion of perfume, the sweet ghost of her personality, which she had left behind. Her touch still thrilled him, and the warmth of her last kiss was on his lips. Then he went out and climbed the ladder to the bridge. A peep over the shoulder of the man at the wheel into the mellow glow under the hood of the binnacle showed him that the _Olnia_ was on her course. It's a beautiful night, Mr. McGaw, he said to the mate, a stumpy little man with bowed legs, who was pacing to and fro, measuring strides with the regularity of a pendulum. It is that, sir. Mr. McGaw, before he answered, plainly had difficulty with something which bulged in his cheek. He appeared, also, to be considerably surprised by the captain's air of vivacious gaiety. His superior had been moping around the ship for many days with melancholy spelled in every line of his face. Yes, it's the most beautiful and perfect night I ever saw, Mr. McGaw. There was triumph in the captain's buoyant tones. Must be allowed to be what they call a starry night for a ramble, admitted the mate, trying to find speech to fit the occasion. I will take the rest of this watch, and the middle watch, Mr. McGaw, offered the captain. I want to stay up tonight. I can't go to sleep. The offer meant that Captain Mayo proposed to stay on duty until 4 o'clock in the morning. Mate McGaw fiddled a gnarled finger under his nose and tried to find some words of protest. But Captain Mayo added a crisp command. Go below, Mr. McGaw, and take it easy. You can make it up to me sometime when there is no moon. He laughed. When all the cabin lights were out and he realized that she must be asleep, he walked the bridge, exulting because her safety was in his hands, but supremely exultant because she loved him and had told him so. Obedience had been in the line of his training. She had commanded him to live and love in the present, allowing the future to take care of itself, and it afforded him a sense of sweet companionship to obey her slightest wish when he was apart from her. Therefore, he put aside all thoughts of Julius Marston and his millions. Julius Marston, his master, owner of the yacht which swept on under the moon, that frigid, silent man with the narrow strip of frosty beard pointing his chin. Mayo walked the bridge and lived and loved. Then Captain Mayo sees shoals, there's naught upon the stern, there's naught upon the lee, blow high, blow low, and so sailed we. But there's a lofty ship to windward, and she's sailing fast and free, sailing down along the coast of the High Barbary. Ancient Shanty. The skipper of the _Olnia_ found himself dabbling in guesses and wonderment more than is good for a man who is expected to obey without asking the reason why. That cruise seemed to be a series of spasmodic alternations between leisurely loafing and hustling haste. There were days when he was ordered to amble along at half-speed offshore. Then for hours together Julius Marston and his 2 especial and close companions, men of affairs, plainly, men of his kind, bunched themselves close together in their hammock chairs under the poop awning and talked interminably. Alma Marston and her young friends, chaperoned by an amiable aunt, so Captain Mayo understood her status in the party, remained considerately away from the earnest group of 3. Arthur Beveridge attached himself to the young folks. From the bridge the captain caught glimpses of all this shipboard routine. The yacht's saunterings offshore seemed a part of the summer vacation. But the occasional hurryings into harbors, the conferences below with men who came and went with more or less attempt at secrecy, did not fit with the vacation side of the cruise. These conferences were often followed by orders to the captain to thread inner reaches of the coast and to visit unfrequented harbors. Captain Mayo had been prepared for these trips, although he had not been informed of the reason. It was his first season on the yacht Olnia_. The shipping broker who had hired him had been searching in his inquiries as to Mayo's knowledge of the byways of the coast. The young man who had captained fishermen and coasters ever since he was 17 years old had found it easy to convince the shipping broker, and the shipping broker had sent him on board the yacht without the formality of an interview with the owner. Mayo was informed curtly that there was no need of an interview. He was told that Julius Marston never bothered with details. When Julius Marston had come on board with his party, he merely nodded grim acknowledgement of the salute of his yacht's master, who stood at the gangway, cap in hand. The owner had never shown any interest in the management of the yacht. He had remained abaft the main gangway. He had never called the captain into conference regarding any movements of the Olnia_. Captain Mayo, pacing the bridge in the forenoon watch, trying to grasp the full measure of his fortune after troubled dreams of his master's daughter, recollected that he had never heard the sound of Julius Marston's voice. So far as personal contact was concerned, the yacht's skipper was evidently as much a matter of indifference to the owner as the yacht's funnel. Orders were always brought forward by a pale young man who was taciturn even to rudeness, and by that trait seemed to commend himself to Marston as a safe secretary. At first, Alma Marston had brought her friends to the bridge. But after the novelty was gone, they seemed to prefer the comfort of chairs astern or the saloon couches. For a time the attentive Beveridge had followed her when she came forward, and then Beveridge discovered that she quite disregarded him in her quest for information from the tall young man in uniform. She came alone. And after that what had happened. She came alone that forenoon. He saw her coming. He had stolen a glance aft every time he turned in his walk at the end of the bridge. He leaned low and reached down his hand to assist her up the ladder. "I have been nigh crazy all morning, but I had to wait a decent time and listen to their gossip after breakfast," she told him, her face close to his as she came up the ladder. "And, besides, my father is snappy today. He scolded me last night for neglecting my guests. Just as if I were called on to sit all day and listen to Nan Burgess appraise her lovers, or to sing a song every time Wally Dalton has his relapse of lovesickness. He has come away to forget her, you know." She chuckled, uttering her funny little gurgle of a laugh which stirred in him, always, a desire to smother it with kisses. They went to the end of the bridge, apart from the man at the wheel. "I hurried to go to sleep last night so that I could dream of you, my own big boy. I walked the bridge until after daylight. I wanted to stay awake. I could not bear to let sleep take away my thoughts." What is there like love to make this world full of happiness? How bright the sun is! How the waves sparkle! Those folks sitting back there are looking at the same things we are, or they can look, though they don't seem to have sense enough. And about all they notice is that it's daylight instead of night. My father and those men are talking about money, just money, that's all. And Wally has a headache from drinking too much scotch. And Nan Burgess doesn't love anybody who loves her, but for us, oh, this glorious world. She put out her arms toward the sun and stared boldly at that blazing orb, as though she were not satisfied with what her eyes could behold, but desired to grasp and feel some of the glory of outdoors. If Captain Mayo had been as well versed in psychology as he was in navigation, he might have drawn a few disquieting deductions from this frank and unconscious expression of the mood of the materialist. She emphasized that mood by word. "I'll show you my little class book someday, big boy. It's where I write my verses. I don't show them to anybody. You see, I'm telling you my secrets. We must tell each other our secrets, you and I. I have put my philosophy of living into 4 lines. Listen. The future? Why perplex the soul? The past? Forget its woe and strife. Let's thread each day, a perfect whole, upon our rosary of life." "It's beautiful," he told her. "Isn't it good philosophy?" Yes, he admitted, not daring to doubt the high priestess of the new cult to which he had been commandeered. It saves all this foolish worry. Most of the folks I know are always talking about the bad things which have happened to them or are peering forward and hoping that good things will happen, and they never once look down and admire a golden moment which fate has dropped into their hands. You see, I'm poetical this morning. Why shouldn't I be? We love each other. I don't know how to talk, he stammered. I'm only a sailor. I never said a word about love to any girl in my life. Are you sure you have never loved anybody? Remember, we must tell each other our secrets. Never, he declared with convincing firmness. She surveyed him, showing the satisfaction a gold seeker would exhibit in appraising a nugget of virgin ore. But you're so big and fine. And you must have met so many pretty girls. He was not restive under this quizzing. I have told you the truth, Miss Marston. For shame, big boy. Miss Marston, indeed. I am Alma to you. Say it. Say it nicely. He flushed. He stole a shamefaced glance at the wheelsman and made a quick and apprehensive survey of the sacred regions aft. Are you afraid, after all I have said to you? No, but it seems I can hardly believe. Say it. Alma, he gulped. Alma, I love you. You need some lessons, big boy. You are so awkward, I think you are telling me the truth about the other girls. He did not dare to ask her whether she had loved anyone else. With all the passionate jealousy of his soul, he wanted to ask her. She, who was so sure that she could instruct him, must have loved somebody. He tried to comfort himself by the thought that her knowledge arose from the efforts either men had made to win her. We have our today, she murmured. Golden hours till the moon comes up and then perhaps a few silver ones. I don't care what Arthur guesses. My father is too busy talking money with those men to guess. I'm going to be with you all I can. I can arrange it. I'm studying navigation. She snuggled against the rail, luxuriating in the sunshine. Who are you? She asked, bluntly. That question, coming after the pledging of their affection, astonished him like the loom of a ledge in mid-channel. It's enough for me that you are just as you are, boy. But you're not a prince in disguise, are you? I'm only a Yankee sailor, he told her. But if you won't think that I'm trying to trade on what my folks have been before me, I'll say that my grandfather was Gamaliel Mayo of Mayoport. That sounds good, but I never heard of him. With all my philosophy, I'm a poor student of history, sweetheart. Her tone and the name she gave him took the sting out of her confession. I don't believe he played a great part in history. But he built 16 ships in his day, and our house flag circled the world many times. 16 big ships, and the last one was the _Harvest Home _ the China clipper that paid for herself 3 times before an Indian Ocean monsoon swallowed her. Well, if he made all that money, are you going to sea for the fun of it? There are no more Yankee wooden ships on the sea. My poor father thought he was wise when the wooden ships were crowded off. He put his money into railroads, and you know what has happened to most of the folks who have put their money into new railroads. I'm afraid I don't know much about business. The hawks caught the doves. It was a game that was played all over New England. The folks whose money built the roads were squeezed out. Long before my mother died, our money was gone, but my father, and I did not allow her to know it. We mortgaged and gave her what she had always been used to. And when my father died, there was nothing. Her eyes glistened. That's chivalry, she cried. That's the spirit of the knights of old when women were concerned. I adore you for what you did. It was the way my father and I looked at it, he said mildly. My father was not a very practical man, but I always agreed with him. And I am happy now, earning my own living. Why should I think my grandfather ought to have worked all his life so that I would not need to work? I suppose it's different with a big, strong man and a woman. She needs so much that a man must give her. Captain Mayo became promptly silent, crestfallen, and embarrassed. He stared aft. He looked at the splendid yacht whose finances he managed and whose extravagance he knew. He saw the girl at his side and blinked at the gems which flashed in the sunlight as her fingers tucked up the locks of hair where the breeze had wantoned. I think my father works because he loves it, she said. I wish he would rest and enjoy other things more. If Mother had lived to influence him, perhaps he would see something else in life instead of merely piling up money. But he doesn't listen to me. He gives me money and tells me to go and play. I miss my mother, boy. I haven't anybody to talk with who understands. There were tears in her eyes, and he was grateful for them. He felt that she had depths in her nature. But keen realization of his position, compared with hers, distressed him. She stood there, luxury incarnate, mistress of all that money could give her. Anybody can make money, she declared. My father and those men are sitting there and building plans to bring them thousands and thousands of dollars. All they need to do is put their heads together and plan. Every now and then I hear a few words. They're going to own all the steamboats or something of that kind. Anybody can make money, I say, but there are so few who know how to enjoy it. I have been doing a lot of thinking since last night, Alma. He hesitated when he came to her name, and then blurted it out. Do you think it is real lover-like to treat my name as if it were a hurdle that you must leap over? She asked, with her aggravating little chuckle. Oh, you have so much to learn. I'm afraid so. I have a great many things ahead of me to learn and do. I have been thinking. I have been afraid of the men who sit and scheme and put all their minds on making money. They did bitter things to us, and we didn't understand until it was all over. But I must go among them and watch them and learn how to make money. Don't be like the others now and talk money, she said, pettishly. Money and their love affairs, that's the talk I have heard from men ever since I was allowed to come into the drawing room out of the nursery. But I must talk money a little, dear. I have my way to make in the world. Thrifty, practical, and Yankee, she jested. I suppose you can't help it. It isn't for myself, it's for you, he returned, wistfully, and with a voice and demeanor he offered himself as love's sacrifice before her, the old story of utter devotion, the ancient sacrifice. I have all I want, she insisted. But I must be able to give you what you want. I warn you that I hate money grubbers. They haven't a spark of romance in them. Boyd, you'd be like all the rest in a little while. You mustn't do it. But I must have position means before I dare to go to your father, if I ever shall be able to go to him. Go to him for what? To ask him to say to, well, when we feel that I'm in a position where we can be married. Of course we shall be married someday, boy, but all that will take care of itself when the time comes. But now you are, how old are you, Boyd? 26. And I am 19. And what has marriage to do with the love we are enjoying right now? When folks are in love, they want to get married. Granted. But when lovers are wise, they will treat romance at first as the epicure treats his glass of good wine. They will pour it slowly and hold the glass up against the light and admire its color. In her gay mood, she pinched together thumb and forefinger and lifted an imaginary glass to the sun. Then they will sniff the bouquet. Ich, how fragrant! And after a time they will take a little sip, just a weeny little sip, and hold it on the tongue for ever so long. For, when it is swallowed, what good? Oh, boy, here are you talking first of all about marriage. Talking of the good wine of life and love, as if it were a fluid simply to satisfy thirst. We are going to love, first of all. Come, I will teach you. He did not know what to say to her. There was a species of abandon in her gaiety. Her exotic language embarrassed one who had been used to Mariner's laconic directness of speech. She looked at him, teasing him with her eyes. He was a bit relieved when the pale-faced secretary came dragging himself up the ladder and broke in on the tete-a-tete. Mr. Marston's orders are, Captain Mayo, that you turn here and go west. Do you know the usual course of the Beeline steamers? Yes, sir. He requests you to turn in toward shore and follow that course. Very well, sir. Captain Mayo walked to the wheel. Nor west, Billy, until I can give you the exact course. Nor west, repeated the wheelsman, throwing her hard over, and the _Olnia_ came about with a rail-dipping swerve and retraced her way along her own wake of white suds. Miss Marston preceded the captain down the ladder and went into the chart room. A kiss quick, she whispered. He held her close to him for a long moment. You are a most obedient captain, she said. When he released her and went at his task, she leaned upon his shoulder and watched him as he straddled his parallels across the chart. We'll run to Raisy Reef, he told her, eager to make her a partner in all his little concerns. The B boats fetched the Whistler there so as to lay off their next leg. I didn't know that, Mr. Marston was interested in the B line. I heard him talking about that line, she said, indifferently. Sometimes I listen when I have nothing else to do. He used a naughty word about somebody connected with that company, and it's so seldom that he allows himself to swear. I listened to see what it was all about. I don't know even now. I don't understand such things. But he said if he couldn't buy he'd be used Those were his words. Not very elegant language. But it's all I remember. Before he left the chart room, Mayo took a squint at the barometer. I'm sorry, he has ordered me in toward the coast, he said. The glass is too far below 30 to suit me. I think it means fog. But it's so clear and beautiful, she protested. It's always especially beautiful at sea before something bad happens, he explained, smiling. And there has been a big fog bank off to Essathard for 2 days. It's a good deal like life, dear. All lovely, and then the fog shuts in. But I would be happy with you in the fog, she assured him. He glowed at her words and answered with his eyes. She would have followed him back upon the bridge, but the steward intercepted her. He had waited outside the chart room. Mr. Marston's compliments, Miss Marston. He requests you to join him at cards. She pouted as she gave back Mayo's look of annoyance, and then obeyed the mandate. Mr. Marston was stroking his narrow strip of chin beard with thumb and forefinger when she arrived on the quarterdeck. The men of business were below, and he motioned to a hammock chair beside him. Alma, for the rest of this cruise I want you to stay back here with our guests where you belong, he commanded with the directness of attack employed by Julius Marston in his dealings with those of his menage. What do you mean, father? That exactly. I was explicit, was I not? But you do not intimate that I have, well. Mr. Marston believed in allowing others to expose their sentiments before he uncovered his own. You don't suggest that there is anything wrong in my being on the bridge where I enjoy myself so much. I am trying to learn something about navigation. I am paying that fellow up there to attend to all that. And it gets tiresome back here. You selected your own company for the cruise, and there is Mr. Beveridge ready to amuse you at any time. Mr. Beveridge distinctly amuses me, she retorted. But there is such a thing as becoming wearied even of such a joke as Mr. Beveridge. You will please employ a more respectful tone when you refer to that gentleman, said her father, with severity. But he promptly fell back into his usual mood when she came into his affairs. He was patronizingly tolerant. Your friend, Miss Burgess, has been joking about your sudden devotion to navigation, Alma. Nan Burgess cannot keep her tongue still, even about herself. I know, but I do not intend to have you give occasion even for jokes. Of course, I understand. I know your whims. You are interested, personally, in that gold-braided chap about as much as you would be interested in that brass thing where the compass is, whatever they call it. But he's a gentleman, she cried, her interest making her unwary. His grandfather was, Alma, snapped Julius Marston. His eyes opened wide. He looked her up and down. I have heard before that an ocean trip makes women silly. I am inclined to believe it. I don't care a curse who that fellow's grandfather was. You are my daughter, and you keep off that bridge. The men of business were coming up the companionway, and she rose and hurried to her stateroom. I don't dare to meet Nan Burgess just now, she told herself. Friendships can be broken by saying certain things, and I feel perfectly capable of saying just those things to her at this moment. In the late afternoon, the Olnea_, the shoreline looming to starboard, shaped her course to meet and pass a big steamer, which came rolling down the sea with a banner of black smoke flaunting behind her. The fog which Captain Mayo had predicted was coming. Wisps of it trailed over the waves, skirmishers sent ahead of the main body, which marched in mass more slowly behind. A whistling buoy, with its grim grunt, told all mariners to where Raisy Reef, which was lifting its jagged, black bulk against the skyline. With that fog coming, Captain Mayo needed to take exact bearings from Raisy, for he had decided to run for harbor that night. That coastline, to whose inside course Marston's orders had sent the yacht, was too dangerous to be negotiated in a night which was fog-wrapped. Therefore, the captain took the Whistler nearly dead on, leaving to the larger steamer plenty of room in the open sea. With considerable amazement, Mayo noticed that the other fellow was edging toward the Whistler at a sharper angle than anyone needed. That course, if persisted in, would pinch the yacht in dangerous waters. Mayo gave the oncoming steamer one whistle, indicating his intention to pass to starboard. After a delay, he was answered by two hoarse hoots, a most flagrant breach of the rules of the road. "That must be a mistake," Captain Mayo informed Mate McGaw. "That's a polite name for it, sir," averred Mr. McGaw, after he had shifted the lump in his cheek. "Of course he doesn't mean it, Mr. McGaw. Then why isn't he giving us elbow room on the outside of that buoy, sir? I can't swing and cross his bows now. If he should hit us, we'd be the ones held for the accident." Again Mayo gave the obstinate steamer a single whistle blast. "If he cross-signals me again, I'll report him," he informed the mate. "Pay close attention, Mr. McGaw, and you too, Billy. We may have to go before the inspectors." But the big chap ahead of them did not deign to reply. He kept on straight at the Whistler. "Compliments of Mr. Marston," called the secretary from the bridge ladder. "What steamer's that?" _Connorno of the Beeline, sir," stated Captain Mayo over his shoulder. Then he ripped out a good, hearty, Deepwater oath. According to appearances, incredible as the situation seemed, the Connorno proposed to drive the yacht inside the Whistler. Mayo ran to the wheel and yanked the bell pull furiously. There were 4 quick clangs in the engine room, and in a moment the Olnia began to quiver in all her fabric. Going full speed ahead, Mayo had called for full speed astern. Then he sounded 3 whistles, signaling as the rules of the road provide. The yacht's twin screws churned a yeasty riot under her counter, and while she was laboring thus in her own wallow, trembling like some living thing in the extremity of terror, the big steamer swept past. Froth from the creamy surges at her bows flicked spray contemptuously upon Julius Marston and his guests on the Alenia_S quarterdeck. Men grinned down upon them from the high windows of the steamer's pilothouse. A jeering voice boomed through a megaphone, "Keep out of the way of the Beeline. Take the hint." An officer pointed his finger at Marston's house flag, snapping from the yacht's main truck. The blue fishtail with its letter M had revealed the yacht's identity to searching glasses. "Better make it black." "Skull and crossbones," volunteered the megaphone operator. On she went down the sea, and the Olnia_ tossed in the turbulent wake of the kicking screws. Then, for the first time, Captain Mayo heard the sound of Julius Marston's voice. The magnate stood up, shook his fist at his staring captain, and yelled, "What in damnation do you think you are doing?" It was amazing, insulting, and, under the circumstances as Mayo knew them, an unjust query. The master of the Olnia_ did not reply. He was not prepared to deliver any long-distance explanation. Furthermore, the yacht demanded all his attention just then. He gave his orders and she forged ahead to round the Whistler. "Norwest by west, half west, Billy. And cut it fine." The fog had fairly leaped upon them from the sea. The land breeze had been holding back the wall of vapor, damming it in a dun bank to southward. The breeze had let go. The fog had seized its opportunity. "Saturday Cove for us tonight, Mr. McGaw," said the master. "Keep your eye over Billy's shoulder." Then the secretary appeared again on the ladder. This time he did not bring any compliments. "Mr. Marston wants you to report aft at once," he announced, brusquely. Mayo hesitated a moment. They were driving into blankness, which had shut down with that smothering density which mariners call a dungeon fog. Saturday Cove's entrance was a distant and a small target. In spite of steersman and mate, his was the sole responsibility. "Will you please explain to Mr. Marston that I cannot leave the bridge?" "You have straight orders from him, Captain." "You'd better stop the boat and report." The skipper of the Olnia_ was having his first taste of the unreasoning whim of the autocrat who was entitled to break into shipboard discipline, even in a critical moment. Mayo felt exasperation surging in him, but he was willing to explain. The Whistler and Raisy Reef had been blotted out by the fog. "If this vessel is stopped 5 minutes in this tide drift, we shall lose our bearings, sir. I cannot leave this bridge for the present." "I'm thinking you'll leave it for good," blurted the secretary. "You're the first hired man who ever told Julius Marston to go bite his own thumb." "I may be a hired man," retorted Mayo, "but I am also a licensed shipmaster. I must ask you to step down off the bridge." Does that go for all the rest of the passengers? Asked the secretary, angry in his turn. He dwelt on his last word. It does in a time like this. Very well, I'll give them that word aft. Captain Mayo caught a side glance from Mate Maga after a time. I have often wondered, remarked the mate to nobody in particular, how it is that so many damn fools get rich on shore. Captain Mayo did not express any opinion on the subject. He clutched the bridge rail and stared into the fog, and seemed to be having a lot of trouble in choking back some kind of emotion. The Tavern of the Seas now, Mr. MacLiver, you knows him quite well. He comes upon deck, and he cuts a great swell. It's damn your eyes there, and it's damn your eyes here, and straight to the gangway he takes a broad sheer. La Pique come all ye. Into Saturday Cove. All during that late afternoon, they came surging spars and tackle limbed against the on-sweeping pall of the grey fog, those wayfarers of the open main. First to roll in past the ledgy portals of the haven were the venerable sea wagons, the coasters known as the Apple Trares. Their weather-wise skippers, old sea dogs who could smell weather as bloodhounds sniff trails, had their noses in the air in good season that day, and knew that they must depend on a thinning wind to cuff them into port. One after the other, barnacled anchors splashed from catheads, dragging rusty chains from hawse holes, and old, patched sails came sprawling down with chuckle of sheaves and lisp of running rigging. A long-coast shanty explains the nickname, Apple Trares. Oh, what's the use of compass or a quadrant or a log? Keep her loafin' on her mud-hook in a norther or a fog. But as soon's the chance is better, then well ratch her off once more, keepin' clost enough for bearings from the apple trees ashore. Therefore, the topsail schooners, the fore and afters, the Bluenose blunt prows, came in early before the fog smooched out the loom of the trees and before it became necessary to guess at what the old card compasses had to reveal on the subject of courses. And so, along with the rest of the coastwise ragtag, which was seeking harbor and holding ground, came the ancient schooner _Polly_. Fog-masked by those illusory mists, she was a shadow ship like the others, but more than the others, she seemed to be a ghost ship, for her lines and her rig informed any well-posted mariner that she must be a centenarian. With her grotesqueness accentuated by the fog pall, she seemed unreal, a picture from the past. She had an out-thrust of snub bow and an upcock of square stern and sag of waist, all of which accurately revealed ripe antiquity, just as a bell-crowned beaver and a swallowtail coat with brass buttons would identify an old man in the ruck of newer fashions. She had seams like the wrinkles in the parchment skin of extreme old age. She carried a wooden figurehead under her bowsprit, the face and bust of a woman on whom an ancient woodcarver had bestowed his notion of a beatific smile. The result was an idiotic simper. The glorious gilding had been worn off, the wood was gray and cracked. The _Polly's galley was entirely hidden under a deckload of shingles and laths in bunches. The afterhouse was broad and loomed high above the rail in contrast to the mere cubbies, which were provided for the other fore and afters in the flotilla, which came ratching in towards Saturday Cove. The _Polly_, being old enough to be celebrated, had been the subject of a long-coast lyric of 17 verses, any one of which was capable of producing most horrible profanity from Captain Epps Candage, her master, whenever he heard the ditty echoing over the waves, sung by a satirist aboard another craft. In that drifting wind there was leisure. A man on board a lime schooner at a fairly safe distance from the _Polly_ found inclination and lifted his voice. "Ow WW, here comes the _Polly_ with a lopped-down sail, and rubber boot Epps is a settin' on her rail. How WW long will she take to get to Boston town? Can't just tell 'cause she's headin' up and down." "You think that kind o' KYE is funny, do you, you walnut-nosed, blue-gilled, goggle-eyed son of a dough-faced Americanesus?" bellowed Captain Candage from his post at the _Polly's wheel. "Father," remonstrated a girl who stood in the companionway, her elbows propped on the hatch combings. "Such language! You stop it. It ain't half what I can do when I'm fair started," returned the captain. "You never say such things on shore." "Well, I ain't on shore now, be I?" I'm on the high seas, and I'm talking to fit the occasion. Who's running this schooner, you or me? She met his testiness with a spirit of her own. I'm on board here, where I don't want to be, because of your silly notions, father. I have the right to ask you to use decent language and not shame us both. Against the archaically homely background, the beauty of the young girl appeared in most striking contrast. Her curls peeped out from under the white Dutch cap she wore. Her eyes sparkled with indignant protest. Her face was piquant and was just then flushed, and her nose had the least bit of a natural uptilt, giving her the air of a young woman who had a will of her own to spice her amiability. Captain Candage blinked at her over the spokes of the wheel, and in his father's heart acknowledged her charm, realizing more acutely that his motherless girl had become too much of a problem for his limited knowledge in the management of women. He had not seen her grow up gradually, as other fathers had viewed their daughters, being able to meet daily problems in molding and mastery. She seemed to reach development, mental and physical, in disconcerting phases while he was away on his voyages. Each time he met her he was obliged to get acquainted all over again, it appeared to him. Captain Candage had owned up frankly to himself that he was not able to exercise any authority over his daughter when she was ashore. She was not willful, she was not obstinate, she gave him affection. But she had become a young woman while his slow thoughts were classing her still as a child. She was always ahead of all his calculations. In his absences she jumped from stage to stage of character, almost of identity. He had never forgotten how he had brought back to her from New York, after one voyage, half a gunny sackful of tin toys, and discovered that in his absence, by advice and sanction of her aunt, who had become her foster mother, she had let her dresses down to ankle length and had become a young lady whom he called Miss Candage twice before he had managed to get his emotions straightened out. While he was wondering about the enormity of tin toys in the gunny sack at his feet, as he sat in the aunt's parlor, his daughter asked him to come as guest of honor with the Sunday school class's picnic which she was arranging as teacher. That gave him his opportunity to lie about the toys and allege that he had brought them for her scholars. Captain Candage, on the deck of his ship, found that he was able to muster a little courage and bluster for a few minutes, but he did not dare to look at her for long while he was asserting himself. He looked at her then as she stood in the gloomy companionway, a radiant and rosy picture of healthy maidenhood. But the expression on her face was not comfortingly filial. "Father, I must say it again. I can't help saying it. I am so unhappy. You are misjudging me so cruelly. I done it because I thought it was right to do it. I haven't been tending and watching the way a father ought to tend and watch. I never seem to be able to catch up with you. Maybe I ain't right. Maybe I be. At any rate, I'm going to stand on this tack in your case for a while longer. You have taken me away from my real home for this? This is no place for a girl. You are not the same as you were when you were on shore. I didn't know you could be so rough and wicked. Hold on there, daughter. Snub cable right there. I'm an honest, God-fearing, hard-working man paying 100 cents on the dollar, and you know it. But what did you just shout right out where everybody could hear you? That was only passing the compliments of the day as compared with what I can do when I get started proper. Do you think I'm going to let any snub-snoot warthog of a lime duster sing, father? What's a girl know about the things a father has to put up with when he goes to sea and earns money for her? I am willing to work for myself. You took me right out of my good position in the millinery store. You have made me leave all my young friends. Oh, I am so homesick." Her self-reliance departed suddenly. She choked. She tucked her head into the hook of her arm and sobbed. "Don't do that," he pleaded, softening suddenly. "Please don't, Polly." She looked up and smiled a pleading, one little smile. "I didn't mean to give way to it, Popsy dear. I don't intend to do anything to make you angry or sorry. I have tried to be a good girl. I am a good girl. But it breaks my heart when you don't trust me. They were courting you," he stammered. "Them shore dudes was hanging around you. I ain't doubting you, Polly. But you ain't got no mother. I was afraid. I know I've been a fool about it. But I was afraid." Tears sprinkled his bronzed cheeks. "I haven't been much of a father because I've had to go sailing and earn money. But I thought I'd take you away till I could sort of plan on something. She gazed at him, softening visibly. "Oh, Polly," he said, his voice breaking, "you don't know how pretty you are, you don't know how afraid I am." "But you can trust me, father," she promised after a pause, with simple dignity. "I know I am only a country girl, not wise, perhaps, but I know what is right and what is wrong. Can you understand how terribly you have hurt my pride and my self-respect by forcing me to come and be penned up here as if I were a shameless girl who could not take care of herself? I reckon I have done wrong, Polly. But I don't know much not about womenfolk. I was trying to do right because you're all I have in this world. I hope you will think it all over," she advised, earnestly. "You will understand after a time, father, I'm sure. Then you will let me go back and you will trust me as your own daughter should be trusted. That's the right way to make girls good, let them know that they can be trusted." "You are probably right," he admitted. "I will think it all over. As soon as we get in and anchored, I'll sit down and give it a good overhauling in my mind. Maybe she took advantage of his pause. "We are going into a harbor, are we, father?" "Yes. Right ahead of us. I wish you would put me ashore and send me back. I shall lose my position in the store if I stay away too long." His obstinacy showed again, promptly. "I don't want you in that millinery shop. I'm told that dude drummers pester girls in stores." "They do not trouble me, father. Haven't you any confidence in your own daughter?" "Yes, I have," he said, firmly, and then added, "but I keep thinking of the dudes, and then I get afraid." She gave him quick a glance, plainly tempted to make an impatient retort, and then turned and went down into the cabin. "Don't be mad with me, Polly," he called after her. "I guess, maybe, I'm all wrong. I'm going to think it over. I ain't promising nothing sure, but it won't be none surprising if I set you ashore here and send you back home. Don't cry, little girl." There were tears in his voice as well as in his eyes. The Lime Schooner vocalist felt an impulse to voice another verse. "OWW, here comes the _Polly_ in the middle of the road, towed by a mule and paving blocks her load. Devil is a-waiting, and the devil may as well, 'cause he'll never get them paving blocks to finish paving hell." Captain Candage left his wheel and strode to the rail. All the softness was gone from his face and his voice. "You horn-jawed, muck-faced gazebo of a sea sculpin, you dare to yap out any more of that skulch, and I'll come aboard you after we anchor and jump down your gullet and gallop the eternal innards out of ye. Don't you know that I've got ladies aboard here?" "It don't sound like it," returned the songster. "Well, you hear what _I_ sound like. Half-hitch them jaw tockles of yours." Captain Candage's meditations were not disturbed after that. With the assistance of his one helper aboard ship, Okomodi, a gray and whiskered individual who combined in one person the various offices of first mate, second mate, A1 seaman, and hand before the mast, as well as the skipper's boon companion, the _Polly_ was maneuvered to her anchorage in Saturday Cove and was snugged for the night. Smoke began to curl in blue wreaths from her galley funnel, and there were occasional glimpses of the cook, a sallow-complexioned, one-eyed youth whose chief and everlasting decoration provided him with the nickname of Smut-Nosed Dolph. Then came some of the ocean aristocrats to join the humbler guests in that tavern of the seas. Avant-couriers of a metropolitan yacht club, on its annual cruise, arrived, jockeying in with billowing mountains of snowy canvas spread to catch the last whispers of the breeze. Later arrivals, after the breeze failed, were towed in by the smart motor craft of the fleet. One by one, as the anchors splashed, brass cannons barked salute and were answered by the Commodore's gun. Captain Candage sat on the edge of the _Polly's house and snapped an involuntary and wrathful wink every time a cannon banged. In that hill-bound harbor, where the fog had massed, every noise was magnified as by a sounding board. There were cheery hails, yachtsmen bawled over the mist-gemmed brass rails interchange of the day's experiences, and frisking yacht tenders, barking staccato exhausts, began to carry men to and fro on errands of sociability. In the silences, Captain Candage could hear the popping of champagne corks. "Them fellers certainly live high and sleep in the garret," observed Okomodi. He was seated cross-legged on the top of the house and was hammering down the lumps in a freshly twisted ice splice with the end of a marlinspike. "It has always been a wonder to me," growled Captain Candage. How dudes who don't seem to have no more wit than them fellows ha-hawing over there and swigging liquor by the cartload ever make money the way they do so as to afford all this? On that point, Captain Candage might have found Mate Magaw of the _Olnia_ willing to engage in profitable discussion and amicable understanding. They don't make it, they don't know enough to make it, stated Odie, with the conviction of a man who knew exactly what he was talking about. It has all been left to and by their fathers. The bearded and brown men of the Appletree Cruise leaned the patched elbows of their old coats on the rails and gloomily surveyed the conviviality on board the plaything crafts. Remarks which they exchanged with one another were framed to indicate a sort of lofty scorn for these frolickers of the sea. The coasting skippers, most of whom wore hard hats, as if they did not want to be confounded with those foppish yacht captains, patrolled their quarterdecks and spat disdainfully over their rails. Everlastingly, there was the clink of pumps on board the Appletreers, and the pumps were tackling the everlasting leaks. Water reddened by contact with bricks, water made turbid by percolation through paving blocks, splashed continuously from hiccuping scuppers. Captain Rance Lougie of the topsail schooner _Belvedere_, laden with fish scraps for a Boston glue factory, dropped over the counter into his dory and came rowing to the _Polly_, standing up and facing forward and swaying with the fisherman's stroke. He straddled easily over the schooner's scant freeboard and came aft, and was greeted cordially by Captain Candage. Thought I'd show them frosted cakers that there's a little sociability amongst the gents in the coasting trade, too, he informed his host. Furthermore, I want to borry the exact time o' day. Furthermore, I'm glad to get away from that cussed aromy on board the _Belvedere_ and sort of air out my nose once in a while. What's the good word, Cap? Captain Candage replied to the commonplaces of the other skipper in abstracted fashion. He had viewed Lougie's approach with interest, and now he was plainly pondering in regard to something wholly outside this chatter. Captain Lougie, he broke in suddenly, in low tones, I want you should come forward with me out of hearing of anybody below. I've got a little tuckle I want you to help me overhaul. The two walked forward over the deck load and sat on the foregaff, which sprawled carelessly where it had fallen when the halyards were let run. My daughter is below, there, explained Captain Candage. Vacation trip, eh? I don't think it can be called that, Captain Lougie, stated the host dryly. She is having about as good a time as a canary bird would have in a corn popper over a hot fire. What did she come for, then? I made her come. I shanghaied her. That's no way to treat men folks, declared Captain Lougie. I've raised 5 daughters, and I know what I'm talking about. I know you have raised 5 girls, and they're smart as Tofit and right as a trivet, and that's why I have grabbed right in on the subject as I have. I was glad to see you coming aboard, Captain Lougie. I want some advice from a man who knows. Then I'm the man to ask, Captain Candage. Last time I was home where she has been living with her Aunt Zilpa I catched her, confessed Candage. His voice was hoarse. His fingers, bent and calloused with rope pulling, trembled as he fingered the seam of his trousers. You don't tell. Lougie clucked solicitously. Yes, I catched her buggy riding. Alone. No, there was a gang of 'em in a beach wagon. They was going to a party. And I catched her dancing with a fellow at that party. Well, go ahead now that you've got started. Shake out the mainsail. That's about all there is to it except that a fellow has been bowing her home from Sunday school concerts with a lantern. Yes, I reckon that is about all to date and present writing, confessed Candage. What else do you suspect? Nothing. Of course, there's no telling what it will grow to be with dudes pestering her the way they do. There ain't any telling about anything in this world, is there? Demanded Captain Lougie, very sharply. I reckon not for sure. Do you mean to say that because your girl, like any girl, should has been having a little innocent fun with young folks, you have dragged her on board this old hooker, shaming her and making her ridiculous? I have been trying to do my duty as a father, stated Captain Candage, stoutly and avoiding the flaming gaze of his guest. Captain Lougie straightened his leg so as to come at his trousers pocket, produced a plug of tobacco, and gnawed a chew off a corner after careful inspection to find a likely spot for a bite. I need to have something in my mouth about this time, something soothing to the tongue and, as you might say, sort of confining, so that too much language won't be used out all at once, he averred, speaking with effort as he tried to lodge the huge hunk of tobacco into a comfortable position. I have raised 5 nice girls, and I have always treated them as if they had common sense along with woman's natural goodness and considerable more self-reliance than a leghorn pullet. And I used them like they had the ordinary rights and privileges of human beings. And they are growed up and a credit to the family. And I haven't got to look back over my record and reflect that I was either a Chinaman or a Turkey man. No, sir. I have been a father and my girls can come and sit on my knee today and get my advice and think it's worth something. He rose and walked toward his dory. But hold on, called Captain Candage. You haven't told me what you think. Haven't I? I thought I had, making it mild and pleasant. But if you need a little something more plain and direct, I'll remark still making it mild and pleasant that you're a damned old fool. And now I'll go back and be sociable with them fish scraps. I believe they will smell better after this. He leaped into his dory and rowed away. Captain Candage offered no rejoinder to that terse and meaty summing up. Naturally, he was as ready with his tongue as Captain Ranslaugy or any other man alongshore. But in this case, the master of the _Polly_ was not sure of his ground. He knew that Captain Laugy had qualified as father of 5. In the judgment of a mariner, experience counts. And he did not resent the manner of Captain Laugy because that skipper's brutal bluntness was well known by his friends. Captain Candage had asked and he had received. He rested his elbows on his knees and stared after the departing caller and pondered. Maybe he is right. He probably is right. But it wouldn't be shipboard. Discipline if I told her that I have been wrong. I reckon I'll go aft and be pleasant and genteel, hoping that nothing will happen to rile my feelings. Now that my feelings are calm and peaceful, and having taken course and bearings from a father of 5, I'll probably say to her, "You'd better trot along home, sissy, seeing that I have told you how to mind your eye after this." For over the Polly's rail Stormy was a good old man. To my way you storm along. Physig tough as an old tin pan, I, Mr. Storm along. Storm along shanty. Without paying much attention to the disturber, Captain Candage had been a bit nettled during his meditation. A speedboat from one of the yachts kept circling the _Polly_, carrying a creaming smother of water under its upcocked bow. It was a noisy gnat of a boat, and it kicked a contemptuous wake against the rust-streaked old wagon. When it swept under the counter, after Captain Candage was back on his quarterdeck, he gave it a stare over the rail, and his expression was distinctly unamiable. They probably wasted more money on that distribulus than this schooner would sell for in the market today, he informed Doty. They don't care how money goes so long as they didn't have to sweat earning it. Slinging it like they'd sling beans. Back on its circling course swished the darting tender. This time the purring motor whined into silence and the boat came drifting alongside. On board _Polly_, hailed one of the yachtsmen, a man with owner's insignia on his cap. The master of the old schooner stuck his lowering visage farther over the rail, but he did not reply. Isn't this _Polly_ the real one? No, it's only a chromo painting of it. Thank you. You're a gentleman, snapped the yachtsman. Oh, hold on, Paul, urged one of the men in the tender. There's a right way to handle these old boys. He stood up. We're much interested in this packet, Captain. That's why you've been making a holy show of her, playing ring around a rosy, hey? But tell me, isn't this the old shallop that was a privateer in the War of 1812? Nobody aboard here has ever said she wasn't. Well, sir, may we not come on board and look her over? No, sir, you can't. Now, look here, Captain, I'm looking, declared the master of the _Polly_ in ominous tones. We don't mean to annoy you, Captain. Folks who don't know any better do a lot of things without meaning to. Captain Candage regularly entertained a seatwaller's resentment for men who used the ocean as a mere playground. But more especially, during those later days, his general temper was touchy in regard to dapper young men, for he had faced a problem of the home which had tried his soul. He felt an unreasoning choler rising in him in respect to these chaps, who seemed to have no troubles of their own. I am a writer, explained the other. If I may be allowed on board, I'll take a few pictures and make fun of me and my boat by putting a piece in the paper to tickle city dudes. Fend off, he commanded, noticing that the tender was drifting toward the schooner's side and that one of the crew had set a boat hook against the main chain plate. Don't bother with the old crab, advised the owner, sourly. But the other persisted, courteously, even humbly. I am afraid you do not understand me, Captain. I would as soon make jest of my mother as of this noble old relic. Go ahead. Call it names. I am taking off my hat to it, he declared, whipping his cap from his head. My father's grandfather was in the War of 1812. I want to honor this old patriot here with the best tribute my pen can pay. If you will allow me to come on board, I shall feel as though I were stepping upon a sacred spot, and I can assure you that my friends, here, have just as much respect for this craft as I have. But this honest appeal did not soften Captain Candage. He did not understand exactly from what source this general rancor of his flowed. At the same time, he was conscious of the chief reason why he did not want to allow these visitors to rummage aboard the schooner. They would meet his daughter, and he was afraid, and he was bitterly ashamed of himself because he was afraid. Dimly, he was aware that this everlasting fear on her account constituted an insult to her. The finer impulse to protect her privacy was not actuating him. He knew that, too. He was merely foolishly afraid to trust her in the company of young men, and the combination of his emotions produced the simplest product of mental upheaval, unreasonable wrath. Fend off, I say, he commanded. Again I beg you, Captain, with all respect, please may we come on board? You get away from here and tend to your own business, if you've got any, or I'll heave a bunch of shingles at you, roared the skipper. Father. The voice expressed indignant reproof. Father, I am ashamed of you. The girl came to the rail, and the yachtsman stared at her as if she were Aphrodite risen from the sea instead of a mighty pretty girl emerging from a dark companionway. She had appeared so suddenly. She was so manifestly incongruous in her surroundings. Mother o' mermaids, muttered the yacht owner in the ear of the man nearest. Is the old rat still privateering? The men in the tender stood up and removed their caps. You have insulted these gentlemen, father. Captain Candage knew it, and that fact did not soften his anger in the least. At the same time, this appearance of his own daughter to read him a lesson in manners in public was presumption too preposterous to be endured. Her daring gave him something tangible for his resentment to attack. He turned on her. You go below where you belong. I belong up here just now. Down below with you. I'll not go until you apologize to these gentlemen, father. You ain't ashore now, miss, to tell me when to wipe my feet and not muss the tidies. You're on the high seas, and I'm captain of this vessel. Below, I say. These gentlemen know the _Polly_, and they will find out the name of the man who commands her, and I don't propose to have it said that the Candages are heathens, she declared, firmly. If you do not apologize, father, I shall apologize for you. She tried to crowd past him to the rail, but he clapped his brown hand over her mouth and pushed her back. His natural impulse as commander of his craft dominated his feelings as a father. I'll teach ye shipboard discipline, Polly Candage, he growled, even if I have to take ye across my knee. Hold on there, if you please, Captain, called the spokesman of the yachtsman. Captain Candage was hustling his daughter toward the companionway. But there was authority in the tone, and he paused and jutted a challenging chin over his shoulder. What have any of you critters got to say about my private business? The formality of the man in the tender was a bit exaggerated in his reply. Only this, sir. We are going away at once before we bring any more trouble upon this young lady, to whom we tender our most respectful compliments. We do not know any other way of helping her. Our protests, being the protests of gentlemen, might not be able to penetrate. It takes a drill to get through the hide of a rhinoceros. The skipper of the _Polly_ did not trouble himself about the finer shadings in that little speech, but of one fact he felt sure. He had been called a rhinoceros. He released his daughter, yanked the marlinspike away from Odie, who had been holding himself in the background as a reserve force, and stamped to the rail. He poised his weapon, fanning it to and fro to take sure aim. But the engineer had thrown in his clutch, and the speedboat foamed off before the captain got the range, and he was too thrifty to heave a perfectly good marlinspike after a target he could not hit, angry as he was. The girl faced her father. There was no doubting her mood. She was a rebel. Indignation set up its flaming standards on her cheeks, and the signal flames of combat sparkled in her eyes. "How did you dare to do such a thing to me, those gentlemen looking on? Father, have you lost your mind?" Odie expressed the opinion under his breath that the captain, on the contrary, had lost his number. Odie's superior officer was stamping around the quarterdeck, kicking at loose objects and avoiding his daughter's resentful gaze. There was a note of insincerity in his bluster, as if he wanted to hide embarrassment in a cloud of his own vaporings, as a squid colors water when it fears capture. "After this you call me Captain Candage," he commanded. "After this I'm Captain Candage on the high seas, and I propose to run my own quarterdeck. And when I let a crowd of dudes traipse on board here to peek and spy and grin and flirt with you, you'll have clamshells for fingernails. Now, my lady, I don't want any backtalk. But I am going to talk to you, father. Remember that I'm a Candage and backtalk, so am I a Candage, and I have just been ashamed of it. I'm going to have discipline on my own quarterdeck. Backtalk, quarterdeck discipline, calling you captain. Falderole and fiddlesticks. I'm your own daughter and you're my father. And you have brought us both to shame. There. I don't want to stay on this old hulk, and I'm not going to stay. I am going home to Aunt Silpa. I had made up my mind to let you go. My temper was mild and sweet till those Jehoferd, gold-trimmed sons of a striped father. I had made up my mind to let you go. But I ain't going to give in to a mutiny right before the face and eyes of my own crew." Smutnose Dolph had arrived with the supper dishes balanced in his arms while he crawled over the deck load. He was listening with the utmost interest. "Your Aunt Zilpa has aided and abetted you in your flirting," raged the captain. "My own sister, taking advantage of my being off to sea trying to earn money. Do you mean to insult everybody in this world, father? I shall go home, I say. I'm miserable here. I'll see to it that you ain't off gambling and galley-westing with dudes." In spite of her spirit, the girl was not able to bandy retort longer with this hard-shelled mariner, whose weapon among his kind for years had been a rude tongue. Shocked grief put an end to her poor little rebellion. Tears came. "You are giving these two men a budget to carry home and spread about the village. Oh, father, you are wicked, wicked." She put her hands to her face, sobbed, and then ran away down into the gloomy cabin. There was a long silence on the quarterdeck. Odie recovered his marlinspike and began to pound the eye-bolt. "Without presuming, preaching, or poking into things that ain't none of my business, I want to say that I don't blame you one mite, Captain," he volunteered. "No matter what she says, she wasn't to be trusted among them dudes on shore, and I speak from observation and, being an old buck, I can speak impartial. The dudes on the water is just as bad. Them fellows were flirting with her all the time they was longside. Real men, that means decent, ain't called on to keep whisking their caps off and on all the time a woman is in sight, and I see one of 'em wink at her." Captain Candage was in a mood to accept this comfort from Okomodi and to put out of his contrite conscience the memory of what Captain Ranslauji had said. "Don't you worry. I've got her now where I can keep my eye on her, and I'm captain of my own vessel, don't nobody ever forget that." He shook his fist at the gaping cook. "What ye standing there for, like a hen coop with the door open and letting my victuals cool off? Hyper your boots. Down below with you and dish that supper onto the table." The skipper lingered on deck, his hand at his ear. The fog was settling over the inner harbor. In the dim vastness seaward a steamer was hooting. Each prolonged blast, at half-minute intervals, sounded nearer. The sound was deep, full-toned, a mighty diapason. "What big fellow can it be that's coming in here?" the captain grunted. "Most likely only another tin skimmer of a yacht," suggested the mate, tossing the ice splice and the marlinespike into the open hatch of the lazarette. "You know what they like to do, them play critters. They stick on a whistle that's big enough for Seguin Foghorn." He squinted under the edge of his palm and waited. "There she looms. What did I tell ye? Nothing but a yacht." "But she's a bouncer," remarked the skipper. "What do you make her?" "OL, spelled Odie. OL_Alinea_. Must be a local pilot aboard." None of them New York spiffer captains could find Saturday Cove through the feather tide that's outside just now. Well, whether they can or whether they can't isn't of any interest to me, stated the skipper, with fine indifference. I'd hate to be in a tight place and have to depend on one of them gilded dudes. I smell supper. Come on. He was a little uncertain as to what demeanor he ought to assume below, but he clumped down the companionway with considerable show of confidence, and Odie followed. The captain cast a sharp glance at his daughter. He had been afraid that he would find her crying, and he did not know how to handle such cases with any certainty. But she had dried her eyes, and she gave him no very amiable look, rather, she hinted defiance. He felt more at ease. In his opinion, any person who had spirit enough left for fight was in a mood to keep on enjoying life. Perhaps I went a mite too far, Polly, he admitted. He was mild, but he preserved a little touch of surliness in order that she might not conclude that her victory was won. But seeing that I brought you off to sea to get you away from flirting, don't you dare to say that about me. She beat her round little fist on the table. Don't you dare. I don't mean that you ever done it. The dude's done it. I want to do right by you, Polly. I've been to sea so long that I don't know much about ways and manners, I reckon. I can't get a good line on things as I ought to. I'm an old fool, I reckon. His voice trembled. But it made me mad to have you stram up there on deck and call me names before M. She did not reply. I have always worked hard for you sailing the seas and going without things myself, so that you could have M doing the best I could ever after your poor mother passed on. I am grateful to you, father. But you don't understand, girl, you don't understand. But let's not talk about it anymore, not now. I ain't saying tonight, I ain't making promises. But maybe we'll see how things shape up, maybe I'll send you back home. Maybe it'll be tomorrow. We'll see how the stage runs to the train, and so forth. I am going to leave it all to you, father. I'm sure you mean to do right. She served the food as mistress at the board. It seems homelike with you here, said Captain Candage, meekly and wistfully. I will stay with you, father, if it will make you happier. I shan't listen to anything of the sort. It ain't no place aboard here for a girl. Through the open port they heard the frequent clanging of the steam yacht's engine room bell and the riot of her swishing screws as she eased herself into an anchorage. She was very near them, so near that they could hear the chatter of the voices of gay folk. What boat is that, father? Another frosted caker. I can't remember the name. It's the _Oileana_ or something like that. I forget fancy names pretty quick, Odie informed her. Well, it ain't much use to load your mind down with that kind of skulch, stated Captain Candage, poising a potato on his forked tines and peeling it, his elbows on the table. That yacht, and the kind of folks that's aboard that yacht ain't of any account to folks like us. The memory of some remarks which are uttered with peculiar fervor remains with the utterer. Some time later, long after Captain Candage remembered that remark and informed himself that, outside of weather predictions, he was a mighty poor prophet. V on the bridge of yacht _Oileana_. Oh, the times are hard and the wages low. Leave her, bullies, leave her. I guess it's time for us to go. It's time for us to leave her. Across the Western Ocean. Captain Mayo was not finding responsibility his chief worry while the _Oileana_ was making port. It was a real mariner's job to drive her through the fog, stab the harbor entrance, and hunt out elbow room for her in a crowded anchorage. But all that was in the line of the day's work. While he watched the compass, estimated tide drift, allowed for reduced speed, and listened for the echoes which would tell him his distance from the rocky shore, he was engaged in the more absorbing occupation of canvassing his personal affairs. As the hired master of a private yacht, he might have overlooked that affront from the owner, even though it was delivered to a captain on the bridge. But love has a pride of its own. He had been abused like a lackey in the hearing of Alma Marston. It was evident that the owner had not finished the job. Mayo knew that he had merely postponed his evil moment by sending back a reply which would undoubtedly seem like insubordination in the judgment of a man who did not understand ship discipline and etiquette of the sea. It was evident that Marston intended to call him upon the carpet on the quarterdeck as soon as the yacht was anchored, and proposed to continue that insulting arraignment. In his new pride, in the love which now made all other matters of life so insignificant, Mayo was afraid of himself. He knew his limitations in the matter of submission. Even then, he felt a hankering to walk aft and jounce Julius Marston up and down in his hammock chair. He did not believe he could stand calmly in the presence of Alma Marston and listen to any unjust berating, even from her father. He tried to put his flaming resentment out of his thoughts, but he could not. In the end, he told himself that perhaps it was just as well. Alma Marston must have pride of her own. She could not continue to love a man who remained in the position of her father's hireling. She would surely be ashamed of a lover who was willing to hump his back and take a lashing in public. His desire to be with her, even at the cost of his pride, was making him less a man, and he knew it. He decided to face Marston, man fashion, and then go away. He felt that she would understand in spite of her grief. Then, turning from a look at the compass, he saw that the yacht's owner was on the bridge. Half of an unlighted cigar, which was soggy with the dampness of the fog, plugged Marston's mouth. He scowled when the captain saluted. "You needn't bother to talk now," the millionaire broke in when Mayo began an explanation of his delay in obeying the call to the quarterdeck. "When I have anything to say to a man, I want his undivided attention. Is this fog going to hold on?" "Yes, sir, until the wind hauls more to the nor'ard." "Then anchor." "I am heading into Saturday Cove now, sir." "Anchor here." "I'm looking for considerably more than a capful of wind when it comes, sir. It isn't prudent to anchor offshore." Marston grunted and turned away. He stood at the end of the bridge, chewing on the cigar, until the _Ol Nia_ was in the harbor with mudhook set. Mayo twitched the jingle bell, signaling release to the engineer. "I am at your service, sir," he reported, walking to the owner. Marston rolled the plugging cigar to a corner of his mouth and inquired, "Now, young man, tell me what you mean by saluting a Beeline steamer with my whistle?" "I did not salute the _Conomo_, sir." "You gave her 3 whistles." "Yes, but you're on a gentleman's yacht now, young man, and not on a fishing steamer. Yachting etiquette doesn't allow a steam whistle to be sounded in salute. Mr. Beveridge has just looked it up for me, and I know, and you need not assume any of your important knowledge." Marston seemed to be displaying much more irritation than a small matter warranted. But what he added afforded more light on the subject. "The manager of the Beeline was on board that steamer. You heard him hoot that siren at me." "I heard him give me cross signals in defiance of the rules of the road, sir." "Didn't you know that he whistled at me as an insult, as a sneer?" "I heard only ordinary signals, sir." "Everything is ordinary to a sailor's observation." "You allowed him to crowd you off your course. You made a spectacle of my yacht, splashing it around like a frightened duck." "I was avoiding collision, sir." "You should have made your bigness with my yacht." "You sneaked and dodged." "Like a fishing boat skipper." "Was it on a fishing boat you were trained to those tricks?" "I have commanded a fishing steamer, sir." "On top of it all, you gave him 3 whistles, regular fishing boat manners, eh?" Captain Mayo straightened, and his face and eyes expressed the spirit of a Yankee skipper who knew that he was right. "I say," insisted Marston, "that you saluted him." "And I say, sir, that he cross-signaled, an offense that has lost masters their licenses. When I was pinched, I gave him 3 whistles to say that my engines were going full speed astern." If Mr. Beveridge had looked farther in that book, he might have found that rule, too. "When I looked up at the bridge, here, you were waving your hand to him, 3 whistles and a hand wave. You can't deny that you were saluting." "I was shaking my fist at him, sir." Within himself, Captain Mayo was frankly wondering, because the owner of the _Ol Nia_ was displaying all this heat. He remembered the taunt from the pilot house of the _Conomo_ and understood vaguely that there were depths in the affair which he had not fathomed. But he was in no mood to atone vicariously for the offenders aboard the _Conomo_. "If I could have found a New York captain who knew the short cuts along this coast, I could have had some decency and dignity on board my yacht. I'm even forgetting my own sense of what is proper out here, wasting words and time in this fashion." "You're all of the same breed, you Downeasters." "I am quite sure you can find a New York captain," began Mayo. "I don't want your opinion in regard to my business, young man. When I need suggestions from you, I'll ask for them." He flung his soggy cigar over the rail and went down the ladder, and the fog closed immediately behind him. Captain Mayo paced the bridge. He was alone there. A deckhand had hooded the brass of the binnacle and searchlight, listening while the owner had called the master to account. Mayo knew that the full report of that affair would be carried to the forecastle. His position aboard the yacht had become intolerable. He wondered how much Marston would say aft. His cheeks were hot and rancor rasped in his thoughts. In the hearing of the girl he adored, his shortcomings would be the subject for a few moments of contemptuous discourse, even as the failings of cooks form a topic for idle chatter at the dinner table. Out of the blank silence of the wrapping fog came many sounds. Noises carried far, and the voice of an unseen singer, who timed himself to the clank of an apple tray or pump, brought to Mayo the words of an old shanty: "Come all you young fellows that follow the sea, now pray pay attention and least tend to me. Oh, blow the man down, bullies, blow the man down. Way I, blow the man down. Oh, blow the man down in Liverpool town. Give me some time to blow the man down. 'Twas aboard a black bailer I first served my time, and in that black bailer I wasted my prime. 'Tis larboard and starboard on deck you will sprawl, for blowers and strikers command the black ball. So, it's blow the man down, bullies." Alma Marston's voice interrupted his somber appreciation of the significance of that ditty. "Are you up there, Boyd?" she asked, in cautious tones. He hurried to the head of the ladder and saw her at its foot, half hidden in the mists even at that short distance. He reached down his hand and she came up, grasping it. She was studying his expression with both eagerness and apprehension. "I couldn't stay away from you any longer," she declared. "The fog is good to us. Father could not see me as I came forward. I must tell you, Boyd. He has ordered me to stay aft." "He did not speak. Has he dared to say to you what he has been saying below about you?" "I don't think it needed any especial daring on your father's part. I am only his servant," he said, with bitterness. "And he insulted you like that? I suppose your father did not look on what he said as insult. I repeat, I am a paid servant. But what you did was right. I know it must have been right, for you know everything about what is right to do on the sea. I understand my duties." "And he blamed you for something?" "It was a bit worse than that from my viewpoint." He smiled down at her, for her eyes were searching his face, as if appealing for a bit of consolation. "Boyd, don't mind him," she entreated. "Somebody who has been fighting him in business has been very naughty. I don't know just what it's all about, but he has so many matters to worry him. And he snaps at me just the same, every now and then. Yes, some men are cowards enough to abuse those who must look to them for the comforts of this world," he declared. "We must make allowances. I'll not stay in a position where a man who hires me thinks he can talk to me as if I were a foremast hand. Alma, you would despise me if I allowed myself to be kicked around like a dog. I would love you all the more for being willing to sacrifice something for my sake. I want you here with all your love here with me as long as these summer days last." She patted his cheek. "Why don't you tell me that you want to stay with me, Boyd? That you will die if we cannot be together? We can see each other here. I can bring Nin Burgess on the bridge with me. Father will not mind then. Let each day take care of itself. I want to be what you want me to be, to do what you want me to do. But I wish you would tell me to go out into the world and make something of myself. Alma, tell me to go. And wait for me." She laid her face against his shoulder and reached for his fingers, endeavoring to pull one of his arms about her. But both of his hands were clutching the rail of the bridge. He resisted. "Are you going to be like all the rest? Just money and trouble and worry?" She stretched up on tiptoe and brushed a kiss across his fog-wet cheek. "Are you asleep, my big boy? Yesterday you were awake. I think I am really awake today, and that I was dreaming yesterday. Alma, I cannot sneak behind your father's back to make love to you. I can't do it. I'm going to give up this position. I can't endure it. I say no. I need you. But I'll not give you up." There was something dramatic in her declaration. Her demeanor expressed the placid calm of absolute proprietorship. She worked his unwilling fingers free from the rail. "I love you because you can forget yourself. Now don't be like all the others." He realized that a queer little sting of impatience was pricking him. The girl did not seem to understand what his manhood was prompting. You mustn't be selfish, Boyd. She put into words the vague thought which had been troubling him in regard to her attitude, and now that he understood what his thought had been, he was incensed by what seemed his own disloyalty. And yet, the girl was asking him to make over his nature. I'm afraid it's all wrong. These things never seem to come out right, he mourned. You are trying to turn the world upside down all at once and all alone. Don't think so much, you solemn Yankee. Just love. He put his aims about her. I'm sailing in new waters. I don't seem to know the true course or the right bearings. Let's stay anchored until the fog lifts. Isn't that what sailors usually do? He confessed it, kissing her when she lifted her tantalizing face from his shoulder. Now you'll let the future alone, won't you? She asked. Yes. But even while he promised, he was obliged to face that future. Julius Marston, at the foot of the ladder, called to his daughter. Are you up there? He demanded, sharply. Yes, father. Come down here. She gave her lover a hasty caress and obeyed. Captain Mayo was obliged to listen. Marston, in his anger, showed no consideration for possible eavesdroppers. I have told you to stay aft where you belong. Really, father, I don't understand why. Those are my orders. I understand. You don't need to understand. This world is full of cheap fellows who misinterpret actions. Captain Mayo grasped the rails of the bridge ladder and did down to the deck without touching his feet to the treads. He appeared before the father and daughter with startling suddenness. Mr. Marston, I am leaving my position on board here as soon as you can get another man to take my place. You are, Yes, sir. You signed papers for the season. It is not convenient for me to make a change. Marston spoke with the crispness of a man who had settled the matter. Captain Mayo was conscious that the girl was trying to attract his gaze, but he kept his eyes resolutely from her face. I insist on being relieved. I have no patience with childishness in a man. I found it necessary to reprimand you. You'll probably know your place after this. He turned away. I have decided that I do not belong on this yacht, stated Mayo, with an emphasis he knew the girl would understand. You must get another master. I cannot pick captains out of this fog, and I allow no man to tell me my own business. I shall keep you to your written agreement. Hold yourself in readiness to carry telegrams ashore for me. I take it there is an office here. There is, sir, returned Mayo, stiffly. The girl, departing, bestowed on him a pretty grimace of triumph, plainly rejoicing because his impetuous resignation had been overruled so autocratically. But Mayo gave a somber return to the raillery of her eyes. He had spoken out to Marston as a man, and had been treated with the contemptuous indifference which would be accorded to a bondservant. He was wounded by the light manner in which she viewed that affront, even though her own father offered it. He stood there alone for a time, meditating various rash acts. But under all the tumult of his feelings was the realization that the responsibility for that yacht's discipline and safety rested on his shoulders, and he went about his duties. He called 2 of the crew and ordered the gangway steps down and the port dinghy cleared and lowered. Then he went to the chart room and sat on a locker and tried to figure out whether he was wonderfully happy or supremely miserable. Marston promptly closeted himself with his 3 wise men of business after he went aft. We'll frame up those telegrams now and get them off, he told them. I thought I'd better wait until I had worked the bile out of my system. Never try to do sane and safe business when you're angry, gentlemen. I'm afraid those telegrams would not have been exactly coherent if I had written them right after that B-liner smashed past us. I have been ready to believe that Tucker would come in with us on the right lay, said one of the associates. So did I, agreed Marston. I have thought all his loud talk has been bluff to beat up a bigger price. But after what he did today, oh no, he is out to fight and he grabbed his chance to show us. I do not believe a lot of this regular fight talk. But when a man comes up and smashes me between the eyes, I begin to suspect his intentions. There's no need of dickering with him any longer, Mr. Marston. He made his work as dirty as he could today. He has left nothing open to doubt. I'm sorry, said another of the group. Tucker has let himself get ugly. So have I, replied Marston dryly. And I'm growing senile, too, I'm afraid. I went forward and wasted as much anathema on that skipper of mine as I would use up in putting through a $500,000 deal with an opposition traffic line. Next thing I know, I'll be arguing with the smokestack. But I must confess, gentlemen, that Tucker rather took my breath away today. Either he has become absolutely crazy or else he doesn't understand the strength of the combination. He hasn't waked up yet. He doesn't know what's against him. That may be our fault, in a measure, stated one of the men. We haven't been able to let men like Tucker in on the full details. In business, it's the good guesser who wins, declared Marston. Our merger isn't a thing to be advertised. And if we do any more explaining to Tucker, the whole plan will be advertised, you can depend on it. The infernal fool has been holding us up 3 months, demanding more knowledge, and he can't be trusted. There's only one thing to do, gentlemen. That? He drove his fist into his palm with significant thud. Is the beeline absolutely essential in our plans? Every line along this coast is essential in making that merger stock an airtight proposition. It's a new line and is not paying dividends. Well, for that matter, it's got nothing in that respect on some of the other lines where salting down in the merger, suggested a member of the party, speaking for the first time. I'm afraid you said it then, Thompson. American bottoms seem to be turned into barnacle gardens, declared the man who had questioned the matter of Tucker's value. Gentlemen, just a moment. Julius Marston leaned forward in his chair. His voice was low. His eyes narrowed. He dominated them by his earnestness. You have followed me in a number of enterprises, and we have had good luck. But let me tell you that we have ahead of us the biggest thing yet, and we cannot afford to leave one loose end. Not one, gentlemen. That's why a fool like Tucker doesn't deserve any consideration when he gets in our way. Listen to me. The biggest thing that has ever happened in this world is going to happen. How do I know? I am not sure that I do know. But as I have just told you, the man who guesses right is the winner. His thin nose was wrinkled, and the strip of beard on his chin bristled. Sometimes men called Marston the Fox of Wall Street. He suggested the reason for his nickname as he sat there and squinted at his associates. And there's an instinct that helps some men to guess right. Something is going to happen in this world before long that will make millionaires over and over out of men who have invested a few thousands in American bottoms. What will happen? Bluntly inquired one of the men, after a silence. I am neither clairvoyant nor crystal gazer, said Marston grimly. But I have led you into some good things when my instinct has whispered. I say it's going to happen and I say no more. To make American bottoms worth while the whole of Europe will have to be busy doing something else with their ships. All right. Then they'll be doing it, returned Marston. It would have to be a war, a big war. Very well. Maybe that's the answer. But there never can be another big war. As a financier, you know it. I have made some money by adhering to the hard and fast rules of finance. But I have made the most of my money by turning my back on those rules and listening to my instinct, was Marston's rejoinder. I don't want to over-influence you, gentlemen. I don't care to discuss any further what you may consider to be dreams. I am not predicting a great war in Europe. Common sense argues the other way. But I am going into this ship merger proposition with every ounce of brains and energy and capital I possess. The man who gets in my way is trying to keep these 2 hands of mine off millions. He shook his clutched fists above his head. And I'll walk over him, by the gods. Whether it's Tucker or anybody else. We have had some good talks on the subject first. And last. I'm starting now to fight and smash opposition. What do you propose to do in the matter, gentlemen? They were silent for a time, looking at one another, querying without words. Then out of their knowledge of Julius Marston's uncanny abilities, remembering their past successes, came resolve. We're in with you to the last dollar, they assured him, one after the other. Very well. You're wise. He unlocked a drawer of his desk and secured a codebook. He pressed a buzzer and the secretary came hurrying from his stateroom. We'll open action, gentlemen, with a little long-distance skirmish over the wire. He began to dictate his telegrams. 6 and we sailed. Oh, Johnny's gone to Baltimore to dance upon that sanded floor. Oh, Johnny's gone forevermore. I'll never see my John no more. Oh, Johnny's gone. What shall I do? Away you. Hello. Oh, Johnny's gone. What shall I do? Johnny's gone to Hilo. Old hauling song. The taciturn secretary fumbled his way forward and delivered to Captain Mayo a little packet securely bound with tape. Orders from Mr. Marston that you take these ashore yourself. They are important telegrams and he wants them hurried. The master called his men to the dinghy, and they rowed him away through the fog. It was a touchy job, picking his way through that murk. He stood up, leaning forward holding to his taut tiller ropes, and more by ears than his eyes directed his course. A few of the anchored craft, knowing that they were in the harbor roadway, clanged their bells lazily once in a while. Yacht tenders were making their rounds, carrying parties who were paying and returning calls, and these boats were avoiding each other by loud hails. Small objects loomed largely and little sounds were accentuated. The far voice of an unseen joker announced that he could find his way through the fog all right, but was afraid he had not strength enough to push his boat through it. But Mayo knew his waters in that harbor and found his way to the wharf. His real difficulties confronted him at the village telegraph office. The visiting yachtsmen had flooded the place with messages, and the flustered young woman was in a condition nearly resembling hysteria. She was defiantly declaring that she would not accept any more telegrams. Instead of setting at work upon those already filed, she was spending her time explaining her limitations to later arrivals. Captain Mayo stood at one side and looked on for a few moments. A gentle nudge on his elbow called his attention to an elderly man with stringy whiskers, who thus solicited his notice. The man held a folded paper gingerly by one corner, exhibiting profound respect for his minute burden. "You ain't one of these yachting dudes, Uriah Skipper, ain't you?" asked the man. "Yes, sir." "Well, then I can talk to you, as one officer to another and glad to meet one of my own breed. I'm first mate of the schooner _Polly _. Mr. Speed is my name." Captain Mayo nodded. "And I need help and advice. This is the first telegraph I ever had in my hands. I'd rather be a holt of an iced halyard in a no-easter. I've been sent ashore to telegraph it, and now she says she won't stick it onto the wire, however it is they do the blasted trick." Captain Mayo had already noticed that the messengers from the yachts were killing time by teasing the flustered young woman. It was good-humored badinage, but it was effectively blocking progress at that. End of the line. He felt a native's instinctive impulse to go to the relief of the young woman who was being baited by the merrymakers. The responsibility of his own errand prompted him to help her clear decks. But he waited, hoping that the yachtsmen would go about their business. "From the _Polly Mr. Speed," he inquired amiably. "Is the Polly in the harbor? I didn't notice her in the fog." "Reckon you know her, by the way you speak of her," replied the gratified Mr. Speed. "I ought to, sir. She was built at Mayo Port by my great-grandfather before the Mayo yards began to turn out ships." "Well, I swanny. You a Mayo?" The captain bowed and smiled at the enthusiasm displayed by Mr. Speed. "By ginger. That sort of puts you right into our family, so to speak." The mate surveyed him with interest and with increasing confidence. "I'm in a mess, Captain Mayo, and I need advice and comfort, I reckon. I was headed on a straight tack toward my regular duty, and all of a sudden I found myself jibed and in stays, and I'm there now and drifting. Seeing that your folks built the _Polly I consider that you're in the family, and that Providence put you right here tonight in this telegraphed office. Do you know Captain Epps Candage?" Mayo shook his head. "Or his girl, Polly, named for the _Polly no, I must confess." "Well, it may be just as well for you that you don't," said Okomoto, twisting his straggly beard into a spill and blinking nervously. There I was, headed straight and keeping true course, and then she looked at me, and there was a tremble in her voice and tears in her eyes, and the next thing I knowed I was here in this telegraphed place with this. He held up the folded paper and his hand shook. Captain Mayo did not understand, and therefore he made no remarks. "There was a song old Ephraim Wack used to sing," went on Mr. Speed, getting more confidential and making sure that the other men in the room were too much occupied to listen. Chorus went, "I ain't afeard of the raging sea, nor critters that's in it, whatever they be. But a witch of a woman is what scares me. There I've been, standing by Captain Epps in the Holdingdo, and she got me one side and looked at me and says a few things with a quiver in her voice and her eyes all wet and shiny, and he paused and looked down at the paper with bewilderment that was rather pitiful. And I walked right over all common sense and shipboard rules and discipline and everything and came here, fetching this to be stuck onto the wire, or whatever they do with telegraphs. But, he added, a waver in his tones, she is so lord-awful pretty, I couldn't help it. Still did Captain Mayo refrain from comment or question. The question now is, had I ought to, demanded Mr. Speed. I'm taking you into the family on my own responsibility. You're a captain, you're a native, and I need good advice. Had I ought to? I'm afraid you'll have to excuse me, sir. The matter seems to be private, and furthermore, I don't know what you're talking about. She says it's to the milliner so that the milliner will hold the job open. But I'm suspicioning that it's roundabout to the beau that's in love with her. That's the style of women. Captain Epps shanghaied her to get her away from that fellow. Now she has got it worked around so that she is going back. But there's a beau in it instead of a milliner. She wouldn't be so anxious to get word to a milliner. That's my idea, and I reckon it's yours, too. I really have no ideas on the subject, returned Captain Mayo. But if you have promised a young lady to send a telegram for her, I would certainly keep that promise if I were in your place. The next moment he regretted his rather impetuous advice, for Mr. Speed slapped the paper against a hard palm and blurted out, that's all I wanted. Course and bearings from an A1 advisor. New, how'll I go to work to send this thing? I have been figuring on that matter for the last few minutes, myself, acknowledged the captain. It's about time to have a little action in this place. He was obliged to elbow his way through the group of men who surrounded the telegraph operator. Oakham Odie followed on his heels, resolved to study at close range the mystery of telegraphing, realizing what he needed for his own instruction. These telegrams are important, and they must go at or, madam, Mayo informed the flustered young woman. I can't send them. I am bothered so much I can't do anything, she stammered. Oh, forget your business, skipper, advised one of the party. It is not my business, sir. He laid the packet of messages before the operator on her little counter and tapped his finger on them. They must go, he repeated. In their turn, warned the yachtsman, showing that he resented this intrusion. And after the party is over, I intended to confine my conversation to this young lady, said Mayo. He turned and faced them. But I have been here long enough to see that you gentlemen are interfering with the business of this office. Perhaps your messages are not important. Mine are. The yachtsman was not sober, nor was he judicious. Go back to your job, young fellow, he advised. You are horning in among gentlemen. So am I, squawked Mr. Speed, with weather eye out for clouds of any sort. Captain Mayo gave his supporter a glance of mingled astonishment and relish. We'd better not have any words about the matter, gentlemen, he suggested mildly. Certainly not, stated the spokesman. If you'll pass on, there'll be no words or anything else. Then we'll dispense with words. The quick anger of youth flared in Mayo. The air of the man rather than his words had offended deeply. You'd like to have this room to yourself so that you can attend to your business, I presume, he asked the operator. Yes, I would. Oakham Odie laid his folded paper upon the packet of Captain Mayo. You will leave the room, gentlemen, advised the captain. Mr. Speed thrust out his bony elbows and cracked his hard fists together. I have never liked dudes, he stated. I have been brought up that way. All my training with Captain Epps has been that way. How do you fit into this thing? Demanded one of the yachtsmen. About like this, averred Mr. Speed. He grabbed the young man by both shoulders and ran him out into the night before anybody could interfere. Then Mr. Speed reappeared promptly and inquired, which one goes next? I think they will all go, said the captain. Come on, urged one of the party. We can't afford to get into a brawl with natives. You bet you can't, retorted Oakham Odie. I hate hove bunches of shingles all my life for nothing. Mayo said nothing more. But after the yachtsmen had looked him over, they went out, making the affair a subject for ridicule. Hope I done right and showed to you that I was thankful for good advice, suggested Mr. Speed, seeking commendation. Just a bit hasty, sir. Maybe, but there's nothing like handing folks a sample just to show up the quality of the whole piece. I thank you both of you, said the grateful operator. You'd better lock your door, advised Mayo. Men are thoughtless when they have nothing to do except play. I am so grateful. And I'm going to break an office rule, volunteered the girl. I shall send off your telegrams first. And I hope you can tuck that little one in second, it won't take up much room, pleaded Okomodi. It's to help an awful pretty girl looks are a good deal like yours. I'll attend to it, promised the young woman, blushing. Outside in the village street, Mr. Speed wiped his rough palm against the leg of his trousers and offered his hand to the captain. I'll have to say goodbye to you here, sir. I've got a little a-runting to do fig o' tobacco and a box of Strarbyris. I confess to a terrible tooth for Strarbyris. When the hanker catches me and I can't get to Strarbyris, my Strarbyri mark shows up behind my ear. I hope I have done right in sending off that telegraphed for her, but it's too bad that a landlubber beau is going to get such a pretty girl. Then Okomodi sighed and melted away into the foggy gloom. When Captain Mayo was halfway down the harbor on his way back to the yacht, he was confronted by a spectacle which startled him. The fog was suddenly painted with a ruddy flare which spread high and flamed steadily. His first fears suggested that a vessel was on fire. The _Olnia_ lay in that direction. He commanded his men to pull hard. When he burst out of the mists into the zone of the illumination, his misgivings were allayed, but his curiosity was roused. A dozen yacht tenders flocked in a flotilla near the stern of a rusty old schooner. All the tenders were burning Coston lights, and from several boats yachtsmen were sending off rockets, which striped the pall of fog with bizarre colorings. The stern of the schooner was well lighted up by the torches, and Mayo saw her name, though he did not need that name to assure him of her identity. She was the venerable Polly. The light which flamed about her, showing up her rig and lines, was weirdly unreal, and more than ever did she seem like a ghost ship. The thick curtain of the mist caught up the flare of the torches and reflected it upon her from the skies, and she was limned in fantastic fashion from truck to waterline. Shadows of men in the tenders were thrown against the fog screen in grotesque outline, and a spirit crew appeared to be toiling in the top hamper of the old schooner. Captain Mayo ordered his men to hold water, and the tender drifted close to the flotilla. He spied a yacht skipper whom he had known when both were in the coasting trade. What's the idea, Duncan? His acquaintance grinned. Serenade for old Epps, Candage girl handed to her over his head. He pointed upward. Projecting over the schooner's rail was the convulsed countenance of Captain Candage. Colors seemed to be consuming him. The freakish light painted everything with patterns in arabesque. The captain's face looked like the countenance of a gargoyle. Mayo, observing with the natural prejudice of a native, detected mockery in the affair. He had just been present at one exhibition of the convivial humor of larking yachtsmen. What's the special excuse for it? He asked sourly. According to the story, Epps has brought her with him on this trip to break up a courting match. Well, does that have anything to do with this performance? Oh, it's only a little spree, confessed the other. It was planned out on our yacht. Old Epps made himself a mucker today by sassing some of the gents of the fleet, and the boys are handing him a little something. That's all. It's only fun. According to my notion, it's the kind of fun that hurts when a girl is concerned, Duncan. Just as serious as ever, eh? Well, my notion is that a little good-natured fun never hurts a pretty girl, and they say this one is some looker. Oh, hold on a minute, Boyd. The master of the _Olnia_ had turned away and was about to give an order to his oarsmen. You ought to stop long enough to hear that new song one of the gents on the _Sunbeam_ has composed for the occasion. It's a corker. I heard M rehearsing it on our yacht. In spite of his impatient resentment on behalf of the daughter of Epps Candage, Captain Mayo remained. Just then the accredited minstrel of the yachtsmen stood up, balancing himself in a tender. He was clearly revealed by the lights, and was magnified by the aureole of tinted fog which surrounded him. He sang, in waltz time, in a fine tenor, Our Polly, oh, o'er the sea you go, fairer than sunbeam, lovely as moongleam, all of us love thee so. While the breezes blow to waft thee, Polly, oh, we will be true to thee, crossing the blue to thee, Polly Polly. Dear little Polly, Polly-o-o. He finished the verse and then raised both arms with the gesture of a choral conductor. All together, now, boys. They sang with soul and vigor and excellent effect. Ferocity nearly inarticulate, fury almost apoplectic, were expressed by the face above the weather-worn rail. They say that music soothes the savage breast, but it don't look like it in this case, observed Captain Duncan with a chuckle. Clear off away from here, you drunken dudes. I'll have the law on ye. I'll have ye arrested for breaking the peace. That threat, considering the surroundings, provoked great hilarity. Give way all. Here comes a cop, warned a jeering voice. He's walking on the water, explained another. The man must be a fool, declared Captain Mayo. If he'd go below and shut up, they'd get tired and leave in a few minutes. However, Captain Candage seemed to believe that retreat would be greatly to his discredit. He continued to hang over the rail, discharging as complete a line of deep-water oaths as ever passed the quivering lips of a mariner. Therefore the playful yachtsmen were highly entertained and stayed to bait him still further. Every little while they sang the Polly song with fresh gusto, while the enraged skipper fairly danced to it in his mad rage and flung his arms about like a crazy orchestra leader. Mr. Speed came rowing in his dory, putting out all his strength, splashing his oars. My God! Captain Mayo, he gasped, I heard em hollering, oh, Polly, and I was feared she was afire. What's the trouble? You'd better get on board, sir, and induce Captain Candage to go below and keep still. He is fast making a complete idiot of himself. I hain't got no influence over him. I ask and implore you to step on board and soothe him down, sir. You can do it. He'll listen to a Mayo. I'd better not try. It's no job for a stranger, Mr. Speed. He'll be heaving that whole deckload of shingles at em next. Get his daughter to coax him. He won't listen to her when he's that fussed up. I'm sorry. Give way, men. His rowers dropped their oars into the water and pulled away with evident reluctance. Better stay and see it out, advised Captain Duncan. I don't care much for your show, stated Mayo curtly. The cabin curtains were drawn on the _ol Nia_, and he felt especially shut away from human companionship. He went forward and paced up and down the deck, turning over his troubled affairs in his mind, but making poor shift in his efforts to set anything in its right place. There were no indications that the serenading yachtsmen were becoming tired of their method of killing time during a fog-bound evening. They had secured banjos and mandolins, and were singing the Polly song with better effect and greater relish. And continually the hoarse voice of the _Polly's master roared forth malediction, twisted into new forms of profanity. But Captain Mayo, pacing under the damp gleam of the riding light, paid but little heed to the hullabaloo. He was too thoroughly absorbed in his own troubles to feel special interest in what his neighbors were doing. He did not even note that a fog-sodden breeze had begun to puff spasmodically from the east and that the mists were shredding overhead. However, all of a sudden, a sound forced itself on his attention. He heard the chuckling of sheaves and knew that a sail was being hoisted. The low-lying stratum of fog was still thick, and he could not perceive the identity of the craft which proposed to take advantage of the sluggish breeze. The ruckle-ruckle of the blocks sounded at quick intervals and indicated haste. There was a suggestion of vicious determination on the part of the men who were tugging at the halyards. Then Captain Mayo heard the steady clanking of capstan pawls. He knew the methods of the apple-trayers, their cautiousness, and their leisurely habits, and he could scarcely believe that a coasting skipper was intending to leave the harbor that night. But the capstan pawls began to click in staccato, showing that the anchor had been broken out. Protesting shouts from all about in the gloom greeted that signal. There was no mistaking the hoarse voice of Captain Candage when it was raised in reply. His tones had become familiar after that evening of malediction. Ding dam ye, I know of a way of getting shut of the bunch of ye. Don't try to shift your anchorage. Anchorage be hossified. I'm going to see, bellowed the master of the _Polly _. Down with that hook of yours. You'll rake this whole yacht fleet with your old dumb cart. You have drive me to it. Now you can take your chances. The next moment Mayo heard the ripping of tackle and a crash. There go two tenders and our boat boom. "Confound it, man, drop your hook." But from that moment Captain Candage, as far as his mouth was concerned, preserved ominous silence. The splintery speech of Havoc was more eloquent. Mayo could not see, but he understood in detail what damage was wrought upon the delicate fabric of yachts by that unwieldy old tub of a schooner. Here, another boat boom carried away, as she sluggishly thrust her bulk out through the fleet, there an enameled hull raked by her rusty chainplate bolts. Now a tender smashed on the outjutting davits, next a wreck of spidery head-rigging, a jib boom splintered and a foretopmast dragged down. If Captain Mayo had been in any doubt as to the details of the disasters, he would have received full information. From the illuminating profanity of the victims, he knew well enough that Captain Candage was not performing with willful intent to do all that damage. In what little wind there was, the schooner was not under control. She was drifting until she got enough headway to be steered. In the meantime, she was doing what came in her way to do. The _Polly_ had been anchored near the _Olnia_. As soon as her anchor left bottom, the schooner drifted up the harbor. Mayo knew, in a few minutes, that Candage was bringing her about. An especial outbreak of smashing signaled that maneuver. Mayo sniffed at the breeze, judged distance and direction, and then he rushed forward and pounded his fist on the forecastle hatch. "Rout out all hands," he shouted. "Rouse up bumpers and tarpaulin." With the wind as it was, he realized that the schooner would point up in the _Alenia_S direction when Candage headed out to sea. At last Mayo caught a glimpse of her through the fog. His calculation had been correct. Headed his way she was. She was moving so slowly that she was practically unmanageable. Her apple bows hardly stirred a ripple, but with breeze helping the tide set, she was coming irresistibly, paying off gradually and promising to sideswipe the big yacht. Mayo had a mariner's pride in his craft and a master's devotion to duty. He did not content himself with merely ordering about the men who came tumbling on deck. He grabbed a huge bumper away from one of the sailors who seemed uncertain just what to do. He ran forward and thrust it over the rail, leaning far out to see that it was placed properly to take the impact. He was giving more attention to the safety of the _Olnia_ than he was to what the oncoming _Polly_ might do to him. Under all bowsprits on schooners, to guide the headstays, thrusts downward a short spar at right angles to the bowsprit. It is called the martingale or dolphin striker. The amateur riggers who had tinkered with the Polly's gear in makeshift fashion had not troubled to smooth off spikes with which they had repaired the martingale's lower end. Captain Mayo ducked low to dodge a guy, and the spikes hooked themselves neatly into the back of his reefer coat. Mr. Marston had bought excellent and strong cloth for his captain's uniform. The fabric held, the spikes were well set, the _Polly_ did not pause, and, therefore, the master of the _Olnia_ was yanked off his own deck and went along. All the evening Mayo's collar had been buttoned closely about his neck to keep out the fog damp, and when he was picked up by the spikes the collar gripped tightly about his throat and against his larynx. His cry for help was only a strangled squawk. His men were scattered along the side of the yacht, trying to protect her. The night was over all, and no one noted the mode of the skipper's departure. The old schooner scrunched her way past the _Olnia_, rowling the yacht's glossy paint and smearing her with tar and slime. It was as if the rancorous spirit of the unclean had found sudden opportunity to defile the clean. Then the _Polly_ passed on into the night with clear pathway to the open sea. 7 into the mess from eastward. Farewell to friends, farewell to foes, farewell to dear relations. We're bound across the ocean blue, bound for the foreign nations. Then obey your bosun's call, walk away with that catfall. And we'll think on those girls when we can no longer stay. And we'll think on those girls when we're far, far away. Unmooring. For the first few moments, after being snatched up in that fashion, Mayo hung from the dolphin striker without motion, like a man paralyzed. He was astounded by the suddenness of this abduction. He was afraid to struggle. Momentarily, he expected that the fabric would let go and that he would be rolled under the forefoot of the schooner. Then he began to grow faint from lack of breath. He was nearly garrote by his collar. Carefully, he raised his hands and set them about a stay above his head and lifted himself so that he might ease his throat from the throttling grip of the collar. He dangled there over the water for some time, feeling that he had not strength enough, after his choking, to lift himself into the chains or to swing to the footrope. He glanced up and saw the figurehead. It seemed to be simpering at him with an irritating smile. There was something of bland triumph in that grin. In the upset of his feelings, there was personal and provoking aggravation in the expression of the figurehead. He swore at it as if it were something human. His anger helped him, gave him strength. He began to swing himself, and at last was able to throw a foot over a stay. He rested for a time, and then gave himself another hoist, and was able to get astride the bowsprit. He judged that they must be outside the headland of Saturday Cove, because the breeze was stronger and the sea gurgled and showed white threads of foam against the blunt bows. His struggles had consumed more time than he had realized in the dazed condition produced by his choking collar. He heard the popping of a motorboat's engine far astern and was cheered by the prompt conviction that pursuit was on. Therefore, he made haste to get in touch with the _Polly's master. He scrambled inboard along the bowsprit and fumbled his way aft over the piles of lumber, obliged to move slowly for fear of pitfalls. Once or twice he shouted, but he received no answer. He perceived 3 dim figures on the quarterdeck when he arrived there, 3 men. Captain Candage was stamping to and fro. "Who in the devil's name are _you, _?" bawled the old skipper. "Get off, I'm here. This ain't a passenger boat." "I'll get off mighty sudden and be glad to," retorted Mayo. "Well, I'll be hackmatacked," exploded Mr. Speed, shoving his face over the wheel. "Shut up," roared the master. "How comes it you're aboard here as a stowaway?" "Don't talk foolishness," snapped Captain Mayo. "Your old martingale spikes hooked me up. Heave to and let me off." "Heave to it is," echoed Okomoto, beginning to whirl the tiller. Captain Candage turned on his mate with the violence of a thunderclap. "Gad swigger your pelt, who's giving off orders aboard here? Hold on your course." "But this is—" "Shut up." It was a blast of vocal effort. "Hold your course." "And I say, heave to and let that motorboat take me off," insisted Mayo. Captain Candage leaned close enough to note the yacht skipper's uniform coat. "Who do you think you're ordering around, you gilt-striped monkey-doodle dandy? That motorboat is coming after me. Think you're of all that importance, hey?" "No, sir. It's a pack of 'em chasing me to make me go back into port and be sued and libeled and attached by cheap lawyers." "You ought to be seized and libeled. You had no business ratching out of that harbor in the dark. Ought to have taken a rising boat of dudes, hey, to find out whether I had the right to adjust my mudhook or not. I'm not here to argue. You can do that in court. I tell you to come into the wind and wait for that boat." "You'd better, Cap Candage," bleated Okomoto. "This is—" "Shut up. I'm running my own schooner, Mr. Speed. But he is one of the— I don't care if he is one of the apostles. I know my own business." "Shut up. Hold her on her course." He took 2 turns along the quarterdeck, squinting up into the night. "Look here, Candage, you and I are going to have a lot of trouble with each other if you don't show some common sense. I must get back to my yacht. Jump overboard and swim back. I ain't preventing. I didn't ask you on board. You can leave when you get ready. But this schooner is bound for New York. They're in a hurry for this lumber, and I ain't stopping at way stations." He took another look at the weather, licked his thumb, and held it against the breeze. "So us by so, and let her run. And shut up," he commanded his mate. Mayo grabbed one of the yawl davits and sprang to the rail. "We're some bigger than a needle, but so long as the haystack stays thick enough I guess we needn't worry," remarked Captain Candage, cocking his ear to listen to the motorboat's exhaust. "Hoy!" shouted Mayo into the night astern. He knew that men hear indistinctly over the noise of a gasoline engine, but he had resolved to keep shouting. "This way, men. This way with that boat. Vast heaving on that howl," commanded Candage. But Mayo persisted with all his might. His attention was confined wholly to his efforts, and he was not prepared for the sudden attack from behind. The master of the _Polly_ seized Mayo's legs and yanked him backward to the deck. The young man fell heavily, and his head thumped the planks with violence, which flung him into insensibility. When he opened his eyes, he looked up and saw a hanging lamp that creaked on its gimbals as it swayed to the roll of the schooner. He was in the Polly's cabin. Next, he was conscious that he was unable to move. He was seated on the floor, his back against a stanchion, his hands lashed behind him by bonds which confined him to the upright support. But the most uncomfortable feature of his predicament was a marlinspike, which was stuck into his mouth like a bit provided for a fractious horse, and was secured by lashings behind his head. He was effectually gagged. Furthermore, the back of his head ached in most acute fashion. He rolled his eyes about and discovered that he had a companion in misery. A very pretty young woman was seated on a camp chair across the cabin. Her face expressed much sympathy. He gurgled a wordless appeal for help, and then perceived that she was lashed into her chair. "I wish I could take that awful thing out of your mouth, sir." He gave her a look which assured her that he shared in her desire. "My father has tied me into this chair. I tried to make him stop his dreadful talk when the boats came and burned the lights. He put me down here and made a prisoner of me. It is terrible, all that has been happening. I can't understand. I hope you will not think too hard of my father, sir. Honestly, he seems to be out of his right mind." He wanted to return some comforting reply to this wistful appeal, but he could only roll his head against the stanchion and make inarticulate sounds. "He seemed to be very bitter when he brought you below. I could not make him listen to reason. I have been thinking, and perhaps you're the gentleman who led the singing which made him so angry." Mayo shook his head violently in protest at this suspicion. "I didn't mind," she assured him. "I knew it was only in fun." She pondered for a few minutes. Perhaps they wouldn't have teased one of their city girlfriends in that way, but I suppose men must have a good time when they are away from home. Only it has made it hard for me. There were tears in her eyes. Mayo's face grew purple as he tried to speak past the restraining spike and make her understand his sentiments on the subject of that serenade. "Don't try to talk, sir." "I'm so sorry. It is shameful." There was silence in the cabin after that for a long time. He looked up at the swinging lamp. His gaze wandered about the homely cabin. But his eyes kept returning to her face. He could not use his tongue, and he tried to tell her by his glances, apologetic little starings, that he was sorry for her in her grief. She met those glances with manifest embarrassment. After an absence which was prolonged to suit his own sour will in the matter, Captain Candage came stamping stormily down the companionway. He stood between his captives and glowered, first at one and then at the other. "Both of you blaming me, I reckon, for what couldn't be helped." "Father, listen to me now, if you have any sense left in you," cried the girl with passion. "Take that horrible thing out of that gentleman's mouth. It has come to a pretty pass in this world when an honest man can't carry on his own private business without having to tie up meddlers so as to have a little peace." He walked close to Mayo and shook a monitory finger under the young man's nose. "Now, what did you come on board here for, messing into my affairs?" The indignant captain put forth his best efforts to make suitable retort, but could only emit a series of guggles. "And now on top of it all I am told by my mate, who never gets around to do anything that ought to be done till it's 2 days too late, that you are one of the Mayos. Why wasn't I informed? I might have made arrangements to show you some favors. I might have hove to and taken a chance, considering who you was. And now it's too late. Everybody seems to be ready to impose on me." Again Mayo tried to speak. "Why don't you shut up that gobbling and talk sense?" shouted the irate skipper, with maddening disregard of the captive's predicament. "Father, are you completely crazy? You haven't taken that spike out of his mouth. Expect a man to remember everything when he is all wrapped in his own business and everybody trying to meddle with it," grumbled Candage. He fumbled in his pocket and produced a knife. He slashed away the rope yarn which lashed the marlinspike. "If you can talk sense, I'll help you do it. I reckon you can holler all you wanna now. Them dudes can't find their own mouths in a fog, much less the schooner. Now talk up." Mayo worked his aching jaws and found his voice. "You know how I happened to get aboard, Captain Candage. I am skipper of the _Olnia_. Put back with me if you want to save trouble. Not by a tin hoopus, sir. I ain't going about and tackle them reefs in this fog. I've got open sea ahead, and I shall keep going. Mayo was a sailor who knew that coast, and he admitted to himself that candid stubbornness was justified. I ain't responsible for your getting aboard here. I'll land you as soon as I can, and that covers the law, sir. During a prolonged silence, the two men stared at each other. At any rate, Captain Candage, I trust you will not consider that you have a right to keep me tied up here any longer. Now that there's a better understanding about who is boss aboard here, I don't know as I'm afraid to have you at large, admitted the skipper. I only warn you to remember your manners, and don't forget that I'm captain. He flourished his clasp knife and bent and cut the lashings. Then he strode across the cabin and performed like service for his daughter. I reckon I can afford to have you loose, too, now that you can't tell me my business in front of a lot of skylarkers throwing kisses right and left. Father. Oh. She put her hands to her face. Captain Candage seemed to be having some trouble in keeping up his role of a bucko shipmaster. He shifted his eyes from Mayo's skull and surveyed his daughter with uncertainty while he scratched his ear. When a man ain't boss on his own schooner, he might as well stop going to sea, he muttered. Some folks knows it's the truth, being in a position to know, and others has to be showed. He went stamping up the companionway into the night. Captain Mayo waited for some minutes. The girl did not lift her head. About that what he said about you understand. I know better, he faltered. Thank you, sir, she said, gratefully, still hiding her face from him. Men sometimes do very foolish things. I didn't know my father could be like this. I was thinking about the men who came and annoyed him. I can understand how he felt, because I am a native myself. I thought you were from outside. My name is Boyd Mayo. I'm from Mayoport. She looked up at him with frank interest. My folks built this schooner, he stated, with modest pride. I'm Polly Candage, I'm named for it. It's too bad, he blurted. I don't mean to say, but what the name is all right, he explained, awkwardly, but I don't think that either of us is particularly proud of this old hooker right at the present moment. He went across the cabin and sat down on a transom and tested the bump on the back of his head with cautious palm. She did not reply, and he set his elbows on his knees and proceeded to nurse his private grouch in silence, quite excluding his companion from his thoughts. Now that he had been snatched so summarily from his hateful position on board the Olnia_, his desire to leave her was not so keen. After Mayo's declaration to the owner, Marston might readily conclude that his skipper had deserted. His reputation and his license as a shipmaster were in jeopardy, and he had already had a bitter taste of Marston's intolerance of shortcomings. If Marston cared to bother about breaking such a humble citizen, Malice had a handy weapon. But most of all was Mayo concerned with the view Alma Marston would take of the situation. She would either believe that he had fallen overboard in the skirmish with the attacking Polly, or had deserted without warning, and, in the case of a lover, both suppositions were agonizing. His distress was so apparent that the girl, from her seat on the opposite transom, extended sympathy in the glances she dared to give him. How did you tear your coat so badly in the back? She ventured at last. Spikes your excellent father left sticking out of his martingale, he said, a sort of boyish resentment in his tones. Then it is only right that I should offer to mend it for you. She hurried to a locker, as if glad of an excuse to occupy herself. She produced her little sewing basket and then came to him and held out her hand. Take it off, please. You needn't trouble, he expostulated, still gruff. I insist. Please let me do a little something to make up for the Polly's naughtiness. It will be all right until I can get ashore, and perhaps I'll never have need to wear the coat again anyway. Won't you allow me to be doing something that will take my mind off my troubles, sir? Then she snapped her finger into her palm, and there was a spirit of matronly command in her voice, in spite of her youth. I insist, I say. Take off your coat. He obeyed, a little grin crinkling at the corners of his mouth, a flicker of light in his general gloom. After he had placed the coat in her hands, he sat down on the transom and watched her busy fingers. She worked deftly. She closed in the rents and then darned the raveled places with bits of the thread pulled from the coat itself. You are making it look almost as good as new. A country girl must know how to patch and darn. The folks in the country haven't as many things to throw away as the city folks have. But that what you are doing, that's real art. My aunt does dressmaking, and I have helped her. And lately I have been working in a millinery shop. Any girl ought to know how to use her needle. He remembered what Mr. Speed had said about the reason for her presence on the _Polly_. He cast a disparaging glance around the bare cabin and decided in his mind that Mr. Speed had reported truthfully and with full knowledge of the facts. Surely no girl would choose that sort of thing for a summer vacation. She bent her head lower over her work, and he was conscious of warmer sympathy for her. Their troubled affairs of the heart were in similar plight. He felt an impulse to say something to console her and knew that he would welcome understanding and consolation from her. Promptly, he was afraid of his own tongue and set curb upon all speech. A man never knows how far he may go in making fool talk when he gets started, he reflected. Feeling the way I do tonight, I'd better keep the conversation kedge well hooked. Now that her hands were busy, she did not find the silence embarrassing. Mayo returned to his ugly meditations. After a time he was obliged to shift himself on the transom. The schooner was heeling in a manner which showed the thrust of wind. He glanced up and saw that the rain was smearing broad splashes on the dingy glass of the windows. The companion hatch was open, and when he cocked his ear with mariner's interest in weather, he heard the wind gasping in the open space with a queer guffaw in its tone. Instinctively, he began to look about the cabin for a barometer. Already that day the _Alenia's glass had warned him by its downward tendency. He wondered whether further reading would indicate something more ominous than fog. Across the cabin he noted some sort of an instrument swinging from a hook on a car line. He investigated. It was a makeshift barometer, the advertising gift of a yeast company. The contents of its tube were roiled to the height of the mark, which was lettered Tornado. You can't tell nothing from that. Captain Candage had come down into the cabin and stood behind his involuntary guest. It has registered Tornado ever since the glass got cracked. And even at that, it's about as reliable as any of the rest of them tinkerdiddle things. Haven't you a regular barometer and aneroid? Inquired Captain Mayo. I can smell all the weather I need to without bothering with one of them contrivances, declared the master of the schooner in lordly manner. He began to pull dirty oilskins out of a locker. Mayo hurried up the companionway and put out his head. There were both weight and menace in the wind which hooted past his ears. The fog was gone, but the night was black, without glimmer of stars. The white crests of the waves which galloped alongside flaked the darkness with ominous signalings. If you can smell weather, Captain Candage, your nose ought to tell you that this promises to be something pretty nasty. Oh, it might be called nasty by lubbers on a gingerbread yacht, but I have sailed the seas in my day and season, and I don't run for an inshore puddle every time the wind wickers a little. He was fumbling with a button under his crisp roll of chin beard and gave the other man a stare of superiority. You don't class me with yacht lubbers, do you? Well, you was just on a yacht, wasn't you? Look here, Captain Candage, you may just as well understand now and here that I'm one of your kind of sailors. Excuse me for personal talk, but I want to inform you that from 15 to 20 I was a Grand Banksman. Last season I was captain of the beam trawler _Laura and Marion _. And I have steamboat in the Sound and have been a first mate in the hardpine trade in southern waters. I have had a chance to find out more or less about weather. Remarked the skipper, feigning indifference. What about it? I tell you that you have no business running out into this mess that is making from eastard. If you have been so much and so mighty in your time, then you understand that a captain takes orders from nobody when he's on board his own vessel. I understand perfectly well, sir. I'm not giving orders. But my own life is worth something to me, and I have a right to tell you that you are taking foolhardy chances. And you know it too. Captain Candage's gaze shifted. He was a coaster, and he was naturally cautious, as apple trayers are obliged to be. He knew perfectly well that he was in the presence of a man who knew. He had not the assurance to dispute that man, though his general grudge against all the world at that moment prompted him. I got out because they drove me out, he growled. A man can't afford to be childish when he is in command of a vessel, sir. You are too old a skipper to deny that. I was so mad I didn't stop to smell weather, admitted the master, bracing himself to meet a fresh list of the healing_Polly_. He evidently felt that he ought to defend his own sagacity and absolve himself from Mariner's culpability. Very well. Let it go at that. But what are you going to do? I can't beat back to Saturday Cove against this wind, not now. She would rack her blamed old butts out. Then run her for Lumbo Reach. You can quarter a following sea. She ought to ride fairly easy. That's a narrow stab in a night as black as this one is. I'll make a cross-bearing for you. Where's your chart? Mayo exhibited a sailor's alert anxiety to be helpful. I ain't ever needed a chart, not for this coast. Then I'll have to guess at it, sir. He closed his eyes in order to concentrate. You gave a course of so west by so. Let's see, it was 9:15 when I just looked, and we must have logged. It ain't no use to stab for such a hole in the wall as Lumbo Reach, declared Candage in discouraged tones. But you've got your compass and I can. There ain't no depending on my compass within 2.5 points. Confound it, I can make allowance, sir, if you'll tell me your deviation. But it's a card compass and spins so bad in a seaway there ain't no telling anyway. In my coasting, I haven't had to be particular. Not as long as you had an apple tree in sight, jeered Mayo, beginning to lose his temper. I don't dare to run in the direction of anything that is solid, will hit it sure, and hellfire will toast cornbread. We got to stay to sea. Captain Mayo set his teeth and clenched his fists and took a few turns up and down the cabin. He looked up into the night through the open hatch of the companionway. The pale glimmer of the swinging lamp tossed a mild flare against the blackness and lighted two faces, which were limned against that pall. Both Okomoto and Smut-Nosed Dolph were at the wheel. Their united strength was needed because the schooner was yawing madly every now and then when the mightier surges of the frothing sea hoisted her counter, chasing behind her like wild horses. Those faces, when Mayo looked on them, were very solemn. The two were crouching like men who were anxious to hide from a savage beast. They grunted as they struggled with the wheel, trying to hold her up when the _Polly_ tobogganed with rushes that were almost breath-checking. Mayo hastened to the girl. I must have my coat, Miss Candage. I thank you. It will do now. She held it open for his arms, as a maid might aid her knight with his armor. Are we in danger? She asked, tremulously. I hope not. Only it is uncomfortable and needless, he said, with some irritation. Must I stay down here alone? I would. It's only a summer blow, Miss Candage. I'm sure we'll be all right. Captain Candage had gone on deck, rattling away in his stiff oilskins. Mayo followed, but the master came down a few steps into the companionway and intercepted the volunteer, showing a final smolder of his surliness. I want to notify you that I can run my own boat, sir. Yes, run it with a yeast barometer, a straw bottom, a pinwheel compass, and your general cussedness of disposition, shouted Mayo into the whirl of the wind, his anxiety whetting his much-tried temper. If you're feeling that way, I don't want you up here. I'm feeling worse than you'll ever understand, you stubborn old fool. I let one man call me a fool today, and I didn't make back talk, but I know where to draw the line, warned Candage. Look here, I propose to start in with you right now, sir, on a basis you'll understand. I say you're a fool and need a guardian, and from now on I'm going to make my bigness aboard here. Get out of my way. Captain Mayo then emphasized his opinion of Captain Candage by elbowing the master to one side and leaping out on deck. That may be mutiny, stated Mr. Speed through set teeth, checking the startled exclamation from his helper at the wheel. But, by the Judas Iscariot, it's a Mayo that's doing it. Remember that, Dolph. 8 like bugs under a thimble. Up comes the skipper from down below, and he looks aloft, and he looks alow. And he looks alow, and he looks aloft, and it's, coil up your ropes, there, fore and aft. With a big bow-wow. Tororo. Fal de rida, redo day. Boston shanty. Captain Mayo strode straight to the men at the wheel. Give me those spokes, he commanded. I'll take her. Get in your washing, boys. Aye, sir, assented Mr. Speed, giving the resisting Dolph a violent shove. When Captain Candage began to curse, Captain Mayo showed that he had a voice and vocabulary of his own. He fairly roared down the master of the _Polly_. Now shut up, he ordered the dumbfounded skipper, who faced him, mouth agape. This is no time for any more foolishness. It's a case of work together to save our lives. Down with them, boys. That's right, declared the mate. She don't need much of anything on her except a double-reefed mitten with the thumb brailed up. The wind had not attained the velocity of a gale, but it did have an ugly growl which suggested further violence. Mayo braced himself, ready to bring the schooner about in order to give the crew an opportunity to shorten sail. Captain Candage, deposed as autocrat for the moment, seemed to be uncertain as to his duties. Mayo, understanding mariner nature, felt some contrition and was prompted by saner second thought. You'd better take the wheel, Captain Candage. You know her tricks better than I do in a seaway. I'll help the boys take in sail. The master obeyed with alacrity. He seemed to be cowed. Anger no longer blinded him to their predicament. Just say what you want done, and I'll try to do it, he told Mayo, in a voice which had become suddenly mild and rather beseeching. Then he called to his daughter, who had come to the foot of the companion steps. Better blow out that cabin light, Polly girl. She's liebly to dance bad, and we don't want to run the chance of fire. Mayo got a glimpse at her face as he hurried upon the house on his way to the main halyards. Her face was pale, but there was the firm spirit of her Yankee ancestry of the sea in her poise, and in her very silence in that crisis. She obeyed without complaint or question, and the cabin was dark. Even the glimmer of the light had held something of cheer. Now the gloom was somber and depressing. The schooner came round with a sort of scared hurry when the master threw the wheel hard over and trod on the spokes with all his weight. As soon as the bellying mainsail began to flap, the three men let it go on the run. They kept up the jumbo sail, as the main jib is called. They reefed the foresail down to its smallest compass. Mayo, young, nimble, and eager, singly knotted more reef points than both his helpers together, and his crisp commands were obeyed unquestioningly. He certainly is chain lightning in pants, confided Dolph to Odie. He knows his card, said Odie to Dolph. Captain Mayo led the way aft, crawling over the shingles and laths. I hope it's your judgment, sir, that we'd better keep her into the wind as she is and try to ride this thing out, he suggested to the master. It is my judgment, sir, returned Captain Candage with official gravity. Hove to, the old Polly rode in fairly comfortable style. She was deep with her load of lumber, but the lumber made her buoyant, and she lifted easily. Her breadth of beam helped to steady her in the sweeping seas, but Captain Mayo clung to a mainstay and faced the wind and the driving rain and knew that the open Atlantic was no place for the Polly on a night like that. Spume from the crested breakers at her wallowing bow salted the rain on his dripping face. It was an unseasonable tempest, scarcely to be looked for at that time of year. But he had had frequent experience with the vagaries of easterlies, and he knew that a summer easterly, when it comes, holds menacing possibilities. They knowed how to build schooners when your old sirs built this one at Mayo Port, declared Captain Candage, trying to put a conciliatory tone into his voice when he bellowed against the blast. She'll live where one of these fancy yachts of twice her size would be smothered. Mayo did not answer. He leaped upon the house and helped Dolph and Odie furl the mainsail that lay sprawled in the lazy jakes. They took their time. The more imminent danger seemed to be over. I never knowed a summer blow to amount to much, observed Mr. Speed, trying to perk up, though he was hanging on by both hands to avoid being blown off the slippery house. It depends on whether there's an extra special squall knotted into it somewhere to windward, said Mayo, in a lull of the wind. Then it can amount to a devil of a lot, Mr. Speed. The schooner washed her nose in a curving billow that came inboard and swept aft. With her small area of exposed sail, and with the wind buffeting her, she had halted and paid off, lacking steerageway. She got several wallops of the same sort before she had gathered herself enough to head into the wind. Again she paid off, as if trying to avoid a volleying gust, and another wave crested itself ahead of the blunt bows, and then seemed to explode, dropping tons of water on deck. Laths, lumber, and bunches of shingles were ripped loose and went into the sea. The Polly appeared to be showing sagacity of her own in that crisis. She was jettisoning cargo for her own salvation. Good Cephas. This is going to lose us our deck load, wailed the master. We'd better let her run. Don't you do it, sir. You'll never get her about. Mayo had given over his work on the sail and was listening. Above the scream of the passing gusts which assailed him, he was hearing a dull and solemn roar to windward. He suspected what that sound indicated. He had heard it before in his experience. He tried to peer into the driving storm, dragging the rain from his eyes with his fingers. Then nature held a torch for him. A vivid shaft of lightning crinkled overhead and spread a broad flare of illumination across the sea. His suspicions, which had been stirred by that sullen roar, were now verified. He saw a low wall of white water rolling and frothing. It was a summer spitter trampling the waves. A spitter is a freak in a regular tempest-day midsummer madness of weather upheaval. It is a thunderbolt of wind, a concentration of gale, a whirling dervish of disaster wind compactly bunched into one almighty blast wind enough to last a regular gale for a whole day if the stock were spent thriftily. "Don't ease her an inch," screamed Mayo. But just then another surging sea climbed aboard and picked up more of the laths and more of the shingles, and frolicked away into the night with the plunder. Captain Candage's sense of thrift got a more vital jab than did his sense of fear. His eyes were on his wheel, and he had not seen the wall of white spume. "That deckload has got to be lashed," he muttered. He decided to run with the wind till that work could be performed. He threw his helm hard over. Mayo had been riding the main boom astraddle, hitching himself toward the captain to make him hear. When the volunteer saw the master of the Polly trying to turn tail to the foe in that fashion, he leaped to the wheel, but he was too late. The schooner had paid off too much. The yelling spitter caught them as they were poised broadside on the top of a wave, before the sluggish craft had made her full turn. What happened then might have served as confirmation of mariners' superstition that a veritable demon reigns in the heart of the tempest. The attack on the old Polly showed devilish intelligence in teamwork. A crashing curler took advantage of the loosened deck load and smashed the schooner alongside Buffet, which sent all the lumber in a sliding drive against the lee rail and rigging. The mainsail had been only partly secured. The spitter blew into the flapping canvas with all its force, and the sail snapped free and bellied out. The next instant the Polly was tripped. She went over with all the helpless, dead-weight violence of a man who has caught his toe on a drooping clothesline in the dark. The 4 men who were on deck were sailors, and they did not need orders when they felt that soul-sickening swing of her as she toppled. Instinctively, with one accord, they dived for the cabin companionway. Undoubtedly, as a sailor, the first thought of each was that the schooner was going on to her beam ends. Therefore, to remain on deck meant that they would either slide into the water or that a smashing wave would carry them off. They went tumbling down together in the darkness, and all 4 of them, with impulse of preservation as instant and true as that of the trapdoor spider, set their hands to the closing of the hatch and the folding leaves of the door. Captain Mayo, his clutch still on a knob, found himself pulled under water without understanding at first just what had happened. He let go his grip and came up to the surface, spouting. He heard the girl shriek in extremity of terror, so near him that her breath swept his face. He put out his arm and caught her while he was floundering for a footing. When he found something on which to stand and had steadied himself, he could not comprehend just what had happened. The floor he was standing on had queer irregularities. "We've gone over," squalled Mr. Speed in the black darkness. "We've gone clear over. We're upside down. We're standing on the ceiling." Then Mayo trod about a bit and convinced himself that the irregularities under his feet were the beams and carlines. The Polly had been tripped in good earnest. Mr. Speed was right, she was squarely upside down. Even in that moment of stress, Mayo could figure out how it had happened. The spitter must have ripped all her rotten canvas off her spars as she rolled, and there had been no brace to hold her on her beam ends when she went over. Captain Candage was spouting, splashing near at hand, and was bellowing his fears. Then he began to call for his daughter in piteous fashion. "Are you drowned, Ed, Polly darling?" he shouted. "I have her safe, sir," Mayo assured him in husky tones, trying to clear the water from his throat. "Stand on a beam. You can get half of your body above water." "It's all off with us," gasped the master. We're spoke for. Such utter and impenetrable blackness Mayo had never experienced before. Their voices boomed dully, as if they were in a huge hogshead which had been headed over. Now I lay me down to sleep. I pray the Lord my soul to keep, quavered the cook. If anybody knows a better prayer, I wish he'd say it. Plumb over upside down. Worse off than flies in a puddle of Puerto Rican molasses, mourned Mr. Speed. The master joined the maid in lamentation. I have brought my baby to this. I have brought my Polly here. God forgive me. Can you speak to me, Polly? Mayo found the girl very quiet in the hook of his arm, and he put his free hand against her cheek. She did not move under his touch. She has fainted, sir. No, she's dead. She's dead. Candide began to weep and started to splash his way across the cabin, directed by Mayo's voice. She is all right, she is breathing, the young man assured the father. Here. This way, Captain. Take her. Hold her up. I want to see whether anything can be done for us. Nothing can be done, whimpered Candide. We're goners. We're goners, averred Okomoto. We're goners, echoed Dolph. Mayo gave the girl into the groping arms of her father and stood for a few moments reflecting on their desperate plight. He was not hopeful. In his heart he agreed with the convictions which his mates were expressing in childish falsetto. But being a young sailor who found his head above water, he resolved to keep on battling in that emergency. The adage of the coastwise mariner is, don't die till Davy Jones sets his final pinch on your weason. First of all, he gave full consideration to what had happened. The Polly had been whipped over so quickly that she had been transformed into a sort of diving bell. That is to say, a considerable amount of air had been captured and was now retained in her. It was compressed by the water, which was forced up from below through the windows and the shattered skylight. The pressure on Mayo's temples afforded him information on this point. The Polly was floating, and he felt comforting confidence that she would continue to float for some time. But this prospect did not ensure safety or promise life to the unfortunates who had been trapped in her bowels. The air must either escape gradually or become vitiated as they breathed it. The strange adventure of the Polly is not an improbability of fiction. A Bath, Maine schooner, lumber, laden, was tripped in exactly this fashion off Hatteras. Captain Boyd Mayo's exploit has been paralleled in real life in all details. My good friend Captain Elliot C. Gardner, former skipper of the world's only seven-master, the Thomas W. Lawson furnished those details to me, and after writing this part of the tale I submitted the narrative to him for confirmation. It has received his endorsement. H.D. There was only one thing to do, he decided, take advantage of any period of truce which their ancient enemy, the sea, had allowed in that desperate battle. A sailor is prey to hazards and victim of the unexpected in the ever-changing moods of the ocean. He must needs be master of expedients and ready grappler of emergencies. Where are your tools, saw chisel? Demanded Mayo. He was obliged to repeat that query several times. His companions appeared to be wholly absorbed in their personal woes. At last Mr. Speed checked his groans long enough to state that the tools were in the lazarette. The lazarette of a coaster is a storeroom under the quarterdeck repository of general odds and ends and spare equipment. Any way to get at it except through the deck hatch? There's a door through, back of the companion ladder, said Mr. Speed, with listless indifference. Mayo crowded his way past the ladder after he had waited and stumbled here and there and had located it. He set his shoulders against the slope of the steps and pushed at the door with his feet. After he had forced it open, he waded into the storeroom. It was blind business, hunting for anything in that place. He knew the general habits of the hit-or-miss coasting crews and was sure that the tools had been thrown in among the rest of the clutter by the person who used them last. If they had been loose on the floor, they would now be loose on the ceiling. He pushed his feet about, hoping to tread on something that felt like a saw or chisel. "Ahoy, you men out there," he called. "Don't you have any idea in what part of this lazarette the tools were?" "Oh, they was probably just throwed in," said Mr. Speed. "I wish you wouldn't bother me so much. I'm trying to compose my mind to pray." There were so much ruck and stuff under his feet that Mayo gave up searching after a time. He had held his breath and ducked his head underwater so that he might investigate with his bare hands, but he found nothing which would help him, and his brain was dizzy after his efforts and his mouth was choked by the dirty water. But when he groped his way back into the main cabin, his hands came in contact with the inside of the lazarette door. In leather loops on the door he found saw, axe, chisel, and hammer. He was unable to keep back a few hearty and soul-satisfying oaths. "Why didn't you tell me where the tools were? They're here on the door. I had forgot about picking 'em tip. And my mind ain't on tools anyway." "Your mind will be on 'em as soon as I can get forward there," growled the incensed captain. Mayo was not sure of what he needed or what he would be obliged to do, therefore he took all the tools, holding them above water. When he waded past Captain Candage, he heard the old skipper trying to comfort the girl, his voice low and broken by sobs. She had recovered consciousness, and Mayo was a bit sorry. In her swoon, she had not realized their plight. He feared hysterics and other feminine demonstrations, and he knew that he needed all his nerve. "We're going to die, we're going to die," the girl kept moaning. "Yes, my poor baby, and I have brought you to it," blubbered her father. "Please keep up your courage for a little while, Miss Candage," Mayo pleaded, wistfully. "But there's no hope." "There's hope just as long as we have a little air and a little grit," he insisted. "Now, please." "I am afraid," she whispered. "So am I," he confessed. "But we're all going to work the best we know how. Can you encourage us like a brave, good girl?" He went stumbling on. "Now tell me, mate," he commanded, briskly, "how thick is the bulkhead between the cabin, here, and the hold?" "I can't bother to think," returned Mr. Speed. "It's only sheathing between the beams, sir," stated Captain Candage. "Mate, you and the cook lend a hand to help me." Oakham Odie broke off the prayer to which he had returned promptly. "What's the use?" he demanded, with anger which his fright made juvenile. "I tell you I'm trying to compose my soul, and I want this rampage round stopped." "I say what's the use too," whined Dolph. "You can't row a biscuit across a puddle of molasses with a couple of toothpicks," he added, with Cook's metaphor for the absolutely hopeless. Mayo shouted at them with a violence that made hideous din in that narrow space. "You two men wade across here to me, or I'll come after you with an axe in one hand and a hammer in the other. Damn you, I mean business." They were silent. Then there sounded the splash of water, and they came, muttering. They had recognized the ring of desperate resolve in his command. Mayo, when he heard their stertorous breathing close at hand, groped for them and shoved tools into their clutch. He retained the hammer and chisel for himself. "That's about all I need you for just now for tool racks," he growled. "Make sure you don't drop those." The upturned schooner rolled sluggishly, and every now and then the water swashed across her cabin with extra impetus, making footing insecure. "If I tumble down, I'll have to drop, whimpered Ulf. "Then don't come up. Drowning will be an easier death for you," declared the captain, menacingly. He was sounding the bulkhead with his hammer. The tapping quickly showed him where the upright beams were located on the other side of the sheathing. In his own mind, he was not as sanguine as his activity might have indicated. It was blind experiment. He could not estimate the obstacles which were ahead of him. But he did understand, well enough, that if they were to escape they must do so through the bottom of the vessel amidship. There, wallowing though she was, there might be some freeboard. He had seen vessels floating bottom up. Usually a section of the keel and a portion of the garboard streaks were in sight above the sea. But there could be no escape through the bottom of the craft above them where they stood in the cabin. He knew that the counter and buttock must be well underwater. "Have you a full cargo below decks?" he asked. "No," stated Captain Candage, hinting by his tone that he wondered what difference that would make to them in the straits in which they were placed. Mayo felt a bit of fresh courage. He had been afraid that the _Polly's hold would be found to be stuffed full of lumber. His rising spirits prompted a little sarcasm. "How did it ever happen that you didn't plug the trap you set for us?" "Couldn't get but 2/3 cargo below because the lumber was sawed so long." "Made it up by extra deck load." "Yes, piled it all on deck so as to make her top heavy so as to be sure of catching us," suggested Mayo, beginning to work his hammer and chisel on the sheathing. "'Tain't no such thing," expostulated Captain Candage, missing the irony. "Them shingles and laths is packet freight, and I couldn't put 'em below because I've got to deliver 'em this side of New York. And you don't expect me to overhaul a whole deckload so as to, not now," broke in Mayo. "The Atlantic Ocean has attended to the case of that deckload." "My God, yes," mourned the master. "I was forgetting that we are upside down, and that shows what a state of mind I'm in." Mayo had picked his spot for operations. He drove his chisel through the sheathing as close to the cabin floor as he could. Remembering that the schooner was upside down and that the floor was over his head, the aperture he was starting work on would bring him nearest the bilge. When he had chiseled a hole big enough for a start, he secured the saw from the mate and sawed a square opening. He lifted himself up and worked his way through the hole and found himself on lumber and out of water. It was what he had been hoping to find. After the assurance from the master, the partial cargo of lumber in the hold had settled to the deck when the schooner tipped over. Investigating with groping hands, he assured himself that there were fully 3 feet of space between the cargo and the bottom of the vessel. "Come here with your daughter, Captain Candage," he called cheerily. "It's dry in here." He kneeled and held his hands out through the opening, directing them with his voice, reaching into the pitchy darkness until her hands found his, and then he brought her up to him and in upon the lumber. "It's a little better, even if it's nothing to brag about," he told her. "Sit over there at one side so that the men can crawl in past you. I'll need them to help me." "And what do you think now, shall we die?" she asked, in tremulous whisper. "No, I don't think so," he told her stoutly. They were alone in the hold for a few moments while the others were helping one another through the opening. "But in this trap in the dark, crowded in here." Her tone did not express doubt. It was pathetic endeavor to understand their plight. "My father and his men are frightened. They have given up." "And you told me that you are frightened." "Yes, I am. But they're not doing anything to help you." "Perhaps that is because they are not scared as much as I am. It often happens that the more frightened a man is in a tight place, the more he jumps around and the harder he tries to get out." "I don't care what you say, I know what you are," she rejoined. "You are a brave man, Captain Mayo." "I thank you." "Not yet. Not until, yes, now. You have set me a good example. When folks are scared, they should not sit down and whimper." He reached and found a plump little fist which she had doubled into a real knob of decision. "Good work, little girl. Your kind of grit is helping me." He released her hand and crawled forward. "This ain't helping us any," complained Captain Candage. "I know what's going to happen to us. As soon as it gets daylight, a cussed Coast Guard cutter will come snorting along and blow us up without bothering to find out what is under this tickle shell." "Say, look here, Candage," called Captain Mayo angrily. "That's enough of that talk. There's plenty happening to us as it is, without your infernal driveling about what may happen." "Isn't it about time for a real man to help Captain Mayo instead of hindering him?" asked the girl. Evidently her new composure startled her father. "Ain't you scared anymore, Polly? You ain't losing your mind, are you?" "No, I have it back again, I hope." "Your daughter is setting you a good example, Captain Candage. Now let's get down to business, sir. What's your sheathing on the ribs?" "1.5 inches spruce, if I remember right." "I take it she is ribbed about every 12 inches. Near's I remember." "All right. Swarm forward here, the 3 of you, and have those tools handy as I need 'em." He had brought the hammer and chisel in his reefer pockets and set at work on the sheathing over his head, having picked by touch and sense of locality a section which he considered to be nearly amidship. It was blind effort, but he managed to knock away a few square feet of the spruce boarding after a time. "Hand me that saw, whoever has it." A hand came fumbling to his in the dark and gave him the tool. He began on one of the oak ribs, uncovered when the boarding had been removed. It was difficult and tedious work, for he could use only the tip of the saw, because the ribs were so close together. But he toiled on steadily, and at last the sound of his diligence appeared to animate the others. When he rested for a moment, Captain Candage offered to help with the sawing. "I think I'll be obliged to do it alone, sir. You can't tell in the dark where I have left off. However, I'm glad to see that you're coming back to your senses," he added, a bit caustically. The master of the _Polly_ received that rebuke with a meekness that indicated a decided change of heart. I reckon me and Odie and Dolph have been acting out what you might call pretty pusillanimous, as I heard a schoolmarm say once, confessed the skipper, struggling with the big word. But we three ain't as young as we was once, and I'll leave it to you, sir, if this wasn't something that nobody had ever reckoned on. There's considerable novelty in it, said Mayo, in dry tones, running his fingers over the rib to find the sauce scarf. The ache had gone out of his arms, and he was ready to begin again. I'm sorry we yanked you into all this trouble, Candage went on. And on the other hand, I ain't so sorry. Because if you hadn't been along with us, we'd never have got out of this scrape. We haven't got out of it yet, Captain Candage. Well, we are making an almighty good start, and I want to say here in the hearing of all interested friends that you're the smartest cuss I ever saw afloat. I hope you will forgive father, pleaded Polly of the _Polly_. He felt her breath on his cheek. She was so near that her voice nearly jumped him. I don't mean to get in your way, Captain Mayo, but somehow I feel safer if I'm close to you. And I guess all of us do, admitted Captain Candage. Mayo stopped sawing for a moment. What say men? Let's be Yankee sailors from this time on. We'll be the right sort, eh? We'll put this brave little girl where she belongs on God's solid ground. Amen, boomed Mr. Speed. I have woke up. I must have been out of my mind. I showed you my nature when I first met you, Captain Mayo, and I reckon you found it was helpful and enterprising. I'll be the same from now on, even if you order me to play goat and try to butt the bottom out of her with my head. Me too, said Smutnose Dolph. Nine a man's job, oh Nancy Dawson, hi-oh. Cheerly man. She's got a notion, hi-oh. Cheerly mail for our old bosun, hi-oh. Cheerly man. Oh Holly hi-oh. Cheerly man. Hauling song. Boyd Mayo soon found that his ancestors had put no scrub timber into the _Polly_. The old oak rib was tough as well as bulky. The task of sawing with merely the tip of the blade in play required both muscle and patience, and the position he was obliged to assume added to his difficulties. He rested after he had sawed the rib in 4 places, and decided to give Oakum Odie something to do. The mate had been begging for an opportunity to grab in. He was ordered to knock away as much as he could of the sawed section with hammer and chisel. Mayo figured that when this section of rib had been removed it would leave room for a hole through the bottom planks at least 2 feet square, and there were no swelling girths in their party. The mate had strength, and he was eager to display that helpful spirit of which he had boasted. He went at the beam with all his might. Mayo's attention had been centered on his task. Now, with a moment's leisure in which to note other matters, he was conscious of something which provoked his apprehension. The air under the hull of the schooner was becoming vitiated. His temples throbbed and his ears rang. "Ain't it getting pretty stuffy in here?" asked the master, putting words to Mayo's thoughts. "I have been feeling like a bug under a thimble for some little time," stated Odie, whacking his chisel sturdily. "Her bottom can't be awash with all this lumber in her. If we can only get a little speck of a hole through the outside planking right now, we'd better do it," suggested Candage. "That's just what I have been doing," declared Mr. Speed. "I'm right after the job, gents, when I get started on a thing. Helpful and enterprising, that's my motto." The next moment, before Mayo, his thoughts busy with his new danger of suffocation, could voice warning or had grasped the full import of the dialogue, the chisel's edge plugged through the planking. Instantly there was a hiss like escaping steam. Mayo yelled an oath and set his hands against the mate, pushing him violently away. The industrious Mr. Speed had been devoting his attention to the planking instead of to the sawed beam. Wan light filtered through the crevice made by the chisel and Mayo planted his palm against the crack. The pressure held his hand as if it were clamped against the planks, and the hissing ceased. The schooner, as she lay upside down in the sea, was practically a diving bell. With that hole in her shell their safety was in jeopardy. The girl seemed to understand the situation before the duller minds of her father and his mates had begun to work. She frenziedly sought for Mayo's disengaged hand and thrust some kind of fabric into it. "It's from my petticoat," she gasped. "Can you caulk with it?" "Hand me the chisel," he entreated. As soon as she had given the tool to him, he worked his hand free from the crack and instantly drove the fabric into the crevice, crowding it fold by fold with the edge of the chisel. "Hope I didn't do anything wrong," trying to be helpful, apologized Mr. Speed. "I'll do the rest of this job without any such help," growled the captain. "But what are you stopping the air for when it's rushing in to liven us up?" asked Dolph plaintively. "It was rushing out, fool. Rushing out so fast that this lumber would have flattened us against the bottom of this hole in a little while." "I would have figured it just t'other way," stated Mr. Speed, humbly. "Outside air, being fresh, ought not rally to rush in to fill the holes we have breathed out of this air." Mayo was in no mood to lecture on natural phenomena. He investigated the cut which had been made by the incautious mate and estimated, by what his fingers told him, that the schooner's bottom planks were 3 inches thick. He settled back on his haunches and gave a little thought to the matter, and understood that he had a ticklish job ahead of him. Those planks must be gouged around the complete square of the proposed opening, so that the section might be driven out in one piece by a blow from beneath. That section must give way wholly and instantly. They were doomed if they made a half job of it. In that pitchy blackness, he had only his fingers to guide him. That one little streak of light from the open world without was tantalizing promise. On the other side of those planks was God's limitless air. The poor creatures penned under that hole were gasping and choking for want of that air. Mayo set bravely to work, hammering at the chisel head above him. All were silent. They felt the initial anger of suffocation and knew the peril which was threatening them. "If there is anything I can do," ventured Odie. "There isn't." Captain Mayo felt the lack of oxygen most cruelly, because he was working with all his might. Perspiration was streaming into his eyes. He was panting like a running dog. His blows were losing force. He found that Odie had partly cleared out the rib before that too willing helper had taken it into his head to knock a hole through the planking. The rib must come away entirely. The tough oak resisted. The chisel slipped. It was maddeningly slow work. But he finished the task at last and began to gouge a channel in the planking close to the other ribs. Torpor was wrapping its tentacles about him. He heard his companions gasping for breath. Then, all at once, he felt a little pat on his shoulder. He knew that tap for what it was, though she did not. Speak to him. It was the girl's reassuring touch. It comforted him to be told in that manner that she was keeping up her courage in the horrible situation. He beveled the planks as deeply as he dared and made his cut around 3 sides of his square. He was forced to stop for a moment and lay prostrate, his face on the lumber. "Take that saw, one of you, and chunk off a few short lengths of plank," he whispered, hoarsely. The rasp of the handsaw informed him that he had been obeyed. He held his eyes wide open with effort as he lay there in the darkness. Then he struggled up and went at his task once more. Queerly colored flames were shooting before his straining eyes. He toiled in partial delirium, and it seemed to him that he was looking again at the phantasmagoria of the Coston lights on the fog when the yachtsmen were serenading the girl of the Polly. He found himself muttering, keeping time to his chisel blows, "Our Polly, oh, o'er the sea you go." In all the human emotions there is no more maddening and soul-flaying terror than the fear of being shut in, which wise men call claustrophobia. Mayo had been a man of the open of wide horizons, drinking from the fount of all the air under the heavens. This hideous confinement was demoralizing his reason. He wanted to throw down his hammer and chisel and scream and kick and throw himself up against the penning planks. On the other side was air the open. There was still one side of the square to do. Again that comforting little hand touched his shoulder, and he was spurred by the thought that the girl was still courageous and had faith in him. He groaned and kept on. Lapse of time ceased to have significance. Every now and then the hammer slipped and bruised his hand cruelly. But he did not feel the hurt. Both tools wavered in his grasp. He struck a desperate, despairing blow, and the hammer and chisel dropped. He knew that he had finished the 4th side. He fell across Polly Candage's lap, and she helped him to his knees. "I'm done, men," he gasped. "All together with those joists. Strike together. Right above my head." He heard the skipper count 1, 2, 3. He heard the concerted blow. The planks did not give way. "We don't seem to have no strength left," explained the mate in hoarse tones. They struck again, but irregularly. It's our lives, men, cried Mayo. Ram it to her. Here's one for you, Captain Mayo, said Candide, and he thrust a length of plank into the groping hands. Make it together, this time together, commanded Mayo. Hard 1, 2, 3. They drove their battering rams up against the prisoning roof. Fury and despair were behind their blow. The glory of light flooded into their blinking eyes. The section had given way. Mayo went first, and he snapped out with almost the violence of a cork popping from a bottle. He felt the rush of the imprisoned air past him as he emerged. Instantly he turned and thrust down his hands and pulled the girl up into the open, and the others followed, the lumber pushing under their feet. It seemed to Captain Mayo, after those few frenzied moments of escape, that he had awakened from a nightmare. He found himself clinging to the schooner's barnacled keel, his arm holding Polly Candide from sliding down over the slimy bottom into the sea. Good Giro. We've been in there all night, bawled Captain Candide. He lay sprawled on the bottom of the Polly, his hornbeam hands clutching the keel, his face upraised wonderingly to the skies that were flooded with the glory of the morning. Odie and Dolph were beside him, mouths open, gulping in draughts of the air as if they were fish freshly drawn from the ocean depths. There was a long silence after the skipper's ejaculation. Thoughts, rather than words, fitted that sacred moment of their salvation. The 5 persons who lay there on the bottom of the schooner stared at the sun in its cloudless sky and gazed off across the sea whose blue was shrouded by the golden haze of a perfect summer's day. Only a lazy roll was left of the sudden turbulence of the night before. A listless breeze with a fresh tang of salt in it lapped the surface of the long, slow surges, and the facets of the ripples flashed back the sunlight cheerily. Captain Candide pulled himself to the keel, sat upon it, and found speech in faltering manner. I ain't a member of no church, never having felt the need of J-ing, and not being handy where I could tend out. But I ain't ashamed to say here, before witnesses, that I have just been telling God, as best I know how, hoping he'll excuse me if I ain't used the sanctimonious way, that I'm going to be a different man after this, different and better, according to my best lights. I believe you have spoken for all of us, Captain Candide, said Mayo earnestly. I thank you. They all perceived that the Polly had made offing at a lively pace during her wild gallop under the impetus of the easterly. Mayo balanced himself on the keel and took a long survey of the horizon. In one place a thread of blue, almost as delicate as the tracery of a vein on a girl's arm, suggested shoreline. But without a glass he was not sure. He saw no sign of any other craft. The storm had driven all coasters to harbor and there was not wind enough as yet to help them out to sea again. But he did not worry. He was sure that something, some yacht or sea wagon, would come rolling up over the rim of the ocean before long. The faint breeze which fanned their faces was from the southwest, and that fact promised wind enough to invite shipping to spread canvas. Only the oval of the schooner's broad bilge showed above water, and the old Polly was so flat and tubby that their floating islet afforded only scant freeboard. Mayo shoved his arm down into the hole through which they had escaped. After the air had been forced out, the lumber was within reach from the schooner's bottom. He fumbled about and found the axe. Some of the short bits of lumber, which they had used as battering rams, were in the jaws of the hole. He busied himself with hewing these ends of planks into big wedges, and he drove them into cracks between the planks near the keel. It may come to be a bit sloppy when this sou'wester gets its gait on, he suggested to the skipper. We'll have something to hang on to. Captain Candide's first thankfulness had shown a radiant gloss. But he was a sailor man, he was cautious, he was naturally apprehensive regarding all matters of the sea, and that gloss was now dulled a bit by his second thought. We may have to hang on to something longer, and we reckon on. We're too far off for the coasters and too far in for the big fellers. And unless something comes pretty close to us, we can't be seen no more, and as if we was mussels on a tide reef. We'd ought to have something to stick up. If we could only work out one of those long joists, it would make a little show. Captain Mayo shoved his arm down the hole again. But they're wedged across too solidly. I think there's a piece of lumber floating over there, cried the girl. She was clinging to one of the wedges, and the composure which she felt, or had assumed, stirred Mayo's admiration. The plump hand which she held against her forehead to shield her eyes did not tremble. From the little Dutch cap, under the edge of which stray locks peeped, down over her attire to her toes, she seemed to be still trim and trig, in spite of her experiences below in the darkness and the wet. With a sort of mild interest in her, he reflected that her up-country beau would be very properly proud of her if he could see her there on that schooner's keel. "What a picture you would make, Miss Candage, just as you are," he blurted. She took down her hand, and the look she gave him did not encourage compliments. "Just as you are, and call it the wreck," he added. "Do I look as badly as all that, Captain Mayo?" "You look," he expostulated, and hesitated, for her gaze was distinctly not reassuring. "Don't tell me, please, how I look. I'm thankful that I have no mirror." "Isn't that a piece of lumber?" she inquired, crisply, putting a stop on further personalities. "Wait. It's down in a hollow just now." The sea lifted it again immediately. Mayo saw that it was a long strip of scantling, undoubtedly from the deckload that the _Polly_ had jettisoned when she was tripped. It lay to windward, and that fact promised its recovery. But how was the tide? Mayo squinted at the sun, did a moment's quick reckoning from the tide time of the day before, and smiled. "We'll get that, Miss Candage. She's coming this way." Watching it, seeing it lift and sink, waiting for it, helped to pass the time. Then at last it came alongside, and he crawled cautiously down the curve of the bilge and secured it. After he had braced it in the hole in the schooner's bottom with the help of Mr. Speed, the girl gave him a crumpled wad of cloth when he turned from his task. "It's the rest of my petticoat." "You may as well have it," she explained, a pretty touch of pink confusion in her cheeks. Mr. Speed boosted Mayo, and the young man attached the cloth to the scantling and flung their banner to the breeze. Then there was not much to do except to wait, everlastingly squinting across the bright sea to the horizon's edge. Ex-hospitality, Pr. Julius Marston Huoora, and up she rises. Huoora, and up she rises. Early in the morning. What shall we do with a saucy sailor? Put him in the longboat and make him bail of early in the morning. Old stamp and go. Mayo saw the sail first. It was coming in from the sea, and was very far and minute. He pointed it out with an exclamation. "What do you make it, sir?" asked Captain Candage. "Your eyes are younger, and mine are. I reckon it's a fisherman bound in from Cash's Banks. He seems to be lying well over, and that shows there's a good breeze outside. He ought to reach near enough to see us, judging from the way he's heading." That little sail, nicked against the sky, was something else to watch and speculate on and wait for, and they forgot, almost, that they were hungry and thirsty and sun-parched. However, Captain Mayo kept his own gaze most steadfastly on the landward horizon. He did not reveal any of his thoughts, for he did not want to raise false hopes. Nevertheless, it was firmly in his mind that no matter what might be the sentiments of Julius Marston in regard to his recent skipper, the mate and engineer on board the _Olnia_ were loyal friends who would use all their influence with the owner to urge him to come seeking the man who had been lost. The fact that a motorboat had come popping out of Saturday Cove in pursuit of the schooner suggested that Mate McGaw had suspected what had happened and was not dragging the cove bottom for a drowned man. Mayo had plenty of time for pondering on the matter, and he allowed hope to spice his guesses. He knew Mate McGaw's characteristics and decided that the yacht would get underway early, would nose into a few nearby harbors where a gale-ridden schooner might have dodged for safety, and then would chase down the sea, following the probable course of a craft which had been caught in that nor'easter. Mate McGaw was a sailorly man and understood how to fit one fact with another. He had a due portion of mariner's imagination and was not the sort to desert a chum, even if he were obliged to use stiff speech to convert an owner. Therefore, Mayo peered toward the blue shoreline, coddling hope. He wondered whether Mate McGaw would have courage to slip a word of encouragement to Alma Marston if she asked questions. Mayo was elated rather than astonished when he spied a smear of drab smoke and was able to determine that the craft which was puffing that smoke was heading out to sea, not crawling alongshore. "That's a fisherman all right, and he's bound to come close enough to make us out," stated Captain Candage, his steady gaze to southward. "But here comes another fellow who is going to beat him to us," announced Captain Mayo, gaily. "And what do you make it?" asked the skipper, blinking at the distant smoke. "A yacht, probably." Huh? A yacht. If that's what it is, they'll most likely smash right past. They'll think we're out here on a fishing picnic, most like. That's about all these yacht fellers know. The girl gave her father a frown of protest, but Mayo smiled at her. I think this one is different, sir. If I am not very much mistaken, that is the yacht _Olnia _, and she is hunting me up. Mate Magaw is one of our best little guessers. A quarter of an hour later, he was able to assure them that the oncoming craft was the _Olnia _. Good old Mate Magaw, he cried, rapturously. In his joy, he wished he could make them his confidants, tell them who was waiting for him on board that yacht, make them understand what wonderful good fortune was his. After a time, the long time that even a fast yacht seems to consume in covering distance to effect the rescue of those who are anxious, the Leonida's whistle hooted hoarsely to assure them that they had been seen. The same to you, Mate Magaw, choked Captain Mayo, swinging his cap in wide circles. Seeing that things have come round as they have, I'm mighty glad for you, Captain Mayo, declared Candage. I ain't no kind of a hand to plaster a man all over with thanks. I don't want thanks, sir. We worked together to save our lives. Then I'm hoping that there won't be any hard feelings one way or the other. I have lost my schooner by my blasted foolishness. So I'll say goodbye and goodbye, demanded Mayo, showing his astonishment. Why are you saying goodbye to me now? Because you are going aboard your yacht. The rest of you are going there too. It ain't for poor critters like us to go musing. Look here, Captain Candage, I am the captain of that yacht, and I say that you are coming on board and stay until I can set you ashore at the handiest port. I'd just as lieve wait for that fisherman, sir. I'll feel more at home aboard him. You ought to think of your daughter's condition first, Captain Candage. She needs a few comforts right away, and you won't find them on board a fisherman. He turned to the Gert, who sat on the keel, silent, looking away to sea. She seemed to show a strange lack of interest in the yacht. Her pretty face exhibited no emotion, but somehow she was a wistfully pathetic figure as she sat there. Mayo's countenance showed much more concern than she expressed when she faced about at the sound of his voice and looked at him. Color came into his cheeks, there was embarrassment in his eyes, a queer hesitancy in his tones. There is a young lady, there are several young ladies, but there is Mr. Marston's daughter, he faltered. She is on the yacht. I know she will do all she can for you. She will be good to you. His eyes fell under her frank and rather quizzical gaze. She might not care to be bothered with such a ragamuffin. I can speak for her, he cried eagerly. He was now even more disturbed by the glance she gave him. He had read that women have intuition in affairs of the heart. I am quite certain you can, Captain Mayo, she assured him, demurely. And I am grateful. But perhaps we'd be better off on board that other vessel, father, and the rest of us. I insist, he said, but he did not dare to meet her searching eyes. I insist, he repeated, resuming the decisive manner which he had shown before on board the _Polly _. The _Olnia slowing down, had come close aboard, and her churning screws pulled her to a standstill. Her crew sent a tender rattling down from her port davits. As she rolled on the surge, her brass rails caught the sunlight in long flashes, which fairly blinded the hollow eyes of the castaways. The white canvas of bridge and awnings gleamed in snowy purity. She was so near that Dolph smelled the savory scents from her galley and began to suffle moisture in the corners of his mouth. They who waited on the barnacled hulk of the Polly, faint with hunger, bedraggled with brine, unkempt and wholly miserable after a night of toils and vigil, felt like beggars at a palace gate as they surveyed her immaculateness. A sort of insolent opulence seemed to exude from her. Mayo, her captain though he was, felt that suggestion of insolence more keenly than his companions, for he had had bitter and recent experience with the moods of Julius Marston. He did not find Marston a comforting object for his gaze. The transportation magnate was pacing the port alley with a stride that was plainly impatient. Close beside the gangway stood Alma Marston, spotless in white duck. Each time her father turned his back on her, she put out her clasped hands toward her lover with a furtive gesture. Polly Candage watched this demonstration with frank interest and occasionally stole side glances at the face of the man who stood beside her on the schooner's bottom. He was wholly absorbed in his scrutiny of the other girl. Mate Magah himself was at the tiller of the tender. His honest face was working with emotion, and he began to talk before the oarsmen had eased the boat against the overturned hulk. I haven't closed my eyes, Captain Mayo. Stayed up all night, trying to figure it out. Almost gave up all notion that you were aboard the schooner. You didn't hail the boat we sent out. I tried to do it. Perhaps you couldn't hear me. Captain Candidate's countenance showed gratitude and relief. This morning I tried Lumbo and 2 other shelters, and then chased along the trail of the blow. Mayo trod carefully down the bilge and clasped the mate's hand. I was looking for you, Mr. Magah. I know what kind of a chap you are. Magah, still holding to the captain's hand, spoke in lower tones. Had a devil of a time with the owner, sir. He was bound to have it that you had deserted. I was afraid he would think something of the sort. The mate showed frank astonishment. You was afraid of _what, _why, sir. I wanted to tell him that he was a crazy man to have any such ideas. About you. Yes, sir, I came nigh telling him that. I would have done it if I hadn't wanted to keep mild and meek whilst I was arguing with him and trying to make him give me leave to search. We have had a terrible time of it, Mr. Magah, stated Mayo, avoiding the mate's inquisitiveness. I am going to take these folks on board and set them ashore. Aye, sir, of course. The 2 of them stood with clasped hands and held the tender close to the wreck until the passengers embarked. When they reached the foot of the _Alini_S steps, Captain Mayo sent his guests ahead of him. Marston paused in his march and scowled, and the folks on the quarterdeck crowded to the rail, showing great interest. Captain Mayo exchanged a long look with Alma Marston when he came up the steps. Love, pity, and greeting were in his eyes. Her countenance revealed her vivid emotions. She was overwrought, unstrung, half-crazed after a night spent with her fears. When he came within her reach, caution was torn from her as gossamer is flicked away by a gale. Impulse had always governed her. She gave way to it then. I don't care, she sobbed. I love you. They may as well know it. Before he understood her intentions or could prevent her rashness, she flung her arms about his neck and kissed him repeatedly. Marston stood in his tracks like a man stricken by paralysis. His cigar dropped from his open mouth. This exhibition under his very nose, with his guests and the whole crew of his yacht looking on, fairly stunned him. If you had died, I would have died, she wailed. Then her father plunged toward her, elbowing the astonished Beveridge out of his way. Captain Mayo gently unhooked the arms of the frantic girl from about his neck and stepped forward, putting himself between father and daughter. He was not taking sensible thought in the matter. He was prompted by an instinctive impulse to protect her. Mayo had no word ready at his tongue's end, and Marston's anathema was muffled and incoherent. The girl's rash act had tipped over the sane and manly self-possession of both of them. The captain was too bewildered to comprehend the full enormity of his action in standing guard over the daughter of Julius Marston, as if she needed protection on her father's quarterdeck. He did not move to one side of the alley when Marston jerked an impatient gesture. I want to say that I am wholly to blame, sir, he faltered. I hope you will overlook. Are you presuming to discuss my daughter's insanity with me? He noticed that the sailors were preparing to hoist the tender to the davits. Drop that boat back into the water, he shouted. There was an ugly rasp in his voice, and for a moment it seemed as if he were about to lose control of himself. Then he set a check on his temper and tongue, though his face was deathly white and his eyes were as hard as marbles. Resolve to end further exhibition in this incredible business dominated his wrathful shame. If you will set us ashore, pleaded Mayo. Get back into that boat, you and your gang, whatever it is. Mr. Marston, this young woman needs, get into that boat, or I'll have the bunch of you thrown overboard. The owner spoke in low tones, but his furious determination was apparent. We will go without being thrown, sir. Will you order us set aboard that fisherman? He pointed to the little schooner which was almost within hailing distance. Get off. I don't care where you go. He crowded past Mayo, seized his daughter's arm, and led her aft. She seemed to have expended all her determination in her sensational outburst. The captain met her pleading gaze as she turned to leave. It's for the best, he declared, bravely. I'll make good. The pathetic castaways from the _Polly_ made a little group at the gangway, standing close to the rail, as if they feared to step upon the white deck. Mate Magog intercepted Mayo as he was about to join them. Hadn't I better stretch Section 2 of the Collision Act a mite and scare him with the prospect of $1,000 fine? Asked the mate, eagerly. My glory, Captain Mayo, I'm so weak I can hardly stand up. Who'd have thought it? We'll go aboard the schooner, Mr. Magog. It's the place for us. Maybe it is, but I'll speak up if you say the word, and make him set you ashore even if I leave along with you? Keep your job, sir. Will you pick up my few little belongings in my stateroom and bring them to me, Mr. Magog? I'd better stay here on deck with my friends. He emphasized the last word, and Captain Candage gave him a grateful look. I'm sorry, mates. I can't say any more. Captain Mayo did not allow himself to make further comment on the melancholy situation. The others were silent. The affair was out of their reckoning. They had no words to fit the case. Polly Candage stood looking out to sea. He had hoped that she would give him a glance of understanding sympathy at least. But she did not even when he helped her down the steps into the tender. Mate Magog came with the captain's bag and belongings and promptly received orders from the owner from the quarterdeck. Go on to the bridge and hail that schooner. Tell her we are headed for New York and can't be bothered by these persons. Mr. Magog grasped Mayo's hand in farewell, and then he hurried to his duty. His megaphoned message echoed over their heads while the tender was on its way. Aye, aye, sir, returned the fishing skipper with hearty bellow. Glad to help sailors in trouble. And that shows you, blurted Captain Candage, and stopped his say in the middle of his outburst when his daughter shoved a significant fist against his ribs. Captain Mayo turned his head once while the tender was hastening toward the schooner. But there were no women in sight on the yacht's deck. There was an instant's flutter of white from a stateroom port, but he was not sure whether it was a handkerchief or the end of a wind-waved curtain. He faced about resolutely and did not look behind again. Shame, misery, hopelessness, he did not know which emotion was stinging him most poignantly. The oarsmen in the tender were gazing upward innocently while they rowed, but he perceived that they were hiding grins. His humiliation in that amazing fashion would be the forecastle jest. Through him these new friends of his had been subjected to insult. He felt that he understood what Polly Candage's silence meant. The next moment he felt the pat of a little hand on the fist he was clenching on his knee. Poor boy, she whispered. I understand. It will come out right if you don't lose courage. But she was not looking at him when he gave her a quick side glance. The fisherman had come into the wind, rocking on the long swell, dingy sails flapping, salt-stained sides dipping and flashing wet gleams as she rolled. Her men were rigging a ladder over the side. I want to say whilst we're here together, and there's time to say it, announced Captain Candage, that we are one and almighty much obliged for that invite you gave us to come aboard the yacht, sir, and we all know that if things had been different from what they was you would have used us all right. And what I might say about yachts and the kind of critters that own 'em, I ain't going to say. You are improving right along, father, observed Polly Candage dryly. Still, I have my own ideas on the subject. But that's neither here nor there. You're a native and I'm a native, and I want you should just look at that face leaning over the lee rail, there, and then say that now we know that we're among real friends. It was a rubicund and welcoming countenance under the edge of a rusty black oilskin sou'wester hat, and the man was manifestly the skipper. Every once in a while he flourished his arm encouragingly. Hearty welcome aboard the _Reuben and Esther _. He called out when the tender swung to the foot of the ladder. What schooner is she there? Poor old _Polly stated the master, first up the ladder. In his haste to greet the fishing skipper, he left his daughter to the care of Captain Mayo. That's too bad, clucked the fishing skipper, full measure of sympathy in his demeanor. She was old, but she was able, sir. And here's another per Polly, stated Captain Candage. I was fool enough to take her out of a good home for a trip to sea. The skipper ducked salute. Make yourself to home, miss. Go below. House is yours. Then the schooner lurched away on her shoreward tack, and the insolent yacht marched off down across the shimmering waves. Mayo shook hands with the solicitous fisherman in rather dreamy and indifferent fashion. He realized that he was faint with hunger, but he refused to eat. Fatigue and grief demanded their toll in more imperious fashion than hunger. He lay down in the sun in the alley, put his head on his crossed arms, and blessed sleep blotted out his bitter thoughts. 11 A voice from hue and cry, but when the money's all gone and spent, and there's none to be borrowed and none to be lent, in comes old Grouchy with a frown, saying, "Get up, Jack, let John sit down. For it's now we're outward bound, hurrah, we're outward bound." Song of the Dog and Bell. Captain Mayo, when he woke, had it promptly conveyed to him that hospitality on board the _Reuben and Esther had watchful eyes. While he was rubbing feeling back into his stiffened limbs, sitting there in the alley, the cook came lugging a pot of hot coffee and a plate heaped with food. "Thought you'd rather have it here than in the cuddy." "The miss is asleep in the house," whispered the cook. Captain Candage came to Mayo while the latter was eating and sat down on the deck. Gloom had settled on the schooner's master. "I don't want to bother you with my troubles, seeing that you've got a plenty of your own, sir. But I'm needing a little advice. I have lost a schooner that has been my home ever since I was big enough to heave a dunnage bag over the rail, and not a cent of insurance. Insurance would have eaten up all my profits. What do you think of my chances to make $1 over and above, providing I hire a tugboat and try to salvage?" "According to my notion, your chances would be poor, sir. Claims in such cases usually eat up all a craft is worth. Besides, you may find those yachtsmen on your back for damages, providing you get her in where she can be libeled." "I shouldn't wonder a mite," admitted Captain Candage. "The more some folks have, the more they keep trying to get. I was looking her bottom over while we sat there, and it must be owned up that her years have told on her. I hate to let her go." "That's natural, sir. But I have an idea that she will be reported as a menace to navigation, and that a Coast Guard cutter will blow her up before you can get around to make your salvage arrangements. When a man is down, they all jump on him." "I can agree with you there," affirmed Captain Mayo, mournfully. "She showed grit, that girl," ventured Candage, giving the other man keen survey from under his grizzled brows. "I must ask you to furl sail on that subject, sir," snapped Mayo, with sailor bluntness. "I only said it complimentary. Lots of times girls have more grit than they are given credit for. You think they're just girls, and then you find out that they are heroines. I thought I had some grit, but my own Polly has shamed me. I was just down watching her. She's asleep in Captain Sinnet's bunk. Made the tears come up into my eyes, sir, to ponder on what she has been through on account of my cussed foolishness." "Of course, you haven't been told. But confession is good for a man, and I'm going to own up. I took her with me to get her away from a fellow who is courting her." Mayo did not offer comment. He wanted to advise the skipper to keep still on that subject, too. "I don't say he ain't good enough for her. Maybe he is. But I ain't been realizing that she has growed up. When I found she was being courted, it was like hitting a rock in a fairway. You are young, and you are around Constable and know the actions of young folks. What's your advice?" "I don't know anything about the circumstances, sir. But speaking generally," insisted Captain Candage, "I want to do what's right. There ain't many I can bring myself to ask. I'm a poor old fool, I'm afraid. Won't you kind of grab in on this, Captain Mayo? I do need a little advice." His rough hands trembled on his knees. "If the young man is worthy as the right sort," returned Mayo, in gentler tones, "I think you are making a great mistake by interfering." "I'll go look that young fellow over, resurvey him, as you might say," stated the skipper after a moment's meditation. "I don't know your daughter very well, sir, but I have much faith in her judgment. If I were you, I'd allow her to pick her own husband." "Thanks for that advice. I know it comes from a man who has shown that he knows exactly what to do in emergencies. I have changed my mind about her being courted, sir. Honest love isn't a question of money, Captain Candage. Many good girls are ruined by—" He was speaking bitterly, and he checked himself. "Where is Captain Sinnet going to set us ashore?" "Maquoit. He is going to take his fish to the big market. But he said he would set us ashore anywhere, and so I said Maquoit. I might as well be there as anywhere till I know what I'm going to do. Same thing holds good for me, I suppose. I don't feel like going to the city just yet." Captain Sinnott came rolling into the alley, and when Mayo started to thank him for the trouble he was taking, he raised in genial protest a hand which resembled in spread a split codfish. Trouble? It ain't trouble. Was going to call into McCoy to ice up, anyway. I know my manners even if them yachting fellows didn't. Captain Candage preserved the demeanor of innocence under Mayo's scrutiny. I've missed you off the fishing grounds. Didn't know you had gone on to a yacht, sir, pursued Captain Sinnott. Hope to see you back into the fishing business again. That is, providing you don't go on one of them beam trawlers that are hooking up the bottom of the Atlantic and espioling the thing entire for us all. I agree with you about the trawler. That's why I quit. And as to yachting, I think I'll go after a real man's job, sir. So do. You'll be contenteder, replied the other, significance in his tones. Mayo knew that his secret had been exposed, but he had no relish for an argument with Captain Candage on the subject of garrulity. He finished his coffee and went forward where the fishermen were coiling the ganglines into the tubs. The fisherman made port at McCoy late in the afternoon and was warped to her berth at the icehouse wharf. The castaways went ashore. McCoy was a straggling hamlet at the head of a cove which nicked the coastline. Captain Candage, an apple trayer, who knew every hole along shore where refuge from stress of weather was afforded, led his party through the village with confidence. There's a widder here who will put us up for what time we want to stay and be glad of the money. I knowed her husband in the coasting trade. I like to get into a place like this that ain't been espialed by them cussed rusticators and the prices they are willing to pay, he confided to Mayo. He slyly exhibited a wallet that was stuffed with paper money. I ain't busted, but there's no sense in paying more than $5 a week anywhere for victuals and bed. She will make plenty off on us at that rate. You just let me do the dickering. The widow proved to be a kindly soul who, in the first excitement of her sympathetic nature, resolutely refused to consider the matter of any payment whatever. You are shipwrecked, and my poor husband's body wouldn't rest quiet wherever it is in the Atlantic Ocean if I grabbed money from shipwrecked folks. However, in the end, Captain Candage worked her up from $3 to $5 per week, and she took Polly Candage into her heart and into the best chamber. Captain Mayo came back to supper after a moody stroll about the village. Skipper Candage was patrolling the widow's front yard and was exhibiting more cheerfulness. It's God's providence and your grit that has saved us, sir. I have come out of my numb condition and sense it all. What's your plans? I don't seem to be able to make any just yet. I'm going to stay right here for a spell and shall keep Dolph and Odie with me. We shall be here on the coast where we can hear of something to grabbing on. As soon as Polly gets straightened around, I'll let her go home to her aunt. But, of course, hanging around here doesn't offer you any attractions, sir. You're looking for bigger game than we are. I have about made up my mind to leave in the morning on the stage. I'll go somewhere. The widow tapped her knuckles on the glass of a nearby window. Supper, she announced. Hurry in whilst it's hot. I always do my best pondering on a full stomach, said Captain Candage. And I smell cream-o tartar biscuits, and I saw her hulling field strawberries. Better look on the bright side of things along with me, Captain Mayo. Captain Mayo failed to find any bright side as he turned his affairs over in his mind. He had only a meager stock of money. He had used his modest earnings in settling the debts of the family estate. The outlook for employment was vague. He could not estimate to what extent the hostility of Julius Marston might block his efforts, provided the magnate troubled himself to descend to meddle with the affairs of such an inconspicuous person. His poor little romance with Alma Marston had been left in a shocking condition. He did not talk at the supper table, and the widow's wholesome food was like ashes in his mouth. He went out and sat on the porch of the widow's cottage and looked into the sunset and saw nothing in its rosy hues to give him encouragement for his own future. Polly Candage came timidly and sat down beside him. Father says you think of leaving in the morning. There's nothing for me here. Probably not. A long silence followed. I suppose you don't care to have me talk to you, Captain Mayo? I'll listen to you gratefully any time. I'm only a country girl. I don't know how to say it, how to tell you I'm so sorry for you. That one little pat on my hand today, it was better than words. It's all I can think about your unhappiness. That touches me because I know that you have enough sorrow of your own. Sorrow. She opened her eyes wide. Perhaps I have no business speaking of it, he returned, with considerable embarrassment. And yet I have been so bold as to speak to you. There was a touch of reproach in her voice, and therefore he ventured. Your father told me I tried to stop him, but he went on and said, well, I understand. But I have some consolation for you, and I'm going to speak out. He says he is going to allow you to marry your young man. Did he dare to talk such matters over with you? He insisted on doing it, on asking my advice. So I advised in a way to help you. I am glad, for your sake, that he is coming to his senses. I thank you for your help, she said, stiffly. Of course, it's none of my business. I'm sorry, he told me. But I wish you all happiness. She rose as if to go away. Then she stamped her foot and sat down. My father ought to be muzzled. She realized that he might misinterpret her indignation, for he said, I'm ashamed because I meddled in your affairs. But from what you saw today in my case, I felt that I ought to help others who are in the same trouble. But my father has mistaken my— She broke off in much confusion, not understanding the queer look he gave her. I am glad my father is coming to his senses and will allow me to marry the young man, she stammered. And now I think I may be allowed to say that I hope you may have the girl you love, some day. Would you like to have me talk to you about her, how dear and pretty I think she is? No, it hurts. But I do want you to know, Miss Candage, that I'm not out fortune hunting. I love her for herself, just herself, nothing more. I know it must be so. And I know that a young man you would choose is worthy of you. I told your father, no matter. That hurts, too. We both understand. We'll leave it there. After the declaration of that truce, they were frankly at ease and began to chat with friendly freedom. The dusk came shading into the west. The evening star dripped silver light. It's a peaceful spot here, she suggested. Everybody seems to be contented. Contentment in a rut, that may be the best way of passing this life, after all. But if you were in the rut, Captain Mayo, you might find that contentment would not agree to come and live with you. Probably it wouldn't. I'd have to be born to the life here like this chap who is coming up the hill. You can see that he isn't worrying about himself or the world outside. The man was clumping slowly along in his rubber boots. An old cap was slewed awry on his head, its peak drawn down over one ear. He cocked up the other ear at sound of voices on the porch and loafed up and sat down on the edge of the boarding. Captain Mayo and the girl, accustomed to bland indifference to formality in rural neighborhoods, accepted this interruption without surprise or protest. "'Tain't a bad night as nights go," stated the caller. "It's a beautiful night," said Polly Candage. "I reckon it seems so to you after what you went through." "I've been harking to your father telling the yarn down to the store." They did not reply, having their own ideas as to Captain Candage's loquacity. The caller hauled a plug of tobacco from his pocket, gnawed off a chew, and began slow wagging of his jaws. "This world is full of trouble," he observed. "It seems to be," agreed Captain Mayo. "Them what's down get kicked further down." Also true in many cases. Take your case. It's bad. But RN is worse. The caller pointed to the dim bulk of a small island which the cove held between the bold jaws of its headland. The old sir who named that hue and cry island must have smelt into the future so as to know what was going to happen there some day, and this is the day. He chewed on, and his silence became irritating. "Well, what has happened?" demanded the captain. "It hasn't happened just yet, it's going to." Further silence. "Tell us what's going to happen, can't you?" "Of course I can, now that you have asked me. I ain't no hand to butt in. I ain't no hand to do things unless I'm asked. There's 17 families of us on hue and cry, and they've told us to get off." "Who told you?" "The state. Some big bugs come along and said the governor sent 'em, and they showed papers, and we've got to go." "But I know about hue and cry," protested Mayo. "You people have lived there for years." "Sure have. My grandfather was one of the first settlers. Most all of us who live there had grandfathers who settled the place. But according to what is told us, some heirs have found papers what say that they own the island. The state bought out the heirs. Now the state says get off. We're only squatters, state says. But, good Caesar, man, you have squatter rights after all these years. Hire a lawyer. Fight the case. We ain't fighters. Ain't got no money, I ain't got no friends. Might have fit plain heirs, But you can't fight the state leastways. Poor cusses like us can't. Where are you going? Well, there's the problem. That's what made me say that this world is full of trouble. You see, we have taken town help in years past, had to do it or starve winters. And we have had state aid too. They say that makes paupers of us. Every town roundabout has served notice that we can't settle there and gain pauper residence. Hue and cry ain't ever been admitted to any town. Towns say, seeing that the state has ordered us off, now let the state take care of us. And men have been here, representing the state? You bet they have. What do they say? Say get off. But they won't let us settle on the main. Looks like they wanted us to go up in balloons. But we hain't got no balloons. Got to move though. I never heard of such a thing. Nor I, neither, admitted this man, with a sort of calm numbness of discouragement. But that ain't anyways surprising. We don't hear much about anything on Hue and Cry till they come and tell us. Speaking for myself, I ain't so awful much fussed up. I've got a houseboat to take my wife and young ones on, and we'll keep on digging clams for trawlers 60 cents a bucket, shucked, and we can dig and shuck a bucket a day, all hands turning to. We won't starve. But I pity the poor critters that ain't got a houseboat. Looks like they'd need wings. I ain't worrying a mite, I say. I had the best house on the island, and the state has allowed $150 for it. I consider I'm well fixed. The plutocrat of the unhappy tribe of Hue and Cry rose and stretched with a comfortable grunt. If it ain't one thing it's another, he said, as he started off. We've got to have about so much trouble, anyway, and it might just as well be this as anything else. Why, that's an awful thing to happen to those people, declared the girl. I must say, he takes it calmly. He is a fair sample of some of the human jellyfish I have found hidden away in odd corners on this coast, stated Captain Mayo. Not enough mind or spirit left to fight for his own protection. But this thing is almost unbelievable. It can't be possible that the state is gunning an affair like this. I'll find somebody who knows more about it than that clam-digging machine. A little later a man strolled past, hands behind his back. He was placidly smoking a cigar, and, though the dusk had deepened, Mayo could perceive that he was attired with some pretensions to city smartness. I beg your pardon, sir, called the young man. But do you know anything about the inwardness of this business on Hue and Cry Island? I can tell you all about it, stated the person who had been hailed. He sauntered up and sat down on the edge of the porch. He showed the air of a man who was killing time. I'm in charge of it. Not of putting those people off the island? Sure. That's what I'm here for. I'm state agent on pauper affairs, acting for the governor and council. You say the state is back of this, demanded Mayo, incredulously. Certainly. It's a matter that the state was obliged to take up. State has bought that island from the real heirs, has ordered off those squatters, and we shall burn down their shacks and clear the land up. Of course, we allow heads of families some cash for their houses, if you can call them houses. That's under the law regulating squatter improvements. But improvements is a polite word for the buildings on that island. It is going to cost us good money to clear up for that New York party who has made an offer to the state he's going to use the island for a summer estate. He flicked the ashes from his cigar and broke in on Mayo's indignant retort. It had to be done, sir. They have intermarried till a good many of the children are fools. The men are breaking into summer cottages after the owners leave in the fall. They steal everything on the main that isn't nailed down. They have set false beacons in the winter and have wrecked coasters. Every little while some city newspaper has written them up as wild men, and it has given the state a bad name. We're going to break up the nest. But where will they go? Fools to the state school for the feeble-minded, cripples to the poorhouse. The able-bodied will have to get out and go to work at something honest. But, look here, my dear sir. Those poor devils are starting out with too much of a handicap. After 3 generations on that island, they don't know how to get a living on the main. That's their own lookout, not the state's. State doesn't guarantee to give shiftless folks a living. How about using a little common sense in the case of such people? You are not making this affair your business, are you? Asked the commissioner, with acerbity. No, better not, and you'd better not say too much to underscore me, underscore. He rose and dusted off his trousers. I have investigated for the governor and council, and they are acting on my recommendations. You might just as well advise nursing and coddling a nest of brown-tail moths, and we are spending good money to kill off moths. We don't propose to encourage the breeding of thieves. We are not keeping show places of this sort along the coast for city folks to talk about and run down the state after they go back home. It hurts state business. He marched away. Captain Mayo strode up and down the porch and muttered some emphatic opinions in regard to the intellects and doings of rulers. You see, I know the sort of people who live on that island, Miss Candage. I have seen other cases alongshore. They are blamed for what they don't know and what they are led into. Amateur missionaries will load them down in a spasm of summer generosity with a lot of truck and make them think that the world owes them a living. The poor devils haven't wit enough to look ahead. When it comes winter, they are starving, and when children are hungry and cold, a man will tackle a proposition that is more dangerous than a summer cottage locked up for the winter. Next comes along some chap like that state agent, who prides himself on being straight business and no favors. He puts the screws to him. There's nobody to help those folks in the real and the right way. I pity them. I live in the country, and I know how unfeeling the boards of selectmen are in many of the pauper cases. When it's a matter of saving money for the voters and making a good town record, they don't care much how poor folks get along. Mayo continued to patrol the porch. I'm in a rather rebellious state of mind just now, I reckon, he admitted. Seems to me that a lot of folks, including myself, are getting kicked. I'm smarting. I have a fellow feeling for the oppressed. He laughed, but there was no merriment in his tones. It's the little children who will suffer most in this, Miss Candage, he went on. They're not a blame they don't understand. And of course nothing can be done. Nothing sensible, I'm afraid. He walked to and fro for many minutes. You see, it's none of my business, he commented, when he came and sat down beside her. I suppose there's not one man in the world to step forward and say a good word for them, said the girl, softly, uttering her thoughts. Words wouldn't amount to anything with the machinery of the state grinding away so merrily as it is. But this matter is stirring my curiosity a little, Miss Candage. That's because I am one of the oppressed myself, I reckon. Again his mirthless chuckle. I intended to take the stage out of here in the morning, but I have an idea that I'll stay over and see what happens when that gentleman who represents our grand old state proceeds to scatter those folks to the four winds. I was hoping you would stay over, Captain Mayo. She declared that with frank delight. But you don't expect me to do anything, of course. It's not that. You see, I'd like to go down to the island. Annan father is so odd he might not be willing to escort me, she explained, trying to be matter-of-fact, her air showing that she regretted her outburst. I volunteer here and now. She rose and put out her hand to him. I have not thanked you for saving my life, saving us all, Captain Mayo. It is too holy a matter to be profaned by any words. But here is my hand, like a friend, like a sister. No, she held herself straight and looked him full in the face through the gloom and tightened her hold on his fingers, like a man. He returned her earnest finger clasp and released her hand when her pressure slackened. That sudden spirit, the suggestion that she desired to assume the attitude of man to man with him, seemed to vanish from her with the release of her fingers. She quavered her good night. There was even a hint of a sob. Then she ran into the house. Mayo stared after her, wrinkling his forehead for a moment, as if he had discovered some new vagary in femininity to puzzle him. Then he resumed his patrol with the slow stride of the master mariner. Hue and cry raised dim bulk in the harbor jaws, showing no glimmer of light. It was barren, treeless, a lump of land which towns had thrust from them and which county boundaries had not taken in. He admitted that the state had good reasons for desiring to change conditions on hue and cry, but this callous, brutal uprooting of helpless folks who had been attached to that soil through 3 generations was so senselessly radical that his resentment was stirred. It was swinging from the extreme of ill-considered indulgence to that of utter cruelty, and the poor devils could not in the least understand. There seem to be other things than a spiked martingale which can pick a man up and keep him away from his own business, he mused. What fool notion possesses me to go out there tomorrow I cannot understand. However, I can go and look on without butting into stuff that's no affair of mine. 2 men were shuffling past in the road. In the utter silence of that summer night their conversation carried far. Yes, sir, as I was saying, there he lays dead. When I was with him on the _Luther Briggs _ he fell from the main crosstrees, broke both legs and one arm, and made a dent in the deck, and he got well. And a week ago, come tomorrow, he got a sliver under his thumb, and there he lays dead. It's the way it often is in life. Whilst a man is looking up into the sky so as to see the big things and dodge 'em, he goes to work and stubs his toe over a knitting needle. That's right, Captain Mayo informed himself, but I can't seem to help myself somehow. 12 place pour the soles off their feet. Don't you hear the old man roaring, Johnny, one more day? Don't you hear that pilot bawling, one more day? Only one more day, my Johnny, one more day. Oh, come rock and roll me over, one more day. Windlass song. When the subject of the proposed expedition to hue and cry was broached at the breakfast table, Captain Epps Candage displayed prompt interest. It's going to be a good thing for the section round about here, roust 'em off. Heard 'em talking it over down to Rowley's store last evening. I'll go along with you and see it done. Mayo and Polly Candage exchanged looks and refrained from comment. It was evident that Captain Candage reflected the utilitarian view of McCoy. Mayo had put off that hateful uniform of Marston's yacht, and the girl gave him approving survey when he appeared that morning in his shore suit of quiet gray. With the widow's ready aid, Polly Candage had made her own attire presentable once more. When they walked down to the shore, she smiled archly at Mayo from under the brim of a very fetching straw poke. I ran down to the general store early and bought a boy's hat, she explained. I trimmed it myself. You know, I'm a milliner's apprentice. Does it do my training credit? He was somewhat warm in his assurances that it did. I ought to be pleased by your praise, she said, demurely, because women wear hats for men's approval, and if my customers go home and hear such nice words from their husbands, my business career is sure to be a success. Your business career? Certainly, sir. She bobbed a little courtesy. I have money, sir. Money of my own. $5,000 in the bank, if you please. Oh, you need not stare at me. I did not earn it. My dear mother's sister left it to me in her will. And someday when you are walking down the city street you'll see a little brass sign very bright, very neat, and there'll be Polly on it. Then you may come up and call on the great milliner that will be this person, now so humble. But that young man, he protested, smiling at her gaiety. Oh, that young man? She wrinkled her nose. Then she flushed, conscious that he was a bit surprised at her tone of disdain. Why, he will wear a frock coat and a flower in the buttonhole and will bow in my customers. You didn't think my young man was a farmer boy, did you? She hurried ahead of him to the beach, where her father was waiting with his men. Captain Candage had borrowed a dory for the trip. He installed himself in the stern with the steer-oar, and the young man and the girl sat together on the midship seat. The skipper listened to their chat with bland content. There's a fellow that's one of our kind, and he ain't trying to court my girl, he had confided to Mr. Speed. He is spoke for and she knows it. And under them circumstances I believe in encouraging young folks to be sociable. It was still early morning when they arrived at the island, but the state agent was there ahead of them. They saw him walking briskly about among the scattered houses, puffing on his cigar. He was making domiciliary visits and was transacting business in a loud tone of voice. That business was paying over the money which the state had allowed for squatter improvements. In the case of the settlers on Hue and Cry, the sums were mere pittances. Their improvements consisted of tottering shacks, erected from salvaged flotsam of the ocean and patched over and over with tarred paper. There was only one building on the island which deserved the name of dwelling. From this their communicative caller of the preceding evening was removing his scant belongings. His wife and children were helping. He set down a battered table when he met Mayo and his party. I'm the only citizen who can get away early and, as you might call it, respectable, gents. I took my 150 and bought that houseboat out there. It was an ancient scow, housed over, and evidently had grown venerable in service as a floating fish market. They can't drive me off in the Atlantic Ocean. The others ain't woke up to a realizing sense that they have got to go and that this all means business. I'm getting away early or else they'd all be trying to climb aboard my boat like the folks wanted to do to Noah's Ark when they see that the flood wasn't just a shower. He lifted his table upon his head and marched on, leading his flock. All the population of the island was out of doors. The women and the children were idling in groups. The men were listlessly following the commissioner on his rounds. No spirit of rebelliousness was evident. The men acted more like inquisitive sheep. They were of that abject variety of poor whites who accept the reins from heaven and bow to the reign of authority with the same unquestioning resignation. But Mayo discovered promptly an especial reason for the calmness exhibited by these men. Their slow minds had not wakened to full comprehension. "What do you men propose to do?" demanded Captain Mayo of a group which had abandoned the commissioner and had strolled over to inspect the newcomers. "There ain't nothing we can do," stated a spokesman. "But don't you understand that this man is here with full power from the state to put you off this island?" "Oh, they have threatened us before. But something has a loose come up. We haven't been drive off. But this time it's going to happen. Why don't you wake up? Where are you going? That's for somebody else to worry about. This ain't any of our picking and choosing. What's the use of trying to beat anything sensible through the shells of them quahogs?" snarled Captain Candage with Lonko's scorn for the inefficient. "Not much use, I'm afraid," acknowledged the young man. "But look at the children. Those pathetic waifs of hue and cry were huddled apart, dumb with terror which their elders made no attempt to calm. They were ragged, pitiful, wistful urchins, lads with pinched faces, poor little snippets of girls. Their childish imaginations made of the affair a tragedy which they could not understand. Under their arms they held frightened cats, helpless kittens, or rag dolls. The callous calm of the men mystified them. The weeping of their mothers made their miserable fear more acute. They stared from face to face, trying to comprehend. "What can I say to them?" asked Polly Candage in a whisper. "It's wicked. They're so frightened. Perhaps something can be done with that agent." "I'm trying to think up something to say to him," Mayo told her. An old man, a very old man, sat on an upturned clam hod and yawled a discordant miserere on a fiddle. His eyes were wide open and sightless. A woman whose tattered skirt only partly concealed the man's trousers and rubber boots, which she wore, occasionally addressed him as father. She was piling about him a few articles of furniture which she was lugging out of their home. That house was the upper part of a schooner's cabin, something the sea had cast up on hue and cry. She was obliged to bend nearly double in order to walk about in the shelter. Dogs slinked between the feet of their masters, canine instinct informing them that something evil was abroad that day. The children staring wide-eyed and white-faced, the weeping women, the cowed men who shuffled and mumbled. Among them strode the god of the machine, curt, contemptuous, puffing his cigar. He came past Captain Mayo and his friends. "I beg your pardon, sir," called the captain, "but are you sure that you are doing this thing just right?" "Let's see if I remember. I had a little talk with you last night," suggested the agent, frostily. "Whom do you represent?" "Myself. Just how do you fit into this matter?" "I don't think I do fit. There seem to be too many sharp corners," stated Mayo, not liking the other's insolent manner. "Well, I fit. I have state authority." "So you have told me. May I ask you a question?" "Go ahead, but be lively. This is my busy day. These people are being rooted up. They don't seem to know what's to become of them. What will be done?" "I told you last evening. Fools in an institution, able-bodied, must go to work. The state proposes." "When you say state, just what do you mean, sir?" "I mean that I have investigated this matter and I'm running it." "That's what I thought. The state usually doesn't know much about what its agents are doing." "You are not doubting my authority, are you?" "No, but I'm doubting your good judgment." "Look here, my man. We'd better not lose our tempers," advised Mayo, calmly. "You are a state servant, you say? Then a citizen has a right to talk to you. Let's leave the state out of this, if you question my right. Man to man, now." "You're wrong." The population of the island had drawn close circle about them. "That's enough talk from you," declared the agent, wrathfully. "You are trying to make over all at once what it has taken 3 generations to bring about," insisted Mayo. "You can't do it. You watch me and see if I can't. When I transact any business, I'm paid. To transact it gets transacted. I might have given these people a few more days if you had not come sticking your oar in here. But now I propose to show you. I'll have M off here by nightfall and every shack burned to the ground. Do you mean to say you're going to rub it into these poor folks just because I have tried to say something to help them? I'll show you and them that it isn't safe to monkey with the state when the state gets started. Oh, the state be condemned, exploded Mayo, feeling his own temper getting away from him. This isn't the state, it's a case of a man's swelled head. Get off this island, you and your meddlers, commanded the agent. Yes, when we are ready to leave, sir. Mayo was wondering at his own obstinacy. He knew that a rather boyish temper, resentment roused by the other man's arrogance, had considerable to do with his stand in the matter, but underneath there was protest at the world's injustice. He felt that he had been having personal experience with that injustice. He knew that he had not come out to hue and cry to volunteer as the champion of these unfortunates, but now that he was there and had spoken out, it was evident that he must allow himself to be forced into the matter to some extent. The agent had declared in the hearing of all that this interference had settled the doom of the islanders. Polly Candage was standing close to the champion, and she looked at him with eyes that flashed with pride in him and spirit of her own. She reached and took one of the frightened children by the hand. "If I have been a little hasty in my remarks, I apologize," pleaded the captain, anxious to repair the fault. "I don't mean to interfere with your duty. I have no right to do so. You hear what your friend says, after getting you into the mess," shouted the agent, so that all might hear. "Now he is getting ready to trot away and leave you in your trouble. You are wrong there, my friend. If you are angry with me, go ahead and have your quarrel with me. Don't bang at me over the shoulders of these poor folks. It isn't a square deal. They go off today and they go because you have butted into the matter. The whole of you have got to be shown that the state doesn't stand for meddlers after orders have been given." Then he added, with malice, "You folks better ride this chap down to the beach on a rail. Whatever happens to you is his fault." This attempt to shift responsibility as a petty method of retaliation stirred Mayo's anger in good earnest. The agent was dealing with men who were scarcely more than children in their estimates of affairs. They muttered among themselves and scowled on this stranger who had brought their troubles to a climax. "I'm not going to allow you to get away with that kind of talk, Mr. Agent. You know perfectly well that people on the Main will not hire these men, even if they are able-bodied. Everybody is down on them. You said that to me last evening. They will be kicked from pillar to post from this town to that. They will be worse than beggars. And they must drag these women and little children about with them. I will expose this thing." "That exposure will sound fine," sneered the commissioner. "Exposing a state officer for doing what the governor and council have ordered." "Yes, ordered on your advice." "Well, it has been ordered. And I'll be backed up. As soon as I can get to a justice, I shall swear out a warrant against you for interfering with a state officer." He flung down the stub of his cigar. "Listen, you people. Get off this island. Anybody who is here at sunset, man, woman, or child, will be arrested and put in jail for trespassing on state land. Now you'd all better give 3 cheers for your meddling friend here." "They have always let us stay, even when they have threatened us before now," whimpered a man. "He has poured the fat into the fire for us, that's what he has done." He pointed his finger at Mayo. "It's wicked," gasped the girl. "These poor folks don't know any better. They are not responsible." "Say, look here, you folks," shouted Mr. Speed, who had been holding himself in with great difficulty. "It's about time for you to wake up." The plutocrat of the houseboat had come up from the beach and had been listening. The whimpering man started to speak again, and the magnate of the island cuffed him soundly. It was plain that this man, who had lived in the best house, had been a personage of authority in the tribe. "I'm ashamed of the whole caboodle of ye," he vociferated. "Here's a gent that's been standing up for us. He's the only man I ever heard say a good word for us or try to help us. Nobody else in the world ever done it. Take off your hats and thank him." "I'm in it," whispered Mayo to the girl. "For heaven's sake, what am I going to do?" "Do all you can, please, Captain Mayo." He stepped forward. The agent began to shout. "Hold on, sir," broke in the captain with quarterdeck air that made for obedience and attention. "You have had your say. Now I'm going to have mine. Listen to me, folks. I'm not the man to get my friends into trouble and then run off and leave them. All of you who are kicked out by the state, all men, women, and children who are ready to go to work, come over to me on the main at McCoy with what stuff you can bring in your dories. I'll be waiting for you there. My name is Boyd Mayo. I'll remember that name myself, declared the angry agent. You'll be shown that you can't interfere in a state matter. You have turned these folks loose in the world, and I'm going to give them a hand when they come to where I am. If you choose to call that interference, come on. It will make a fine story in court. He did not stop to shake the grimy hands which were thrust out to him. He pushed his way out of the crowd, and his party followed. Meet me yonder on the main, boys, he called back with a sailor heartiness, which they understood. We'll see what can be done. Well, what in the infernal blazes can be done? Growled Captain Candage, catching step with the champion. I don't know, sir. You can't do nothing any more sensible with them critters than you could with combined cases of the smallpox and the 7 years itch. Father, cried the girl, reproachfully. I know what I'm talking about. This is dumb foolishness. Captain Mayo is a noble man. You ought to be ashamed of hanging back when your help is needed. I don't blame you for sassing that skew-angled old tie-hoopus, sir, admitted the old skipper. I wanted to do it myself. But I'm afraid I don't deserve much praise, said Mayo. I've been getting back at that agent. He made me mad. I'm apt to go off half-cocked like that. So am I, sir, and I'm always sorry for it. We'd better dig out before that tribe of gosboos lands on our backs. Oh, not a bit of it. I have given my word, sir. I must see it through. But what are you going to do with them? Blessed if I know right now. When I'm good and mad, I don't stop to think. Suppose I meet em for you and tell em you have had a sudden death in your family and have been called away? They won't know the difference, volunteered Captain Candage. And a real death would be lucky for you beside of what's in store if you hang around. I shall hang around, sir. I can't afford to be ashamed of myself. I think you have said quite enough, father, stated Polly Candage with vigor. I have heard of adopting families before, said the irreconcilable one, but I never heard of any such wholesale operation as this. I'm thinking I'll go climb a tree. They embarked in the dory. Mr. Speed and Dolph splashed their oars and rowed, exchanging looks and not venturing to offer any comment. You might auction em off to farmers for scarecrows, pursued Captain Candage, still worrying the topic as a dog mouths a bone. They ain't fit for no more active jobs than that. I do hope you'll forgive my father for talking this way, pleaded Polly Candage. She raised brimming eyes to the sympathetic gaze of the young man beside her. He doesn't understand it the way I do. Perhaps I don't exactly understand it myself, he protested. But what you are doing for them? I haven't done anything as yet except start trouble for them. Now I must do a little something to square myself. There's a reward for good deeds, Captain Mayo, when you help those who cannot help themselves. I believe what the Bible says about casting bread on the waters. It will return to you someday. He smiled down on her enthusiasm tolerantly, but he was far from realizing then that this pretty girl, whose eyes were so bright behind her tears, and whose cheeks were flushed with the ardor of her admiration, was speaking to him with the tongue of a sibyl. 13 A Captain Op Human Flotsam. Oh, what is that which smells so tarry? I've nothing in the house that's tarry. It's a tarry sailor, down below. Kick him out into the snow. Do me axna, dingy a ma. Do me a day. Do me alma. Captain Candage growled and complained so persistently during the trip to the Main that Mayo expected to be deserted by the querulous skipper the moment the dory's prow touched the beach. But the skipper came dogging at his heels when Mayo set off up the one street of McCoy. May I come along with you? Asked the girl at his side. I can see that you are thinking up some plan. I do hope I may come. He gave her his aim for answer. I haven't been into this port for some time, Captain Candage, but the last trip I made here, as I remember, a man named Rowley, who runs the general store, was first selectman. Is now, grunted the skipper. They've got into the habit of electing him and can't seem to break off. When they arrived in front of the store, Captain Candage took the lead. I may as well go in and introduce you, whatever it is you want of him. I know Roof Rowley as well as anybody ever gets to know him. Mr. Rowley leaned over his counter and acknowledged the introduction with a flicker of amiability lighting his reserve. But his wan smile faded into blankness, and he clawed his chin beard nervously when Mayo informed him that he had invited the evicted folks of Hue and Cry to land on the mainland that day. As overseer of the poor in this town, I can't allow it, Captain Mayo. Those people must land somewhere. Yes, yes, of course, admitted Selectman Rowley. But not here. I'm beholden to the taxpayers. And I suppose the officers of all the other towns about here will say the same? Yes, yes. Of course. Do you still own that old fish house? Asked the captain, after hesitating for a few moments. The sardine canning plant? Yes, sir. You're not using it now? No, sir. It isn't paying you any revenue, eh? No, sir. Then you ought to be willing to let it pretty cheap month-to-month lease. Depends on what I'm letting it for. I want to stow those poor people in there till I can arrange further for them, either show the matter up to the state, or get work for them, or something. Will you let me have it? No, sir, declared the selectman with vigor. It's only monthly lease, I repeat. You can prevent them from getting pauper residence here in case none of my plans work. Don't want here won't have I consider taxpayers first. Don't ye ever consider common, ordinary, human decency, roared Captain Epps Candage. It was astonishing interruption. Its violence made it startling. Mayo whirled and stared amazedly at this new recruit. Captain Candage yanked his fat wallet from his pocket and damned it down on the counter with a bang which made the selectman's eyes snap. You know _me Rowley. We've got the money to pay for what we order and contract for. Them folks ain't paupers so long as we stand behind 'em. We're bringing 'em ashore here because it's right to help 'em get onto their feet. Hold on, Captain Mayo. You let me talk to Rowley. Him and me know how to get sociable in a business talk. However, Captain Candage seemed to be seeking sociability by bellowing ferociously, thudding his hard fist on the counter. Mayo was not easily surprised by the temperamental vagaries of queer old long-coast crabs like Captain Candage, but this sudden conversion did take away his breath. When a close and particular friend of mine, like this one I've just introduced, comes to you all polite and asks a favor, I want general politeness all around or I'll know the reason why, shouted the intermediary. Look-a-here, Rowley, you pretend to be a terrible Christian sort of a man. When I have been fog-bound here I've tended out on prayer meetings, and I have heard you holler like a good one about dying grace and salvation is free. I've never heard you say much about living charity that costs something. I claim to be a Christian man, faltered Rowley, backing away from the banging fist. Then act like one. If you don't do it, blast your pelt, I'll post you for a heathen from West Quoddy to Kittery. God bless you, my dad, whispered the girl, snuggling close to the skipper's shoulder. Furthermore, Rowley, besides paying you a fair rental for that old fish house, will buy grub for them poor devils out of your store. Mr. Rowley caressed his beard and blinked. They're like empty nail kegs, and they'll eat a lot of victuals, and we've got the money to pay. I have a wallet of my own, stated Captain Mayo. He had not recovered from his amazement at the sudden shift about of Captain Candage. After all the sullen growling, he had been tempted to ask the old skipper to stop tagging him about on his errand of mercy. Hear that, Rowley? This is the best friend I've got in the whole world. Brought him in here. Introduced him to you. Here's my daughter. Interested, too. Now, whatever you say, you'd better be sure that you pick the right words. Well, I'm always ready to help friends, stated Mr. Rowley. Yes, and do business in a slack time, added Captain Candage. I'm willing to show Christian charity to them that's poor and oppressed. But what's the sense in doing it in this case? A great many folks in this life need a hard jolt before they turn to and make anything of themselves, said Captain Mayo. The people on Hue and Cry have had their jolt. I do believe, with the right advice and management, they can be made self-supporting. They have been allowed to run loose until now, sir. I have been pulled into the thing all of a sudden, and now that I'm willing to give up a little time and effort to start, I'm off. I haven't much of anything else to do just now, he added, bitterly. Come into my back office, invited Mr. Rowley. Much obliged, we'll do so, said Captain Candage. You're a bright man, Rowley, and I knowed you'd see the p'int when it was put up to you right and polite. The business in the back office was soon settled satisfactorily, and a busy day followed on the heels of that momentous morning. When night fell, the men, women, and children whom a benevolent state through its straight business agent had turned loose upon the world to shift for themselves were located in a single colony in the spacious fish house. A few second-hand stoves, hired from Rowley, served to cook the food bought from Rowley, and the families grouped themselves in rooms and behind partitions and arranged the poor belongings they had salvaged from their homes. Even the citizen who had at first resolved to go floating on the bosom of the deep joined the colony. "It's more sociable," he explained, "and my wife don't like to give up her neighbors. Furthermore, I know the whole bunch, root and branch, whims, notions, and all, and they can't fool me. I'll help Boss M." He became a lieutenant of value. This community life under a better roof than had ever sheltered them before in their lives seemed to delight the refugees. Old and young, they enjoyed the new surroundings with the zest of children. They had never taken thought of the morrow in their existence on hue and cry. Given food and shelter in this new abode, they did not worry about the problems of the future. They roamed about their domain with the satisfaction of princes in a palace. They did not show any curiosity regarding what was to be done with them. They did not ask Captain Mayo and his associates any questions. They surveyed him with a dumb and sort of canine thankfulness when he moved among them. He himself tried questions on a few of the more intelligent men, hoping that they would show some initiative. They told him with bland serenity that they would leave it all to him. "But what are you going to do for yourselves?" "Just what you say. You're the boss. Show us the job." It was borne in upon him that he had taken a larger contract than he had planned on. Rowley and the taxpayers on the main looked to him on one side, and his dependents on the other. "It seems to be up to me to us, I mean," he told the girl ruefully when they were on their way to the widow's cottage that evening. "It's up to me most of all, however, for I'm the guilty party. I have pulled you and your father in. I'm pegged in here till I can think up some sort of a scheme." She had been working all day faithfully by his side, a tactful and indefatigable helper. He would have been all at sea regarding the women and children without her aid, and he told her so gratefully. "Both my hands and my heart are with you in this thing, Captain Mayo. And I know you'll think of some way out for them just as you helped us out of the schooner after we had given up all hope." "Getting out of the schooner was merely a sailor's trick of the hands, Miss Candage. I don't believe I'll be much of a hand at making over human nature. I have too much of it myself, and the material down in that fish house would puzzle even a doctor of divinity." "Oh, you will think of some plan," she assured him with fine loyalty. "If you will allow me to help in my poor way, I'll be proud. I'll not tell you what I think of your help. It might sound like soft talk. But let me tell you that you have one grand old dad," he declared earnestly, but although he tried to keep his face straight and his tone steady, he looked down at her and immediately lost control of himself. Merriment was mingled with tears in her eyes. "Isn't he funny?" she gasped, and they halted in their tracks and laughed in chorus with the wholehearted fervor of youth. That laughter relieved the strain of that anxious day. "I am not laughing _at your father, you understand that," he assured her. "Of course, you're not. I know. But you're getting to understand him, just as I understand him. He is only a big child under all his bluster. But he does make me so angry sometimes. You can't tell much about a Yankee till he comes out of his shell, and I agree with you as to the aggravating qualities in Captain Candage. I'm not very patient myself when I'm provoked. But after this he and I will get along all right." They walked on to the cottage. "Good night," he said at the door. "And you have no plan as yet?" "Maybe something will come to me in a dream." The dream did not come to him, for his sleep was the profound slumber of exhaustion. He went down in the early dawn and plunged into the sea, and while he was walking back toward the cottage an idea and a conviction presented themselves, hand in hand. The conviction had been with him before that he could not back out just then and leave those poor people to shift for themselves. As anxious as he was to be off about his own affairs, his undertaking was quixotic. But if he abandoned it at that juncture, a queer story would chase him along coast, and he knew what sort of esteem mariners entertained for quitters. However, deep in his heart, he confessed that it was not merely sailor pride that spurred him. The pathetic helplessness of the tribe of Hue and Cry appealed with an insistence he could not deny. He understood them as he understood similar colonies along the coast, children whom an indifferent world classed as man and treated with thoughtless injustice. Work was prescribed for them as for others. But they did not know how to work or how to make their work pay them. The idea which came to him with the conviction that he must help these folks concerned work for them. After breakfast, he took Captain Candage into his confidence, much to the skipper's bland delight at being considered. "I hope it's something where we can fetch Raleigh in," confessed the skipper. "I don't care anything for them critters," he added, assuming brusqueness. "Don't want it hinted around that I'm getting simple in my old age. But they give me an excuse to bing doodle Raleigh. To carry out that plan I have outlined, we need some kind of a packet," said Mayo. "Sure. We'll go right to Raleigh. He'll know. If there's anything in this section that he ain't got his finger on, some waybill of sale, mortgage, debt owed to him or expecting to be owed, then it ain't worth noticing. Mr. Rowley listened in his back office. He stroked his beard contentedly and beamed his pleasure when he saw the prospect of making another profitable dicker with men who seemed to be reliable and energetic. "I had a mortgage on the _Ethel and May _ when Captain Tebbets passed on to the higher life," he informed them. "Witter gave up the schooner when I foreclosed, she not desiring to or bother with vessel property. So I have it free and clear without it standing me such a terrible sum. Shall be pleased to charter to you gents at a reasonable figure. Furthermore, seeing that industry makes for righteousness, so we are told, your plan of making those critters go to work may be a good one, providing you'll use a club on 'em often enough. From what I've heard of your talk in prayer meeting, I should think you'd advise moral suasion," suggested Captain Candage, plainly relishing this opportunity to bing doodle. "I use common sense, whether it's in religion or politics or business," snapped Rowley, exhibiting a bit of unchristian heat. "It's advisable to oil up common sense with a little charity, and then the machine won't squeak so bad. I wouldn't undertake to trot a dogfish on my knee or sing him to sleep with a Penryal hymn, Captain Candage." "I think we can show results without the club," interposed Mayo, with mild intent to smooth the tone of this repartee. The clerk called Mr. Rowley out into the store on some matter of special importance, and the selectman departed, coming down rather hard on his heels. "The old Adam sort of torches up through his shell once in a while," commented Candage. "We'd better settle the charter price, sir, before you lay aboard him too much," advised the young man. "I just natchal I can't help harpooning him," confessed the skipper. "He's a darned old hypocrite, cheating widders and orphans by choice, because they ain't got the spunk to renew back, and I've always enjoyed fighting such as him. Him and me is due for a row. But I'll hold off the best I can till we have got him beat down." Mayo's plan involved the modest venture of chartering a craft suitable for fishing. There was no material for real banksmen in the Hue and Cry colony, but the run of the men would serve to go trawling for ground and shack fish a few miles off the coast. It was the only scheme which would afford employment for the whole body of dependents. Older and more decrepit men and the women and children could dig and shuck clams for the trawl bait. In order to encourage ambition and independence among the abler men of the colony, Mayo suggested that the fishermen be taken on shares, and Captain Candage agreed. When Mr. Rowley came back into the office, he found his match waiting for him in the person of Captain Candage, primed and ready to drive a sharp bargain. At the end of an hour, papers representing the charter of the _Ethel and May _ were turned over. "I reckon it's a good job," affirmed the skipper when he and Mayo were outside the Rowley store. "I have made up my mind to let poor old _Polly _ go to Davy Jones's locker. I wrote to the shippers and the consignees of the lumber last night. If they want it, they can go after it. I may as well fish for the rest of the season." He regarded Captain Mayo with eyes in which query was almost wistful. "Of course, you can depend on me to see to it that you get your share, sir, just as if you were aboard." "I'm going aboard, Captain Candage." The old man stopped stock still and stared. "I haven't anything in sight just now. You need help in getting the thing started right. I'm not going away and leave that gang on your hands until I can see how the plan works out. I'll go as mate with you." "Not by a blame sight you won't go as no mate with me," objected Candage. You'll go as skipper, and I'll be proud to take orders from you, sir. They were wrangling amiably on that point when they returned to the widow's cottage. Polly Candage broke the deadlock. Why not have two captains? That will be something brand new along the coast. The rest of it is brand new enough without that, blurted her father. But considering what kind of a crew we've got, I guess two captains ain't any too much. I'll be captain number 2, and I know enough to keep my place. I do not think you and I will ever do much quarreling again, smiled Captain Mayo, extending his hand and receiving Candage's mighty grip. I am going to start out a few letters, and I'll go now and write them. Until those letters bring me something in the way of a job I am with. You, sir. Captain Candage walked down toward the fish house with his daughter. Polly, he declared, after an embarrassed silence, I have been all wrong in your case, girl. Here, and now I give you clearance papers. Sail for home just as soon as you want to. I'm asking no questions. It's none of my business. My little affairs must always be business of yours, father, she returned. I love you. I will obey you. But I ain't giving off no more orders. I ain't fit to command in the waters where you are sailing, Polly dear. So run along home and be my good girl. I know you will be. I have changed my mind about going home just now. Her eyes met his frankly. I have written to Aunt Zilpa to send me some of my clothes. Father, there was feminine, rather indignant amazement in her tones. Do you know that there isn't a single woman from hue and cry who knows how to use a needle? I might have guessed it, judging from the way their young ones and men folk go looking. Do you realize that those children don't even know their ABCs? Never heard of any college professors being raised on that island. I am going to take a vacation from the millinery shop, now that I am down here. I'll show those women how to sew and cook, and I'll teach those children how to read. It's only right, my duty. I couldn't go home and be happy without doing it. Calling that a vacation is putting a polite name to it, Polly. If you could have seen their eyes, father, when I promised to help them, you wouldn't wonder why I am staying. I don't wonder, Polly, my girl. If you had gone away and left us Mayo and me, I should have been mighty disappointed in ye. But I really never thought much about your going 'cause you wouldn't go, I knew, till you had helped all you could. He put his arm around her. I have been worrying about having brought you away. But I guess God had it all figured out for us. I didn't know my own girl the way I ought to have knowed her. I'd been away too much. But now we're sort of growing up together, sort of that, ain't we, Polly dear? She put her arms about his neck and answered him with a kiss. 14 bearings for a new course, and now, my brave boys, comes the best of the fun. It's hands about ship and reef topsails in one. So it's lay aloft, topmen, as the helm goes down, and clew down your topsails as the mainyard goes round. La pique. At the end of that week, the _Ethel and May _ had delivered at market her first fare of fish, and her captains had divided her first shares. Mayo decided that the results were but of proportion to the modest returns. He was viewing the regeneration of the tribe of hue and cry. In their case, it had been the right touch at the right time. For years their hopes had been hungry for a chance to make good. Now gratitude inspired them, and an almost insane desire to show that they were not worthless drove them to supreme effort. The leaven of the psychology of independence was getting in its work. The people of hue and cry for 3 generations had been made to feel that they were pariahs. When they had brought their fish or clams to the mainland, the buyers were both unjust and contemptuous, as if they were dealing with begging children who must expect only a charitable gift for their product instead of a real man's price. Prices suited the fish buyers' moods of the day. The islanders had never been admitted to the plane of straight business like other fishermen. They had always taken meekly what had been offered, whether coin or insults. Therefore, their labor had never returned them full values. They who bought made the poor wretches feel that it constituted a special favor to take their fish at any price. They seemed to come into their own that first day at market when the _Ethel and May made her bigness in the dock at the city fish house. Masterful men represented them in the dealings with the buyers. The crew hid their delighted grins behind rough palms when Captain Epps Candage bawled out bidders who were under market quotations. They gazed with awe on Captain Mayo when he read from printed sheets, print being a mystery they had never mastered, and figured with ready pencil and even corrected the buyer, who acknowledged his error and humbly apologized. No more subservient paltering at the doors of fish houses. Back home, the women and the children and the old folks had a good roof over their heads. The fishers had the deck of a tidy schooner under their feet. Shiftlessness departed from them. After years of oppression, they had found their opportunity. More experienced men would have found this new fortune only modest. These men grasped it with juvenile enthusiasm. They were over the side of the schooner and out in their dories when more cautious trawlsmen hugged the FOCSLE. On their third trip, because of this daring, they caught the city market bear on a Thursday and made a cleanup. I'm told that St. Peter started this Friday notion because he was in the fish business, stated Captain Candage, sorting money for the shares. All I've got to say is, he done a good job of it. Mr. Speed, sailing as mate, always found ready obedience. Smut-nosed Dolph never listened before to such praise as was lavished by the hungry men over the pannikins which he heaped. Captain Mayo, casting up accounts one day, was honestly astonished to find that almost a month had passed since he had landed at Maquoit. That goes to show how a man will get interested when he is picked up and tossed into a thing, he said to Polly Candage. You are making real men of them, Captain Mayo. She added, with a laugh, and you told me you were no kind of a hand at making over human nature. They are doing it themselves. I will say nothing to wound your modesty, sir. Now I must wake up. I must. There's nothing worthwhile in the profit for both your father and myself. I want him to have the proposition alone. There'll be a fair make for him. I didn't intend to stay here so long. I guess I sort of forgot myself. He went on with his figures. But I knew you could not forget, she ventured, after a pause. He glanced up and found a queer expression on her countenance. There were frank sympathy and friendliness in her eyes. He had revolved bitter thoughts alone, struggling with a problem he could not master. In sudden emotion and an unpremeditated letting go of himself, he reached out for somebody in whom to confide. He needed counsel in a matter where no man could help him. This girl was the only one who could understand. There may be letters waiting for me in the big city where I may be expected, he blurted. I haven't dared to send any. He hesitated, and then gave way to his impulse. Miss Polly, I haven't any right to trouble you with my affairs. I may seem impertinent. But you are a girl. Does a girl usually sit down and think over all the difficulties when she doesn't get letters and then make allowances? I'm sure she does when she loves anybody. And yet it may seem very strange. I am worried out of my senses. I don't know what to do. She was silent for a long time, looking away from him and twisting her hands in her lap. She was plainly searching her soul for inspiration and courage. You think she will understand the situation? He insisted. She ought to. But no word from me. Silence for weeks. Her voice was low, but she evidently had found courage. I have not heard one word, not a letter has come to me since I left my aunt's home. Do you feel sure that he loves you just the same? You don't need letters. Oh no, I don't need letters. But in my case, I could see that she loves you very much. She stood out before them all, Captain Mayo. That sort of a girl does not need letters. You have put new courage in me. I believe you understand just how a girl would feel. You know a Yankee. He expects to find a friend just where he left him in the matter of affection. A girl does not need to be a Yankee to be that way in her love. I can't sneak around to her by the back way, I can't do that, he cried. I don't want to be ashamed of myself. I don't want to bring more trouble to her. Don't you think she will wait for me until I can come and come right? She will wait for you, sir. It's the nature of women to wait when they love. But I cannot ask her to wait forever. That's why I must go away and try to make good. He set his teeth, and his jaw muscles were ridged. I believe a man can get what he goes after in the right spirit, Miss Polly. He swung off the porch and left her. The fog was heavy on shore and sea that day, holding the _Ethel and May in port. He disappeared into the stifling mist, and the girl sat and stared into that vacancy for a long time. Mayo rowed out to the schooner, which was anchored in the harbor roads. He was carrying his accounts to Captain Candage. Standing and facing forward as he rowed, he came suddenly upon a big steam yacht which had stolen into the cove through the fog and was anchored in his course. She was the underscore sprite underscore, and he had formed a longshore acquaintance with her skipper that summer, meeting him in harbors where the underscore sprite underscore and underscore Olnia underscore had been neighbors in the anchorage. He stopped rowing and allowed the dory to drift. He noted that the blue flag was flying at the main starboard spreader, announcing the absence of the owner, and he understood that he could call for the skipper without embarrassing that gentleman. One of the crew was putting covers on the brasswork forward. Compliments to Captain Trot, and tell him that Captain Mayo is at the gangway. The skipper appeared promptly, replying to the hail before the sailor had stirred. Come aboard, sir. I'll not bother you that much, Captain. I can ask my question just as well from here. Do you know of any good opening for a man of my size? The captain of the underscore sprite underscore came to the rail and did not reply promptly. I have left the underscore Olnia underscore and I'm looking for something. Captain Trot started for the gangway. Oh, you needn't trouble to come down, sir. I'd rather, Captain Mayo. After he had descended, he squatted on the platform at the foot of the ladder and held the dory close, grasping the gunwale. What are you doing for yourself these days? Mayo had no relish for a long story. I'm waiting to grab in on something, he replied. Captain Trot did not show any alacrity in getting to the subject which Mayo had broached. It has set in pretty thick, hasn't it? I have been ordered in here to wait for my folks. They're visiting at some big estate upriver. But about the chance for a job, Captain. Look here. What kind of a run-in did you have with the underscore Olnia underscore owner? Mayo opened his mouth and then promptly closed it. He could not reveal the nature of the trouble between himself and his former employer. We had words, he said stiffly. Yes, I reckon so. But the rest of it? That's all. You needn't tell me any more than you feel like doing, of course, said Captain Trot. But I have to tell underscore you underscore that, Mr. Marston has come out with some pretty fierce talk for an owner to make. He has made quite a business of circulating that talk. I didn't realize that you are of so much importance in the world, Mayo, he added dryly. I don't know what he is saying. Didn't you leave him in the night without notice, or something of the kind? It was an accident. I hope you have a good story to back you up, Captain Mayo, for I have. Liked you mighty well ever since meeting you first. What is behind it? I can't tell you. But you can tell somebody who can straighten the thing out for you, can't you? No, Captain Trot. Well, you know what has happened in your case, don't you? The skipper of the underscore sprite underscore exhibited a little testiness at being barred out of Mayo's confidence. The young man shook his head. Marston claims that you mutinied and deserted him, slipped away in the night, threw up your job on the high seas, left him to work to New York with a short crew, the mate as captain. That's an infernal lie. Then come forward and show him up. I cannot talk about the case. I have my reasons, good ones. I'm sorry for you, Mayo. You are done in the yachting game, I'm afraid. He'll blacklist you in every yacht club from Bar Harbor to Miami. I have heard my folks talking about it. He seems to have a terrible grudge, more than a big man usually bothers about in the case of a skipper. Mayo set his oar against the edge of the platform and pushed off. The skipper called after him, but he was instantly swallowed up by the fog and did not reply. On board the underscore Ethel and May underscore his ragged but cheery crew were baiting up, hooking clams upon the ganging hooks and coiling lines into tubs. The men grinned greeting when he swung over the rail. He scowled at them. He even turned a glowering look on Captain Candage when he met the latter on the quarterdeck. Yes, sir. I see how it is. You're getting cussed sick of this 2-cent game here, said Candage mournfully. I don't blame ye. We ain't in your class here, Captain Mayo. He took the papers which the young man held out to him. I suppose this is the last time we'll share you and me. I'll miss ye devilish bad. I'd rather go for nothing and let you have it all than lose ye. But, of course, it ain't no use to argue or coax. Mayo went and sat on the rail, folding his arms, and did not reply. The old skipper trudged forward, his head bowed, his hands clutched behind his back. When he returned, Mayo stood up and put his hand on the old man's shoulder. Captain Candage, please don't misunderstand me. Just at present I feel that the only friends I have in the world are here. Don't mind the way I acted just now when I came on board. I have had a lot of trouble, I'm having more of it. I'm not going to leave you just yet. I want to stay aboard until I can think it all over, can get my grip. That is, if you're satisfied to have it that way. Satisfied. Jumping Cicero, exploded Captain Candage. He took the dory and rowed ashore. He found his daughter gazing into the fog from the porch of the widow's cottage. He is going to stay a while longer, he informed her, rapturously. Something has happened. Do you suppose that girl has throwed him over? Father, do you dare to chuckle because a friend is in trouble? I'll laugh and slap my leg if he ever gets shed of that highty-titty girl, he rejoined, stoutly. I am astonished, I am ashamed of you, father. Polly dear, be honest with your dad, he pleaded. Do you want to see him married off to her? I certainly do. I only wish I might help him. Her lips were white, her voice trembled. She got up and hurried into the house. I'll be cussed if I understand Vim men, declared Captain Candage, fiddling his finger under his nose. That feller she has picked out for herself must be the Emperor of Peru. Captain Mayo did not come ashore again before the _Ethel and May sailed. The fog cleared that night, and they smashed out to the fishing grounds ahead of a cracking breeze and had their trawls down in the early dawn. At sundown, trailed by a wavering banner of screaming gulls who gobbled. The oars, tossed over by the busy crew cleaning their catch, they were docking at the city fish house. Lucky again, commented Captain Candage, returning from his sharp dicker with the buyer. The city critters are all hungry for haddock, and that's just what we hit today. He surveyed his gloomy partner with sympathetic concern. Why don't you take a run uptown, he suggested. You're sticking too close to this packet for a young man. Furthermore, if you see a store open, buy me a box of paper colors. Raleigh hain't got my size. Mayo, unreconciled and uneasy, hating that day the sound of the flapping, sliding fish as they were pitchforked into the tubs for hoisting, annoyed by the yawling of pulleys and realizing that his nerves were not right at all, obeyed the suggestion. He had a secret errand of his own, yielding to a half-hope. He went to the general delivery window of the post office and asked for mail. He knew that love makes keen guesses. The _Olnia_ had visited that harbor frequently for mail. But there was nothing for him. He strolled about the streets, nursing his melancholy, forgetting Captain Candage's commission, envying the contentment shown by others. In that mood, he would have avoided Captain Zeratus Was if he had spied that boisterously cheerful mariner in season. But the captain had him by the arm and was dancing him about the sidewalk, showing more affability than was his wont. Heifers, O Herod! Youngster, shouted the grizzled master, have you come looking for me? No, faltered Mayo. Did you want to see me? Have worn taps off my boots today chasing from shipping commissioner's office to every hole and corner along the waterfront. Heard you had quit aboard a yacht and reckoned you had got sensible again and wanted real work. If you had asked down among the fish houses you might have got on track of me, sir. Mayo's tone was somber. Fish? You fishing? Demanded Captain Was, with incredulity. Yes, and on a chartered smack at that shack fishing on shares. Mayo was sourly resolved to paint his low estate in black colors. And I have concluded it's about all I'm fit for. That's fine, seaman-like talk to come from a young chap I have trained up to master's papers, giving him 2 years in my pilot house. I was afraid you were going astern, you young cuss, when I heard you'd gone skipper of a yacht, but I didn't think it was as bad as all this. My yachting business is done, sir. Thank the bald-headed Nicodemus. There's hopes of you. Did anybody tell you I've been looking for you? No, sir. Glad of it. Now I can tell you myself. Do you know where I am now? I heard you were on a Vos Line freighter, sir. Don't know who told you that, but it wasn't Ananias. You're right. She's the old _Nequasit_, handed back to me again because I'm the only one who understands her cussed fool notions. First mate got drunk yesterday and broke second mate's leg in the scuffle. One is in jail and t'other in the hospital, and never neither of them will step aboard any ship with me again. I sail at daybreak, bade to the Chesapeake for steel rails. Got your papers? Yes, sir. Come along. You're first mate. Do you really want me, sir? Want you? Confound it all, I've got you. In about half a day, I'll have all the yacht notions shaken out of you and the fish scales stripped off, and then you'll be what you was when I let you go, the smartest youngster I ever trained. Mayo obeyed the thrust of the jubilant master's arm and went along. I'll go and explain to Captain Candage, my partner. All right. I'll go along, too, and help you make it short. As they walked along, Captain Wass inspected his companion critically. Hi, living aboard Marston's yacht make you dyspeptic, son? You look as if your victuals hadn't been agreeing with you. My health is all right, sir. Heard you had trouble with Marston, proceeded the old skipper, with brutal frankness. Anybody who has trouble with that damnation pirate comes well recommended to me. He is trying to steal every steamboat line on this coast. Thank God, he can never get his claws on the old Vos line. Some great doings in the steamboat business are ahead, Mayo. Reckon it's a good line to be in if you like fight and want to make your bigness. Mayo walked on in silence. He was troubled by this added information that news of his affair with Marston had gained such wide currency. However, he was glad that this new opportunity offered him a chance to hide himself in the isolation of a freighter's pilot house. Captain Candage received the news with meek resignation. I knowed it would have to come, he said. Couldn't expect much else. Howsomever, it ain't comforting. Can't keep a good boy like this pawing around in fish curry, stated Captain Wass. I know it, and I wish him well and all the best. Their leave-taking, presided over by the peremptory master of the _Naquasset_, was short. I'll probably have a chance to see you when we come here again, called Mayo from the wharf, looking down into the mournful countenance of the skipper. Perhaps I'll have time to run down to McCoy while we are discharging. At any rate, explain it all for me, especially to your daughter. I'll tell all concerned just what's right, Captain Candage assured him. I'll tell her for you. She was on the beach when the skipper came rowing in alone from the _Ethel and May _. He's gone, he called to her. Of course we couldn't keep him. He's too smart to stay on a job like this. When they were on their way up to the widow's cottage, he stole side glances at her, and her silence distressed him. Let's see. He says to me if I can remember it right, he says he, take my best respects and let's see, yes, take my best respects and love to your Polly, father. Please don't fib. It's just as I remember it, dear. Especial, he says. I remember that. Especial, he says. And he looked mighty sad, dear, mighty sad. He put his arm about her. There are a lot of sad things in this world for everybody, Polly. Sometimes things get so blamed mixed up that I feel like going off and climbing a tree. 15 The rules of the road. Now the _dreadnoughts _ sailing the Atlantic so wide, where the high, roaring seas roll along her black side. Her sailors like lions walk the deck to and fro. She's the Liverpool packet, oh Lord, let her go. Song of the Flash Packet. On a day in early August, the _Naquasset_ came walloping laboriously up coast through a dungeon fog. Steel rails her dragging burden, caution her watchword. The needle of her indicator marked half speed, and it really meant half speed. Captain Zoratus Wass made scripture of the rules laid down by the Department of Commerce and Labor. There was no tricky slipping over under his Swano finger-at-nose connivance between the pilot house and the chief engineer's grill platform. No, Captain Wass was not that kind of a man, though the fog had held in front of him 2 days, vapor thick as feathers in a tick, and he had averaged not much over 6 nautical miles an hour, and was bitterly aware that the rate of freight on steel rails was 65 cents a ton. And as I've been telling you, at 65 cents there's about as much profit as there would be in swapping hard dollars from one hand to the other, and, depending on what silver you can rub off, said Captain Wass to First Mate Mayo. The captain was holding the knob of the whistle pole in constant clutch. Regularly every minute _Naquasset's_ prolonged blast sounded, strictly according to the rules of the road. Her voice started with a complaining squawk, was full-toned for a few moments, then trailed off into more querulousness. The timbre of that tone seemed to fit with Captain Wass's mood. It's tough times when a cargo carrier has to figure so fine that she can lose profit on account of what the men eat, he went on. If you're 2 days late, minding rules in a fog, owners ask what the tofit's the matter with you. This kind of business don't need steamboatmen any longer. It calls for boarding house keepers who can cut sirloin steak off a critter clear to the horn, and who are handy in turning sharp corners on leftovers. I'll buy a book of cooking receipts and try to turn in dividends. The captain was broad-bowed, like the underscore Nequasit underscore. He sagged on short legs as if he carried a cargo fully as heavy as steel rails. His white whiskers streamed away from his cutwater nose like the froth kicked up by the old freighter's forefoot. He chewed slowly, conscientiously and continuously on tobacco which bulged in his cheek. His jaws, moving as steadily as a pendulum swings, seemed to set the time for the isochronal whistle blast. 60 ruminating jaw wags, then he spat into the fog, then the blast correct to the clock's tide. The windows of the pilot house were dropped into their casings so that all sounds might be admitted. The wet breeze beaded the skipper's whiskers and dampened the mate's crisp hair. While the mate leaned from a window, ear cocked for signals, the captain gave him more of the critical inspection in which he had been indulging when occasion served. Furthermore, Captain Wass went on pecking around the edges of a topic which he had been attacking from time to time with clumsy attempt at artful inquisition. As bad as it is on a freighter, I reckon you ain't sorry you're off that yacht, son? I'm not sorry, sir. From what you told me, the owner was around meddling all the time. I don't remember that I ever said so, sir. Oh, I thought you did, grunted Captain Wass, and he covered his momentary check by sounding the whistle. Now that you are back in the steamboat business, of course you're a steamboat man. Have the interests of your owners at heart, he resumed. Certainly, sir. It would be a lot of help to the regular steamboatmen, the good old standbys, if they could get some kind of a line on what them Wall Street cusses are gunning through with Marston leading and more, at leastways. He's supposed to be leading. He hides away in the middle of the web and lets the other spiders run and fetch. But it's Marston's scheme, you can bet on that. What do you think? I haven't thought anything about it, Captain Wass. But how could you help thinking, catching a word here and a word there aboard that yacht? I never listened, I never heard anything. But he had them other spiders aboard seen and myself through my spyglass when you passed us one day in June. I suppose they talked together aft, but my duty was forward, sir. It's too bad you didn't have a flea put into your ear about getting a line on Marston's scheme, whatever it is. You could have helped the real boys in this game. Mayo did not reply. Captain Wass showed a resolve to quit pecking at the edges and make a dab at the center of the subject. He pulled the whistle, released the knob, and turned back to the window, setting his elbows on the casing. Son, you ain't in love with that pirate Marston, are you? No, sir, replied the young man, with bitterness that could not be doubted. Well, how about your being in love with his daughter? The caustic humor in the old skipper's tones robbed the question of some of its brutal bluntness, and Mayo was accustomed to Captain Wass's brand of humor. The young man did not turn his head for a few moments. He continued to look into the fog as if intent on his duty. He was trying to get command of himself, fully aware that resentment would not work in. The case of Zoraidus Wass. When Mayo did face the skipper, the latter was discomposed in his turn, for Mayo showed his even teeth in a cordial smile. Do you think I have been trying the chauffeur trick in order to catch an heiress, sir? Well, there's quite a gab wireless operating along coast, and sailors don't always keep their yacht closed after they have taken a man's money to keep still, stated Captain Wass, pointedly. I wouldn't blame you for grabbing in. You're good-looking enough to do what others have done in like cases. Thank you, sir. What's the rest of the joke? I never joke, retorted the skipper, turning and pulling the whistle cord. _Nequasit's _squall rose and died down in her brazen throat. Her name is Alma, he prodded. Something of a clipper. If Marston ever makes you general manager, put me into a better job than this, will you? I will, sir. The skipper gave his mate a disgusted stare. You're a devil of a man to keep up a conversation with. He spat against the wall of the fog, and again let loose the freighter's hoarse lament. From somewhere ahead, a horn wailed, dividing its call into two blasts. Port tack and headed across us, snarled the master after a sniff at the air and a squint at the sluggish ripple. Why ain't the infernal fool anchored, instead of drifting around underfoot? How does he bear, mister? Mayo? He was now back to pilot house formality with his mate. 2.5 points, starboard bow, sir. And there's another chap giving one horn in about the same direction. Another drifter not wind enough for 'em to know what tack they're really on. Well, there's always Article 27 to fall back on, grumbled the skipper. He quoted sarcastically in the tone in which that rule is mouthed so often in pilot houses along coast. Due regard shall be had to all dangers of navigation and collision, and to any special circumstances which may render a departure from the above rules necessary, and so forth and etc. Meaning, thank the Lord, that a steamer can always run away from a gad-slammed schooner, even at half speed. Hope if it ever comes to a showdown the Secretary of the Bureau of Commerce will agree with me. Ease her off to starboard, Mr. Mayo, till we bring Emma beam. The mate gave a quick glance at the compass. East by north, Jack, he commanded. East by north, sir, repeated the quartermaster in mechanical tones, spinning the big wheel to the left. It was evident that the _Nequasit_ had considerable company on the sea that day. A little abaft her beam a tugboat was blowing one long and two short, indicating her tow. She had been there, chum, for some time, and Mayo had occasionally taken her bearings by sound and compass and knew that the freighter was slowly forging ahead. He figured, listening again to the horns, that the Nequasit was headed to clear all. You take a skipper who studies his book and is always ready to look the department in the eye. Without flinching, he has to mind his own business and mind the other fellows, too, said Captain Wass, continuing his monologue of grouch. Dodging here and there, keeping out of the way, 2 days behind schedule, meet 3 times a day or else you can't keep a crew, and everybody hearty at mealtime. My owners have never told me to let the law go to hoot and ram her for all she's worth. But when I carry in my accounts they seem to be trying to think up language that tells a man to do a thing, and yet doesn't tell him. What's that? He put his head far out of the window. Floating out of the fog came a dull, grunting sound, a faint and faraway diapason, a marine whistle which announced a big chap. I should say it is a Union liner, sir, either the _Triton_ or _Neptune_. They listened. They waited 2 long minutes for another signal. Seems to be taking up his full, legal time, growled Captain Wass. Since Marston has gobbled that line, maybe he has put on a special register to keep tabs on tooting, thinks it's waste of steam, and will reduce dividends. Expects us little fellows to do the squawking. The big whistle boomed again, dead ahead, and so much nearer that it provoked the skipper to lash out a round oath. He is reeling off 18 knots for a gate, or you can use my head for a rivet nut. He yanked the cord and the freighter howled angrily. The other replied with bellowing roar, autocratic, domineering. With irony, with vindictiveness, Captain Wass pitched his voice in sarcastic nasal tone and recited another rule, thereby trying to express his irate opinion of the lawlessness of other men. Article 16, Mr. Mayo. He probably carries it in his watch case instead of his girl's picture. Nice reading for a rainy day. A steam vessel hearing apparently forward of her beam the fog signal of a vessel, the position of which is not ascertained, shall, so far as the circumstances of the case permit, stop her engines and then navigate with caution until all danger of collision is over. Hooray for the rules. Captain Wass hooked a gnarled finger into the loop of the bell pull and yanked upward viciously. A dull clang sounded far below. He pulled again and the vibration of the engine ceased. Gad rabbit it. I'll go the whole hog as the department orders. If he bangs into me, we'll see who comes off best at the hearing. He gave the bell loop 2 quick jerks, then he shifted his hand to another pull and the jingled bell sounded in the engine room. The _Nequasit_ was ordered to make full speed astern. The freighter shook and shivered when the screw began to reverse, pulling at the frothing sea, clawing frantically to haul her to a stop. The skipper then gave 3 resentful, protesting whistle blasts. But the reply he received from ahead was a hoarse, prolonged howl. In it there was no hint that the big fellow proposed to heed the protest of the 3 blasts. It was insistence on right-of-way, the insolence of the swaggering express liner making time in competition with rivals. It hinted confident opinion that smaller chaps would better get out of the way. The oncomer had received a signal which served to justify that opinion. Captain Wass had docilely announced that he was going full speed astern. His whistle blasts had declared that he had stepped off the sidewalk of the ocean lane as usual. The big fellows knew that the little chaps would do it. Mate Mayo leaned from the window, his jaw muscles tense, anxiety in his Eyes. The big whistle now was fairly shaking the curtains of the mists and was not giving him any comforting assurance that the liner was swinging to avoid them. The quartermaster was taking the situation more philosophically than his superiors. He hummed, "Says all the little fishes that swim to and fro, she's the Liverpool packet, oh Lord, let her go. Does that gore-righteously fool ahead there think I blowed 3 whistles to salute Marston's birthday or their last dividend, Mr. Mayo?" shouted Captain Wass. Fogs are freaky. Ocean mists are often eerie in movements. They're strata. There are eddying air currents which rend the curtain or shred the massing vapors. The men in the pilot house of the _Nequasit_ suddenly found their range of vision widened. The fog did not clear, it became more tenuous and showed an area of the sea. It was like a thin veil which disclosed dimly what it distorted and magnified. In a fog, experienced steamboatmen always examine with earnest gaze the line where fog and ocean merge. They do not stare up into the fog, trying to distinguish the loom of an oncoming craft. They are able to discern first of all the white line of foam marking the vessel's cutwater kick-up or her wake. "There she comes, sir," announced the mate. He pointed his finger at a foaming upthrust of tossing water. "Yes, sir." 18 knots and both eyes shut. But there was relief mingled with the resentment. His quick glance informed him that the liner would pass the _Nequasit_ well to starboard. Her bow showed a divergence of at least 2 points from the freighter's course. But the next instant Captain Wass yelped a shout of angry alarm. "Yes, both eyes shut," he repeated. Right in line with the liner's threshing bow was a fisherman's Hampton boat, disclosed as the fog drifted. The passenger steamer gave forth a half-dozen woofs from her whistle, answering the freighter's staccato warning, but gave no signs of slowing. But that they were making an attempt to dodge the might in there. Path was made known by a shout from their lookout and a shrill call, "Port! Hard over!" The fisherman had all the alertness of his kind, trained by dangers and ever-present prospect of mischance to grab at desperate measures. He leaped forward and pulled out his mast and tossed mast and sail overboard. He knew that he must encounter the tremendous wash and wake of the rushing hull. His shell of a boat, if made top-heavy by the sail, would stand small show. "He's a goner," gasped Captain Wass. "She's going to tramp him plumb underfoot unless she's going to get up a little more speed and jump over him," he added, moved to bitter sarcasm. They saw the little boat go into eclipse behind the black prow, the first lift of the churning waters, flipping the cockleshell as a coin is snapped by the thumb. The fisherman was not in view. He had thrown himself flat in the bottom of his boat. "He's under for keeps," stated the skipper, with conviction. "If her bilge keel doesn't cooper him, her port propeller will." So rapidly was the liner moving, so abrupt her swoop to the right, that she leaned far over and showed them the red of her huge bilge. Her high speed enabled her to make an especially quick turn. As they gaped, her 2 stacks swung almost into line. Her shearing bow menaced the _Nequasit_. "The condemned old hellion is going to nail _us_ now," bellowed Captain Wass. In his panic and his fury, he leaped up and down, pulling at the whistle cord. She was almost upon them. Only a few hundred yards of gray water separated the 2 steamers. She was the _Triton, her name was disclosed on her bow. Her red hawse holes showed like glowering and savage eyes. There was indescribably brutal threat in this sudden dart in their direction. It was as if a sea monster had swallowed an insect in the shape of a Hampton boat and now sought a real mouthful. But her great rudder swung to the quick pull of her steam steering gear, and again she sheared, cutting a letter S. The movement brought her past the stern of the _Nequasit_, a biscuit toss away. The mighty surge of her roaring passage lifted the freighter's bulk aft, and the huge wave that was crowded between the 2 hulls crowned itself with frothing white and slapped a good, generous ton of green water over the smaller steamer's superstructure. Captain Wass grabbed down his megaphone. He wanted to submit a few remarks, which seemed to fit the incident. But the captain of the Triton was beforehand with a celerity which matched the up-to-date speed of his craft. He was bellowing through the huge funnel, which a quartermaster was holding for him. His language was terrific. He cursed freighters in most able style. He asked why the _Nequasit_ was loafing there in the seaway without steering headway on her. That amazing query took away Captain Wass's breath and all power to retort, asking that of a man who had obeyed the law to the letter. A fellow who was banging through the fog at 18 knots speed, blaming a conscientious skipper because the latter had stopped so as to get out of the way. And, above all, going so fast when he asked the question that he was out of earshot before suitable answer could be returned. Captain Wass revolved those whirling thoughts in a brain which flamed and showed its fires through the skipper's wide-propped eyes. Then he banged his megaphone across the pilot-house. It rebounded against him, and he kicked it into a corner. He began to whack his fist against a broad placard which was tacked up under his license as master. The cardboard was freshly white, and its tacks were bright, showing that it had been recently added as a feature of the pilot-house. Big letters in red ink at the top counseled, "Safety first." Other big letters at the bottom warned, "Take no chances." The center lettering advised shipmasters that in case of accident the guilty parties would feel all the weight of Uncle Sam's heavy palm. It was the latest output from the Department of Commerce and Labor, and bore the signature of the Honorable Secretary of the Bureau. Mayo noted that his chief was wholly absorbed in this speechless activity. Therefore, he pulled the bells which stopped the backward churning and sent the freighter on her way. They passed the fisherman in the Hampton boat. He was bailing his craft. "That was a rather close call, sir. I am glad that I have been trained by you to be a careful man. You took no chances." "And where have I got to by obeying the United States rules and never taking chances, Mr. Mayo? At 65, I'm master of a freight scow, sassed by owners ashore and sassed on the high seas by fellows like that one who just slammed past us. If that passenger steamer had hit me, the lawyers would have shoved the tar end of the stick into my hands. It's all for the good of the hellbent fellows the way things are arranged in this world at the present time. I'll be lucky if he doesn't lodge complaint against me when he gets to New York, saying that I got in his way." He cut off a fresh sliver of black plug and took his position at the whistle pole. "You'd better go get an heiress," he advised his mate, sourly. "Being an old-fashioned skipper in these days of steamboating is what I'm too polite to name. And as to being the other kind, well, you have just seen him wang past." However, as they went wallowing up the coast, their old tub sagging with the weight of the rails under her hatches, Mate Mayo felt considerable of a young man's ambitious envy of that spick-and-span swaggerer who had yelled anathema from the pilot-house of the _Triton_. It was real steamboating, he reflected, even if the demands of owners and dividend-seekers did compel a master to take his luck between his teeth and gallop down the seas. 16 millions and a mite to Tiffany's. I took her. I did not mind expense. I bought her 2 gold earrings. They cost me 50 cents. And away, you Santee. My dear Annie. Oh, you New York girls. Can't you dance the polka? Shanty, the lime juicer. Mr. Ralph Bradish, using one of the booth telephones in the Wall Street offices of Marston and Waller, earnestly asked the cashier of an uptown restaurant, as a special favor, to hold for 24 hours the personal check, amount $25, given by Mr. Bradish the evening before. 10 minutes later, with the utmost nonchalance and quite certain that the document was as good as wheat, Mr. Bradish signed a check for $1,250,000. That amount in no measure astonished him. He was quite used to signing smashing big checks when he was called into the presence of Julius Marston. Once, the amount named was 2 millions. And there had been numbers and numbers of what Mr. Bradish mentally termed piker checks 100,000, 200,000 and 300,000. And he had never been obliged to request any hold-up on those checks for want of funds. Because, in each instance, there had been a magic, printed line along which Mr. Bradish had splashed his signature. Before he blotted the ink on this check, Bradish glanced, with only idle curiosity, to note in what capacity he was serving this time. The printed line announced to him that he was treasurer, the Paramount Coast Transportation Company, Incorporated. He remembered that in the past he had signed as treasurer of the Union Securities Company, the Amalgamated Holding Company, and for other corporations sponsoring railroads and big industries with whose destinies Julius Marston, financier, appeared to have much to do. It was evident that financier Marston preferred to have a $40 a week clerk do the menial work of check signing, or at least to have that clerk's name in evidence instead of Marston's own. That modesty about having his name appear in public on a check seemed to attach to the business habits of Mr. Marston. Mighty few persons were ever admitted to this inner sanctuary where Bradish sat facing his employer across the flat-topped desk. And men who saw that employer outside his office did not turn their heads to stare after him or point respectful finger at him or remark to somebody else, "There's the big Julius Marston." In the first place, Mr. Marston was not big in a physical sense, and there was nothing about him which would attract attention or cause him to be remarked in a crowd. And only a few persons really knew him, anyway. He sat in his massive chair, one hand propped on the arm, his elbow akimbo, and with the other hand plucked slowly at the narrow strip of beard which extended from his lower lip to the peaked end of his chin. "Very well, Mr. Bradish," he remarked, after the latter had lifted the blotter from the check. Bradish rose and bowed and started to leave. He was a tall and shapely young man, with a waist, with a carriage. His garb was up to the minute. Fashion repressed. He was a study in brown, as to fabric of attire and its accessories. One of those white-faced chaps who always look a bit bored, with a touch of up-to-date cynicism. One of those fellows who listen much and who say little. "Just a moment, Bradish," invited Marston, and the young man stopped. "I like your way in these matters. You don't ask questions. You show no silly interest in any check you sign." Bradish reflected an instant on the check in the restaurant cashier's drawer and pinched his thin lips a little more tightly. "I'm quite sure you don't do any broadcast talking about the nature of these special duties." The financier pointed to the check. "I'll say quite frankly that I didn't select you for this service until I had ascertained that you did no talking about your own affairs in the office with my other clerks." Bradish inclined his head respectfully. "In financial matters it is necessary to pick men carefully. I trust you understand my attitude. These transactions are quite legitimate, but modern methods of high finance make it necessary to manipulate the details a little. Your attitude in accepting these duties, as a matter of course, is very gratifying from a business standpoint. As a little mark of our confidence in you, you will receive $75 per week hereafter." "Thank you, Mr. Marston." Allowed himself a quick, dry smile. "This isn't a bribe, you understand. There is nothing attached to this nominal service which requires bribing. We merely want to make it worthwhile for a prudent and close-mouthed young man to remain with us." A buzzer, as unobtrusive as were all the characteristics of financier Marston, sounded its meek purr. "Yes," he murmured into the receiver of the telephone which communicated with the watchful picket of the Marston and Waller offices. "Who?" "Oh, she may come in at once." "Wait here a moment, if you please, Mr. Bradish. It is my daughter who has dropped in for a moment's word with me. I have something more for you to attend to." Bradish walked to one of the windows. He stared sharply at the girl who hurried in. Her hat and face were shrouded in an automobile veil, and the cloistered light of the big room helped to conceal her features. But Bradish seemed to recognize something about her in spite of the vagueness of outline. When she spoke to her father, the young man's eyes snapped in true astonishment. "I couldn't explain it very well over the telephone, Papa, so I came right down. Do forgive me if I bother you for just a minute." She glanced quickly at the young man beside the window, but found him merely an outline against the light. "Only one of our clerks," said her father. "What is it, my girl?" "It's Nan Burgess's house party at Kingston. There's to be an automobile parade all decorated at the fete, and I want to go in our big car and have it 2 days. I was afraid you'd say no if I asked you over the telephone, but now that I'm right here, looking you in the eyes with all the coaxing power of my soul, you just can't refuse, can you, Papa?" "I think perhaps I would have consented over the telephone, Alma." "Then I may take the car?" Her playful tones rose in ecstatic crescendo. The impulsiveness of her nature was displayed by her manner in accepting this favor. She danced to her father and threw her arms about him. She exhibited as much delight as if he had bestowed upon her a gift of priceless pearls. The exuberance of her joy appeared to annoy him a bit. "Gently, gently, Alma. If you waste your thanks in this manner for a little favor, What will you do someday for superlatives when you are really eager to thank somebody for a big gift? Oh, I'll always have thanks enough to go around, that's my disposition. The folks who love me, I can love them twice as much. You're a dear old dad, and I know you want me to run along so that you can go to making a lot more money. So I'll just take myself out from underfoot. When she turned, she glanced again at the person near the window, and this time she got a good look at his face. Even the veil could not hide from Bradish the color which spread into her cheeks. She was so conscious of her embarrassment and of her appearance that she did not turn her face to her father when he spoke to her. One moment, Alma. Seeing that my big car is going to have a 2 days vacation in the country, I may as well make it do one last business errand for me. He called Bradish to the desk by a side jerk of the head. I want that check put into the hands of the brokerage firm of Mower Brothers as quickly as possible. My car is at the door, and it may as well take you along. Alma, allow this young man of ours to ride with you to the place where I'm sending him. He did not present Bradish to Miss Marston. Bradish did not expect the financier to do so. But this dismissal of him as a mere errand boy with the young lady staring him out of countenance in a half-frightened way cut the pride a bit, even in the case of a mere clerk. And this clerk was pondering on the memory that only the night before he had clasped this young lady, then a party unknown who was evidently bent upon an escapade _incognito_. Had encircled this selfsame maiden with his arms during many blissful dances in one of the gorgeous Broadway public ballrooms. And he had regaled her and a girlfriend on viands for which his $25 check had scarcely sufficed to pay. Bradish was pretty familiar with the phases and the oddities of the dancing craze, but this _contretemps rather staggered him. They had asked no questions of each other during those dances. They had been perfectly satisfied with the joy of the moment. She had looked at him in a way and with a softness in her eyes which told him that she found him pleasing in her sight. She had been enthusiastic with that same exuberance he had just witnessed over his grace in the dance. They had promised to meet again at the ballroom where social conventions did not prevent healthy young folks from enjoying themselves. Good heavens, she whispered to him as she preceded him through the door. You work in my father's office? You are surprised, a little shocked, and I don't blame you, he returned, humbly. As for me, I am simply astounded. But I am not a gossip. She stole a look at his pale, impassive face, and some of her father's instinct in judging men seemed to reassure her. One must play a bit, she sighed. And it's so stupid most of the time, among folks whom one knows very well. There are no more surprises. As he shut the door softly behind them, Bradish heard Marston, once more immersed in his affairs of business, directing over the telephone that one Fletcher Fogg be located and sent to him. I apologize, said Bradish, in the corridor. They were waiting for the elevator. For what? She lifted her eyebrows, and there was no hint of annoyance in her dark eyes. For well, seeing how the matter stands, it almost seems as if I had presumed was masquerading. I am only a clerk, but you're a clerk in Julius Marston's offices, she said, with pride, and that means that you are to be trusted. I require no apology from you, my name is Ralph Bradish. I dodged away from dullness last evening. I was hoping to have a bit of a frolic. And I found a young gentleman who asked no impertinent questions, who was very gracious, and who was a delight in the dance. It was all very innocent, rather imprudent, but altogether lovely. There. I thank you. And well, after Nan Burgess's house party, she glanced up at him, provocation in her eyes. But I don't dare to hope, do I, that you will condescend to come again and dance with me? Julius Marston has taught his daughter to keep her promise, sir. If I remember, I promised. He did not reply, for the elevator's grille door clashed open for them to enter. And in the elevator, and later in the car, he was silent, as became the clerk of Marston's offices in the company of Marston's daughter when there were listeners near. Her eyes gave him distinct approval, and her lips gave him a charming smile when he alighted at his destination. Bradish stood for a moment and gazed after the car when it threaded its way into the Broadway traffic. She's a flighty young dame, with a new notion for every minute, he told himself. You can see that plain enough. It's probably all jolly on her part. However, in these days, if a fellow keeps his head steady and his feet busy, there's no telling what the tango may lead to. This may be exactly what I've been paying Taylor's bills for, indicating that in these calculating times the spirit of youth and the ardor of love at first sight is not as the poet of romance has painted it. 17, exactly, said Mr. Fogg. Oh, I am not a man o' war or privateer, said he, blow high, blow low, and so sailed we. But I'm an honest pirate looking for my fee, cruising down along the coast of the High Barbary. Shanty of the Prince Luther. Mr. Fletcher Fogg privately and mentally and metaphorically slapped himself on the back whenever he considered his many activities. He was perfectly certain that he was the best little two-handed general operator of an all-around character that any gentleman could secure when that gentleman wanted a job done and did not care to give explicit instructions as to the details of procedure. The look of grief and regret that the fat face of Mr. Fogg could assume when said gentleman after the job was done blamed the methods as unsanctioned. Even though the result had been achieved, that expression was a study in humility with its tongue in its cheek. If Mr. Fogg could have advertised his business to suit himself, being not a whit ashamed of his tactics, he would have issued a card inscribed about as follows: Mr. Fletcher Fogg, promoting and demoting, building and busting. The whole inside of any financial or industrial cheese cleaned out without disturbing the outside rind. All still work done noiselessly. Plenty of brass bands for loud work. Broad shoulders supplied to take on all the blame. Mr. Fogg, in the presence of Julius Marston, was properly obsequious, but not a bit fawning. He wiped away the moisture patches beside his nose with a purple handkerchief and put it back into his outside breast pocket with the corners sticking out like attentive ears. He crossed his legs and sat on his knee and ankle clothed in a purple silk stocking. On account of his rotundity, he was compelled to hold the ankle in place in the firm clutch of his hand. He settled his purple tie with the other hand. I'm glad I was in reach when you wanted me, he assured Mr. Marston. I'm just in on the _Triton_. And I want to tell you that you're running that steamboat line in the way an American businessman wants to have it run. If I had been on any other line, sir, I wouldn't have been here today when you were looking for me. Everything else on the coast prowling along half speed, but down slammed the old _Triton_, scattering out from underfoot like an auto going through a flock of chickens, but not a jar or a scrape or a jolt, and into her dock. Through 2 days of thick fog, exactly on the dot. That's the way an American wants to be carried, sir. I believe so, Mr. Fogg, agreed Julius Marston. And that's why we feel it's going to be a good thing for all the coastlines to be under one management, our management. Exactly. It's true progress, true benefit to travelers, stockholders, and all concerned. Consolidation instead of rivalry. I believe in it. Exactly. As a broad-gauged businessman big enough to grasp big matters, you have seen how consolidation affects reforms. No two ways about it, affirmed Mr. Fogg. That was very good missionary work you did in the matter of the Sound and Cape Line, very good indeed. It's astonishing what high and lofty ideas some stockholders have about properties they're interested in. In financial matters, the poorest conclusion a man can draw is that a stock will always continue to pay dividends simply because it always has done so. I had to set off a pretty loud firecracker to wake those Sound and Cape fellows up. I had to show what damage the new deals and competition and our combination would do to if they kept on sleeping on their stock certificates. Funny how hard it is to pry some folks loose from their par value notions. Mr. Fogg delivered this little disquisition on the intractability of stockholders with reproachful vigor, staring blandly into the unwinking gaze of Mr. Marston. I don't want to praise my own humble efforts too much, he went on, but I truly believe that inside another 30 days the Sound crowd would have been ready to cash in at 50, in spite of that minority bunch that was hollering for par. That was only a big yop from a few folks. 50 was a fair price in view of what's ahead in the way of competition, but we have made it a 5/8 proposition in order to clinch the deal promptly. I just sent one of our boys around with the check. Mr. Fogg beamed. He used his purple handkerchief on his cheeks once more. He allowed to himself a few words of praise, They'll understand someday that I saved M from a bigger bump. But it's hard to show some people. Now, Mr. Fogg, we come to the matter of the Vos line. What's the outlook? Mr. Fogg looked sad. After weeks of chasing M, I can only say that they're ugly and stubborn, simply blind to their best interests. Insist on par, do they? Worse than that. Old Vos and his sons and those old Hornbeam directors, retired sea captains, you know, as hard as old turtles, they have taken a stand against consolidation. They belong in the dark ages of business. Old Vos had the impudence to tell me that forming the Steamboat Combine was a crime, and that he wouldn't be a party to a betrayal of the public. He won't come in. He won't sell. He's going to compete. Mr. Marston stroked his strip of beard. In order for our stock to be what we intend it to be, the Paramount Coast Transportation has got to operate as a complete monopoly, as you understand, Mr. Fogg. A beneficent monopoly consolidation benefiting all but nevertheless a monopoly. With one line holding out on us, we've got only a limping proposition. Exactly. What are we going to do about the Vos line? Let it compete, sir. We can kill it in the end. Possibly, probably. But that plan will not serve Mr. Fogg. It's business. But it is not finance. I'm looking at this proposition solely as a financier, Mr. Fogg. I hardly know one end of a steamboat from the other. I'm not interested in rate-cutting problems. I don't know how long it would take to put the Vos line under. But I do know this, as a financier handling a big deal, that the Paramount stock will not appeal to investors or the bonds to banks unless we can launch our project as a clean, perfect combination, every transportation charter locked up. I handle money, and I know all of money's timidity and all of money's courage. You think the Vos directors are able to hold their stockholders in line, do you? Mr. Fogg uncrossed his legs, put both feet on the floor, hooked his hands across his paunch, and gazed up at the ceiling, evidently pondering profoundly. I repeat, I'm not viewing this thing as a steamboating proposition, not figuring what kind of tariffs will kill competition, stated Mr. Marston. I'm not estimating what kind of tariffs will make a profit for the Paramount. I'd as soon sell sugar over the counter. My associates expect me to make money for them in another way, make it in big lumps and on a quick turn. The Vos line, competing, kills us from the financial viewpoint. Exactly. There was silence in the room for some time. There's never any telling what stockholders will do, remarked Mr. Fogg, his eyes still studying the panels of the ceiling. Mr. Marston did not dispute that dictum. His field marshal slowly tipped down his head and gave his superior another of those bland stares. So I'll go right ahead and see what they'll do, sir. He rose and kicked the legs of his trousers into place. You understand that in this affair, as in all matters where you have been employed, there must be absolutely clean work. There must be no comeback. Of course, I have instructed you to this effect regularly, but I wish to have you remember that I have repeated the instructions, sir. Exactly. Mr. Fogg's eyes did not blink. You will be prepared to testify to that effect in case the need ever arises. Exactly. Mr. Fogg delivered that word like a countersign. Into it, in his interviews with Julius Marston, he put understanding, humility, promise. May we expect quick action? Asked the financier. The thing mustn't hang fire. We have a lot of our nimble money tied up as it is. Exactly, returned Mr. Fogg, on his way to the door. Quick action it is. This is probably the craziest idea that ever popped into a man's head when that man was sitting in Julius Marston's office, reflected Mr. Fogg, marching through the anteroom of this temple of finance. There's one thing about it that's comforting. It's so wild-eyed it will never be blamed on to Julius Marston as any of his getting up. And that's his principal lookout when a deal is on. It seems to be up to me to deliver the goods. He sat down on a bench in the waiting room and rubbed his knuckles over his forehead. Just let me get this thing right into, he told himself. How did the idea happen to hit me anyway? Oh yes. Old Vos bragging to me that every stockholder in the Vos line was behind him and that the annual meeting was about to come off, and then I would see what a condemned poor show I stood to get even the toe of my boot into the crack of the company door. He's a Maine corporation. I've known of cases where that fact helped a lot. There are plenty of ifs and buts in this thing, but here goes. He applied himself to one of the office telephones, asked for several numbers, one after the other, and put questions with eagerness and rapidity. The information he received seemed to disturb him considerably. He came out of the booth and scrubbed his cheeks with his purple handkerchief. Their annual meeting at 10 o'clock tomorrow morning, 400 miles from here. Well, I suppose I ought to be thankful that it's not being held right now, mister. Fogg informed himself, determined to fan that one flicker of hope with both wings of his optimism. But I've got to admit that 24 hours is almighty scant time for a job of the sort, even when the operator is the little Fogg boy himself. Damn, I haven't come to a full, realizing sense yet of all I've got to do and how I'm going to do it. He hurried out, dove into an elevator, and was shot down to the street. He was lucky enough to find a taxi at the curb. Grand Central, he told the driver. I've got $5 that says you can beat the Subway Express and land me in season for the 10 o'clock limited for Boston. As soon as it became evident to Mr. Fogg that his driver had seen his duty and was going to do it, traffic squad be blowed, the promoter settled back, and his thoughts began to revolve faster than the taxi's wheels. It's going to be like the mining camp Lulu hand, was his mental preface to his plans. It can be played only once in a sitting-in, it has got to be backed with good bluff, but it's a peach when it works. And what am I a promoter for? What have I studied foreign corporation laws for? Mr. Fogg took off his hat and mopped his bald spot, wrinkling his eyelids in deep reflection. The idea is, he mused, I'm a candidate for the presidency of the Vos line at tomorrow's meeting. But I haven't been elected yet. However, Mr. Fogg's preliminary sniffing at the affairs of the Vos line had informed him where he could pick up at least 10 scattered shares of their stock. He figured that before midnight he would have them in his possession. As to the next day and the next steps, well, the nerve of a real American plunger clings to life until the sunset of all hopes, even as the snake's tail, though the serpent's head be bruised beyond repair, is supposed to wriggle until sunset. He dispatched a telegram at New Haven. He received a reply at Providence, and he read it and felt like a gambler who has drawn a card to fill his bobtail hand. When a design is brazen and the game is largely a bluff, plain, lucky chance must be appealed to. The telegram had been addressed to Attorney Sawyer Franklin in a Maine city. It had requested an appointment with Mr. Franklin on the following morning. The reply had stated that Mr. Franklin was critically ill in a hospital, but that all matters of business would be attended to by his office force, as far as was possible. Attorney Sawyer Franklin, as Mr. Fogg, of course, was fully aware, was clerk of the Vos Line Corporation, organized according to the Maine law as a foreign corporation, under the more liberal regulations which have attracted so many metropolitan promoters into the states of Maine and New Jersey. 18. How an annual meeting was held on sea. Oh, a ship she was rigged and ready for sea, and all of her sailors were fishes to be. Windy why weather, stormy why weather. When the wind blows we're all together. The fishes. Fletcher Fogg, suave, dignified, radiating business importance, freshened by a barber's ministrations, walked into the Franklin law offices the next morning at 9:30. He announced himself to a girl typist, and she referred him to a young man who came forth from a private room. I have power of attorney from Mr. Franklin to transact his routine business, explained the young man. Of course, if it's a new case or a question of law, neither, my dear sir. Simply a matter of routine. But he leaned close to the young man's ear, strictly private. Mr. Fogg himself closed the door of the inner office when the two had retired there. One of your matters today, I believe, is the annual meeting of the Vos line. I am a stockholder. Fogg produced a packet of certificates and laid them on the desk. Are there to be any officers or other stockholders present? He asked, showing just a bit of solicitude, in spite of himself. I think not, returned the young man. Nothing has been said about it. The proxies and instructions have been sent in, as usual, by registered mail. He indicated documents stacked on the desk. I was just about to begin on the matter. I suppose our proxies run to the clerk of the corporation, as usual, with full power of substitution. Clerk to follow instructions, said Mr. Fogg, a bit pompously, using his complete knowledge of corporation routine. Yes, sir. We handle most of the corporation meetings that way when it's all cut and dried. In this case, it's simply a re-election of the old officers. Exactly. Mr. Fogg pulled his chair closer, dabbed his purple handkerchief on each side of his nose, and inquired, kindly and confidentially, "My son, what's your name?" "David Boyne." "Law student here, secretary, eh?" "Yes, sir." "Exactly, and a long, hard pull ahead of you. It's too bad you're not in New York, where a young man doesn't have to travel the whole way around, but can cut a corner or two. I could give you a lot of examples of bright young chaps who have grabbed in when the grabbing was good. But I haven't the time. You take my word for it. I'm a plain, outspoken businessman, and I'm in with the biggest financial interests in New York. And I'm going to offer you the grandest opportunity of your life right now, David. He picked up his certificates and arranged them in one hand, as a player arranges his cards. I have here 10 shares, say, and each share is owned by a different individual, all good men. You don't know them, but I do. They are connected with our big interests. And I'm right here as a stockholder. Do you realize, David, that instructing you to hold this meeting without a single stockholder present is really asking you to do something that's not strictly legal? We usually do it this way, faltered Boyne. Exactly. Men like those who are running the Vos line are always asking an innocent man to do something illegal. I'm going to come right to the point with you, David. Those old mossbacks who have sent those instructions are trying to wreck the Vos line. I want you to disregard those instructions. I am anxious to be president and general manager of the line. I want you to elect as directors these stockholders. He tapped his finger on the certificates. The young man was both frightened and bewildered. He turned pale. I can't do that, he gasped. Yes, you can. There are the proxies. It's up to you to vote them as you want to. They allow full power of substitution, usual fashion. But I can't disobey my instructions. I say you can, if you've got grit enough to make a good thing for yourself. Such a thing was never done here. Probably not. It's a new idea. But new things are being done right along in high finance. You ought to be up where big things are happening every day. You stand in with me, and I'll put you there. You see, I'm getting right down to cases on this matter with you, David. Vote those proxies as I direct, and I'll hand you $5,000 inside of 2 hours, and we'll plant you in a corking job with my people as soon as this thing calms down. I could have palavered a long time before coming to business in this way, but I see you're a bright young fellow and don't need a lot of hair oil talk. I don't ask you to hurt anybody in especial. You can elect the old treasurer. We don't want to handle the money. This is no cheap race game. But I want a board of directors who will put me in as general manager until certain reforms can be instituted so as to bring the line up to date. $5,000, mind you, and then you'll be taken care of. But I'll be put into state prison. Nonsense, my boy. Why would you vote those proxies according to your instructions? Why, because it would be for your interest to do so if I hadn't come in here with a better proposition. Now it's for your interest to vote them as I tell you. The most they can make out of it is a breach of trust, and that amounts to nothing. With $5,000 in your mitt, you wouldn't need to hang around here to take a lot of slurs. I'll slip you another 1,000 for your expenses on a little trip till the air is all clear. Boyne stared at this blunt and forceful tempter. His hand, which clutched the chair arms, trembled. I'm going to be still more frank with you, my boy. And, by the way, you must know that I'm no mere four-flesher. You've heard of Fletcher Fogg, eh? You knew who I was when you got that wire from me yesterday. Why, yes, I know of you through our corporation work, sir. Exactly. Mr. Fogg assumed even more unctuously the manner of an old friend. Now, as I say, I'm going to be frank. Take you in on the ground floor. Of course, they can have another special meeting of the Vos line after a 30 days notice to the stockholders. They will probably call that meeting, and I don't care if they do. But I have an ambition to be general manager of the line for those 30 days to make, well, I want to make a little investigation of general conditions, declared Mr. Fogg, resorting to his purple handkerchief. That's all I care to say. At the end of 30 days, I'm speaking of the big interests I represent, we may decide to buy the line and make it really worth something to the stockholders. You understand, I hope. It's strictly business, it's all right, it's good financiering. After it's all over and those old, hard-shelled directors wake up, I'll venture to say they'll be pleased all around that this little turn has been made. In the meantime, having been taken care of, you needn't mind whether they're pleased or not. Boyne looked at the sheaf of certificates in Fogg's hand. He bent frightened gaze on the documents stacked on the desk. They lay there representing his responsibility, but they also represented opportunity. The sight of them was a rebuke to the agitated thoughts of treason which assailed him. But the mere papers had no voice to make that rebuke pointed. Mr. Fogg did have a voice. $5,000 in your fist, my boy, as soon as I can work the wire to New York, and there's no piker about the man who can have 5,000 flashed in here when he asks for it. You can see what kind of men are behind me. What do you care about old man Vose and his crowd? There's Mr. Franklin. I'll be doing a mighty mean trick, Mr. Fogg. No, I'll not do it. Mr. Fogg did not bluster. He was silent for some time. He pursed his lips and stared at Boyne, and then he shifted his gaze to the ceiling. It's too bad for a young fellow to turn down such an opportunity, he sighed. It can be done without you, Boyne, in another way. The same result will happen. But you might as well be in on it. Now let me tell you a few instances of how some of the big men in this country got their start. Mr. Fogg was an excellent raconteur with a vivid imagination, and it did not trouble his conscience because the narratives he imparted to this wide-eyed youth were largely apocryphal. You see, he put in at the end of the first tale, what a flying start will do for a man. Suppose that chap I've just told you about sat back and refused to jump when the road was all open to him. You don't hear anybody knocking that man nowadays, do you? And yet that's the trick he pulled to get his start. With a similar snapper did Mr. Fogg touch up each one of his stories of success. I didn't have any idea, I thought they managed it some other way, murmured David Boyne. Your horizon has been limited. You haven't been out in the world enough to know, my son. I have heard of all those men, of course. They're big men today. You didn't think they got to be millionaires by saving the money out of clerks' salaries, did you? Of course, Boyne, I admit that in this affair you'll be up to a little sharp practice. But you're not stealing anything. Nobody can lug off steamships in a vest pocket. It's only a deal, and deals are being made every day. Fogg was a keen judge of his fellow men. He knew weakness when he saw it. He could determine from a man's lower lip and the set of his nose whether that person were covetous. And he knew now what signified the flush on Boyne's cheeks and the light in his eyes. However, there was something else to reckon with. I will not betray Mr. Franklin's confidence in me. Positively, I will not, said the young man. He's sick, and that would make it worse. How sick is he? He is very, very ill. It was an operation, and he has had a relapse. But we hope he's coming out all right. What hospital is he in? Boyne gave the name. I think I'll call up and ask when it is expected that he can see visitors, announced Fogg, with business briskness. I wish Franklin had been here on deck. Franklin himself. I don't believe Mr. Franklin would turn a trick of the sort, asserted the clerk. I'd hate to face him, after doing it myself. Franklin would be able to see further into a financial deal than a young chap, said Mr. Fogg, severely, and then he found his number and made his call. Good heavens, he blurted, after a question. I am in his office. Yes, I'll tell Boyne. With a fine affectation of grief and surprise, he snapped the transmitter upon the hook and whirled on Boyne. His back had been toward the young man he had spoken with, hand across the receiver. He has just died, he's dead. Franklin has passed away. I would have been notified, gasped Boyne. They were just going to call you. You heard me say I'd inform you. But I must call the hospital, offer my services. I must go up there. Mr. Fogg put out his hand and pressed the young man back into his chair. A Lulu must be played quick and the pot raked sudden, he reflected. Just a moment, my son. Now you're standing on your own bottom. You won't have to explain to Mr. Franklin. He pointed to the clock. His stories had consumed time. The hour was 10:35. That annual meeting of the Vos line was called for 10 of the clock today. Mr. Franklin was alive at that hour. He was the clerk of that corporation. What happens now will not embarrass you so far as he's concerned. Be sensible. Make a stroke for yourself. You're out of a job anyway. Go to it, now. Fogg spoke sharply, imperiously. He exerted over the young man all the force of his personality. $5,000 protected by my interests slipped out of sight for a few months. It's easy. Sit down there and make up your records. Vote those proxies. Vote 'em, I say. This meeting was held at 10 o'clock. Make up your records. He stood over Boyne, arguing, promising, urging, and the young man, at last, sweating, flushed, trembling, bent over his documents, sorted them, and made up his records. We'll send on a copy to the office of the Vos line by registered mail, commanded Fogg. Attest it as a copy of the true record by notary. When it drops in on them, I will be there, with my directors, and my little story and the face of Uncle Vos will be worth looking at, though his language may not be elevating. You come out with me, Boyne. I'm going to the telegraph office. But I must get in touch at once with Mr. Franklin's family. Offer my services, pleaded the clerk. There isn't a thing you can do right now, snapped the masterful gentleman from New York. I suggest that you close the office. Send the girl home. You should do that much out of respect to your employer's memory. 10 minutes later the record had been mailed, and the flustered Boyne was trotting around town with Mr. Fogg. The latter seemed to have a tremendous amount of business on his hands. He hired a cab and was hustled yon and thither, leaving the young man in the vehicle, with instructions to stay there, whenever a stop was made. But at last Mr. Fogg returned from an errand with some very tangible results. He put a packet of banknotes into Boyne's shaking hands. Did you ever see as much real money before, my son? Asked Fogg, genially. That's your 5,000. And here's 500 toward that expense money we promised. I'm suggesting that you leave town tonight. Tuck that cash away on yourself and duck out of sight. Having secured the money and placed that powerful argument in the young man's hands, Mr. Fogg's hurry and anxiety seemed to be over. When he had seen the packet buttoned inside Boyne's coat, he smiled. The trade is clinched and the job is done, son, and I feel sure that, being a healthy young American citizen with plenty of cash to pay your way, you're not going to let go that cash nor do any foolish squealing. I've gone too far to back out, admitted Boyne, patting the outside of his coat. But it seems like a dream. I've heard a little piece of good news while I've been running around. Forgot to tell you, said Fogg, in a matter-of-fact way. That fool attendant at the hospital must have misunderstood me, or I misunderstood him. Franklin isn't dead. He isn't dead. No. Last report is that he's better this forenoon. But that's the way some of these crazy attendants mix things up when anybody inquires at a hospital. Now, of course, seeing that the registered copy is on its way and Franklin is getting better, that's all the more reason why you don't care to hang around these diggings and be annoyed. I've got a scheme. It will take you out of town in a very quiet style. I have telephoned down to the docks, and there's a Vos freighter in here discharging rails. Do you live at home or at a boarding place? I board, said Boyne, still wrestling with the sickening information that he had betrayed an employer who was alive, somehow the sentiment that it was equally base to betray a deceased employer had not impressed itself on his benumbed conscience. He was now keenly aware that he feared to meet up with a living and indignant lawyer Franklin. Fogg questioned, and Boyne gave his boarding house address. We'll drive there, and I'll wait outside in the cab until you can scratch together a gripful of your things. Don't load yourself down too much. Remember, you've got plenty of cash in your pockets. A little later Fogg escorted the young man up the gangplank of the _Nequasit_, from whose hold the last of her load of clanging rails was being derricked by panting windlass engines, to Captain Zeratus Was, who was lounging against the rail just outside the pilot-house. Mr. Fogg marched with business promptitude and spoke with assurance. Captain, my name is Fletcher Fogg. Within 48 hours the directors of the Vos line will elect me president and general manager. That news may be rather astonishing, but it's true. The veteran skipper did not reply. He shifted a certain bulge from one cheek to the other. Well, queried Fogg, a bit sharply. I ain't saying anything, you believe what I tell you, don't you? I don't know you. This young man is David Boyne, acting clerk of the Vos Line Corporation. The annual meeting has just been held in this city. He made the official records. He will tell you that a new board of directors has been chosen. The old crowd is out. That is so, stated Boyne, obeying the prompting of Fogg's quick glance. I don't know you either. Mr. Fogg was not abashed. It isn't especially necessary that you know us. How soon do you leave? We're going out light as soon as them rails are on the wharf. I am sending Mr. Boyne with you on a tour of inspection, Captain. Please give him quarters and use him right. Nothing doing till I get orders from the owners, declared Captain Wass. Haven't I told you that I shall be general manager of this line tomorrow, or next day at the latest? When your general manager come around and give off your orders, sir. I'll do it. I'll come aboard in New York. I'm ordered to Philadelphia, prompted Captain Wass. That's where you'll find me. Philadelphia, then. I'll come aboard and fire you. Do just as you feel like doing. You refuse to take along this young man? This ain't a passenger boat. I don't know you. Show orders from owners, otherwise nothing doing. Mate Mayo had come out of his cabin, near at hand. With a young man's quicker perception of possibilities and contingencies, he realized that his skipper might be letting an old man's obstinacy block common sense. The first mate had an eye for men and their manners. He had been listening to Mr. Fogg. That gentleman certainly seemed to know what he was talking about. And young Mate Mayo, having a nose for news as well as an eye for men, understood that the coast transportation business was in a touchy state generally. He gave Mr. Fogg further inspection and decided that a little skillful compromising was advisable. Captain Wass, will you step aside with me a moment? Asked the mate. What for? I want to have a word with you. Have it right here, said the captain tartly. I never have any business that's got to be whispered behind corners. He scowled when his mate gave him a wink, both suggestive and imploring. Spit it out. The law doesn't allow us to take passengers, as you suggest. And naturally you don't like to act without orders from owners. He looked at Mr. Fogg as he spoke, plainly offering apology to that gentleman. But we need a second steward and we don't. Captain Wass was blunt and tactless. I beg pardon, we really do. And we can sign this young man in a sort of nominal way, and then when we get to Philadelphia we'll probably find the matter all straightened out. What's your name? Asked Mr. Fogg. Boyd Mayo, sir. First mate. Mr. Mayo, you're a young man with a lot of common sense, declared Fogg. To himself, staring at the young man, he said, I'm going to play this game out with 2 spots, and here's one ready for the draw. I'll see you in Philadelphia, Mr. Mayo, he continued, aloud. I am exactly what I say I am. Captain Wass, you've got something coming to you. Mr. Mayo, you've got something coming to you, also, and it's good. His assertiveness was compelling, and even the captain displayed symptoms of being impressed. It isn't at all necessary that my agent make this trip with you, Captain Wass. Perhaps I had no distinct right to bring him here. But I am a hustling sort of a businessman, and I want to get at matters in short order. However, I ask no favors. Come on, Boyne. We'll sign him on as steward to cover the law, proffered the captain, as terse in consent as he was in refusal. Very well, agreed Fogg. You've got an able first mate, sir. He flipped his watch out. I've got a train to make, gentlemen. Good day. He took Boyne by the arm and led him to the ladder from the bridge. Son, said he, you dig into that Mayo chap till you know him up and down and through and through. I'm going to use him. And you keep your mouth shut about yourself. He backed down the ladder, feeling his way cautiously with his fat legs, trotted to the waiting cab, and was whirled away. At high noon the next day, Fletcher Fogg marched into the general offices of the Vos Line and Company with 10 solid-looking citizens. Imperturbable and smiling, he allowed President Vos to shriek anathema and to wave the certified copy of the record of the annual meeting under the snub Fogg nose. What you say doesn't change the situation in the least, affirmed Mr. Fogg. You'll find the actual records of the meeting deposited in the usual place in the state of your incorporation. If you think these new directors are not lawfully and duly elected, you can apply to the courts. You confounded thief, it's likely to take a year to get a decision. This is damnable. It's piracy. You know what courts are. Poke up your courts then. It isn't my fault if they're slow. The new directors filed into the boardroom and with great celerity proceeded to elect Fletcher Fogg to be president and general manager of the Vose Line. What are you going to do? Pleaded the deposed executive head. My money is in here, my whole life is in it, my pride, my intention to see that the public gets a square deal. You infernal rogue, what are you going to do with my property? That's my own business, said Fletcher Fogg. You can't get away with it, you can't do it, raged Vose. I'll get at the inside of how that meeting was conducted. You'd better take backwater right now, Fogg, and save yourself. I'm not afraid to tell you what I'm going to do. I'll have a temporary injunction issued. I'll prove fraud was used at that meeting, bribery, yes, sir. Mr. Fogg smiled and sat down at the president's desk. First he'll have to find a young man by the name of David Boyne, he told himself. Vose, said the new president, all you can show a court is the record of an annual meeting, duly and legally held. And if the judge wants to have a look at me, he'll find me running this line a blamed sight better than you have ever run it. It's a cheap, plain trick, bleated the aged steamship manager. Your crowd is going to sell out to the Paramount, it's your plot. Oh no. We're not inviting injunctions and law and newspaper talk and slurs and slander, Mr. Vose. If there's ever any selling out, you'll be the first to suggest it. I never shall. You see, I'm just as frank with you as you are with me. Selling this line to the Paramount right now, just because the new board is in, would be ragged work, very coarse work. Thank heaven, I have a proper respect for the law and what it can do to bother a fool. I am not a fool, Mr. Vose. 19 The prize package from Mr. Fogg. Our captain stood on his quarterdeck, and a fine little man was he. Overhaul, overhaul, on your davit tackle fall, and launch your boats to the sea, brave boys. And launch your boats to the sea. The Whale. A slowing tug, tooting fussy and staccato blasts which Captain Wass translated into commands to hold up, intercepted the _Nequasit_ in Hampton Roads. Mr. Fletcher Fogg was a passenger on the tug. In a suit of natty gray, he loomed conspicuously in the alley outside the tug's pilot house. He cursed roundly when he toilsomely climbed the ladder to the freighter's deck, for the rusty sheathing smutched the knees of his trousers. I'm doing a little better than I promised you, Captain, he stated when he arrived finally in the presence of the master. I said Philadelphia. But here I am. Do you know me now? Your name is Fogg, returned Captain Wass, exhibiting no special delight. And I'm manager of this line. As it seems to be pretty hard for you to get anything through that thick nut of yours, I'll ask you to glance at a paper which will save argument. The paper was an attested notification, signed by the directors, stating in laconic legal phrase what Mr. Fogg had just declared. You recognize my authority, do you? Your bill, O lading reads O.K., assented the skipper. Very well. Exactly. Then you take your orders. Proceed to an anchorage off Lambert Point below Norfolk, pick a berth well off the channel, and put down both hooks. The boat is going out of commission. I find you're not making any money for the owners. It ain't my fault. With charters at, began the master, indignantly. I haven't any time for a joint debate. You are laid off. Bring your accounts to the main office as soon as you have turned the steamer over to the caretaker. He'll come out from Norfolk. Manager Fogg turned on his heel to meet Mate Mayo. You will report at the main offices, too, Mr. Mayo. Have you master's papers? I have, Sir. Atlantic Waters, Jacksonville to Eastport. Very good. You're going to be promoted. I shall put you aboard the passenger steamer _Montana_ as captain. He looked about sharply. Where's my agent? There, in the quartermaster's cabin. We gave him that, replied Captain Wass, gruffly. I'm glad I'm out of steamboating. I've learned how to run a boarding house and make money out of it. Mr. Fogg did not understand that sneer, and he paid no attention to the captain's manner. He started for the cabin indicated. Well, you can swell around in gold braid now and catch your heiress, observed Captain Wass to his mate. I'm sorry, skipper, said the young man, with real feeling. You are the man to be promoted, not I. It isn't right, it doesn't seem real. There isn't any real steamboating on this coast any longer. It is I don't know what the devil it is, snarled the veteran. I have been sniffing and scouting. I'd like to be a mouse in the wall of them New York offices and hear what it is they're trying to do to us per cusses. Ordered one day to keep the law, ordered the next day to break the law, hounded by owners and threatened by the government. I'm glad I'm out of it and glad you've got a good job. That last I'm specially glad about. But keep your eye peeled. There are queer doings round about you. Fogg entered the cabin and shut the door behind him. He found Boyne sitting on a stool and looking somewhat apprehensive. Hiding inquired. Fogg. I thought I wouldn't show myself till I was sure about who was on that tug, said the young man. That's the boy, David, complimented Fogg, with real heartiness. You're no fool. Nothing like being careful. Pack your bag and go aboard the tug. He marched out. Philadelphia charter has been cancelled, eh? Asked Captain Wass. The tone of his voice did not invite amity. It has, sir. Seems queer to turn down a cargo that's there waiting and the old boat can carry it cheaper than anybody else, the way I've got expenses fined down. Are you trying to tell me my business? I have been steamboating 40 years, and I know a little something about it. Mr. Fogg looked at the old mariner, eyes narrowed. He wanted to inform Captain Wass that the latter knew altogether too much about steamboating for the kind of work that was planned out along the coast in those ticklish times. Then I ain't to expect anything special from now on? Asked the skipper. In spite of his determination to be crusty and keep his upper lip stiff, he could not repress a little wistfulness, and his eyes roved over the old freighter with affection. Not a thing, sir. Mr. Fogg was blunt and cool. He started for the ladder. He slapped the shoulder of Mayo as he passed the young man. Here's the kind of chap we're looking for nowadays. The sooner you report, my boy, the better for you. With Boyne following him, he climbed down the swaying ladder and was lifted from the lower rungs over the tug's rail to a secure footing. After the lines had been cast off and the tug went floundering away at a sharp angle, Captain Wass scuffed into his pilot-house and gave the bells. She seems to feel it honest, she does, he told Mate Mayo. She goes off logy. She doesn't pick up her heels. Nor could I do it when I walked in here. Going to be scrapped the two of us. 'Cause they're picking and stealing and fighting and financing. They ain't steamboating any longer. They're using good boats to play checkers in Wall Street with. Well, son, he mourned, hanging dispiritedly over the sill of the window and staring up the wind-swept Chesapeake, I ain't going to whine, but I shall miss the old packet and the rumble and racket of the old machine down there in her belly. I'd even take the job of watchman aboard her if he would hire me. He seems to fancy me a bit. I'll ask him to hire you, proffered the mate, eagerly. I reckon you didn't get the look in his eye when he fired me, said Captain Wass. I won't allow you to say a word to him about me. You go ahead, boy, and take the job he has offered. But always remember that he's a slick operator. See what he has done to Uncle Vose, and we haven't been able to worm it out of that passenger how it was done either. Financing in these days comes pretty nigh to running without lights and under forced draft. It gets a man to prosperity landing in a hurry, providing he doesn't hit anything bigger than he is. They're going to haul up this freighter and blame it onto me because I ain't making money for the owners. They'll have plenty of figures to show it. Look out that they don't lay something worse and bigger to you. They're going to play a game with the Vose line, I tell you. In the game of big finance, tag goal, making it out of the little chap who can't run very fast, seems to be almighty popular. He slowed the freighter to a snail's pace when he approached the dredged channel, and at last the leadsman found suitable bottom. Both anchors were let go. The old skipper sounded the jingle, telling the chief engineer that the engine crew was released. In a speaking tube, the captain ordered both boilers to be blown off. And there's the end of me as master of my ship, he said. Mate Mayo's eyes were wet, but words of sympathy to fit the case did not come to his sailor tongue, and he was silent. When the tug was near Newport News, Manager Fogg took David Boyne apart from all ears which might hear. He gave the young man another packet of money. The rest of your expenses for a good trip, he said. You seem to be a chap who knows how to mind his own business and able to get at the other fellow's business in pretty fair shape. You haven't told such an awful lot about young Mayo, but it's satisfactory to learn that he has lived such a simple and everyday life that there isn't much to tell. I never saw a man so sort of guileless, affirmed Boyne. Not that I have had a lot of experience, but in a lawyer's office you are bound to see considerable of human nature. He is no doubt a very deserving young man, and I'm glad I can use him, said Fogg, not able to keep all the grimness out of his tones. Now, son, he went on, after a moment of pondering, you stay on board this tug till I have been gone 5 minutes. There are a lot of sharp eyes around in these times, and some of Vose's friends would be glad to run to him with a story about me. After 5 minutes, you take your bag and walk to Dock 7 and go aboard the freighter_Ariel_Go just as if you belong there. Tell the captain that you are Daniel Boyle. Get the name Daniel Boyle. And never tell anybody until you hear from me that your name is David Boyne. That freighter leaves tonight for Barbados with sugar machinery. You'll have a nice trip. I don't care how far away I get, declared Boyne, rather bitterly. I have done a tough trick. I'm pretty much of a renegade. No, I don't care how far I go. Nor I either, agreed Fogg, but a smile relieved the brutality of the speech. You see, son, both of us have special reasons why it's just as well for you to be away from these diggings for a time. If some folks get hold of you, they'll bother you with a lot of foolish questions. When you get tired of Barbados, go ahead and pick out another nice trip and keep going, and later on we'll find a good job for you up this way. Keep me posted. Goodbye. The tug had docked and he hurried off and away. It's quite a game, reflected Mr. Fogg. I've bluffed a pot with 1-2 spot. Work was a little coarse, because it had to be done on short notice. The work I do with my second 2 spot is going to be smoother, and there won't be so much beefing after the pot is raked in. Too much hollering and your game gets raided. I can see what would happen to me Julius Marston doing it if I give the strong-arm squad an opening. But if they see the little Fogg boy slip a card in the next deal he's going to make, well, I'll eat the _Montana_ if that's the only way to get rid of her. Boyd Mayo lost no time in obeying his orders to report in New York. He gave his name to a clerk at the offices of the Vose Line and asked to see Mr. Fogg. He presented himself a bit timorously. He was not at all sure of his good fortune. It is rather bewildering for a young man to have the captaincy of a twin-screw passenger racer popped at one as carelessly as tossing a peanut to a child. He crushed his cap between trembling palms when he followed the clerk into the inner office. Mr. Fogg rose and greeted Mayo with great cordiality. "Good morning, Captain," said the manager. "Allow me to hope that you're going to be as lively in keeping to schedule time as you have been in getting here from Norfolk." "I didn't feel like wasting much time, considering what was promised me," stammered Mayo, not yet sure of himself. "Afraid I might change my mind?" It seemed too good to be true. "I wanted to get here as soon as I could and make sure that I had heard right, sir. Here are my papers." He laid them in the manager's hand. Fogg did not unfold them. He fanned them, indicating a chair. "Sit down, Captain Mayo. You understand that new management has taken hold of the Vose Line in order to get some life and snap into the business. We have strong competition. A big syndicate is taking over the other steamship properties, and we must hustle to keep up with the procession. I'm laying off freighters that are not showing a proper profit. I'm weeding out the moss-covered captains who are not up with the times. That's why I'm putting you on the _Montana_ in place of Jacobs. He's a good man, one of the best," ventured Mayo, loyalty to his kind prompting him. "I'll be sorry to see him step aside, as glad as I am to be promoted, and that's honest. That's the way to talk, but we've got to have hustle and dash, and young men can give us what we're after. It doesn't mean that you've got to take reckless chances." "I hope not, Mr. Fogg. My training with Captain Wass has been the other way. And if you could only give him—" "Captain, you've got your own row to hoe. Keep your eye on it," advised the general manager, sharply. "I'm picking captains for the Vose boats, and I think I understand my business. Now what I want to know is, do you have confidence in me? Are you going to be loyal to me?" "Yes, sir," affirmed Mayo, impressed by his superior's brusque business demeanor. "Exactly. And the only talk I want you to turn loose is to the effect that you believe I'm doing my best to make this line worth something to the stockholders. Where are you stopping?" Mayo named a little hotel around the corner. I'll put you aboard the _Montana_ just as soon as I can arrange the details of transfer. I may let Jacobs make another trip or so. Report here each morning at 9. For the rest of the time, keep within reach of the hotel telephone." Mayo saluted and went out. Fogg called the observer at the Weather Bureau on the telephone and asked some questions. He was informed that the wind had swung into the northwest and that the long-prevailing fog had been blown off the coast. Mr. Fogg appeared to feel somewhat peevish over this sudden departure of the weather phenomenon, which bore his family name. He slammed the receiver onto the hook and said a naughty word. A person overhearing might have wondered a bit, for here was a steamboat manager cursing the absence of the fog instead of preserving his profanity to expend on the presence of the demoralizing mists. But the reign of the north wind in late summer is never long. 3 days later the breeze shifted, and the gray banks of the fog marched in from the open sea. Mayo was awakened early by the clamor of the whistles of river craft, for the little hotel was near the waterfront. He saw the fog drifting in shredded masses against the high buildings, shrouding the towers. He had been waiting his call to duty with much impatience, finding the confinement of the hotel irksome in the crisp days of sunlight, eager to be out and about this splendid new duty which promised so much. It was the _Montana's _sailing day from the New York end. He had gone to sleep thrilling with the earnest hope that he would be called to take her out. But when he looked out into that morning, saw the draping curtains of the stalking mists, heard the frantic squallings of craft in the harbor, frenzied howls of alarm, hoarse hootings of protests and warnings, he was suddenly and pointedly anxious to have his elevation to the pilot house of the _Montana_ deferred. Better the smoky, cramped office of the little hotel where he had been chafing in dismal waiting. He was perfectly willing to sit there and study over again the advertising chromos on the walls and gaze out on the everlasting procession of rumbling drays. But at 8 o'clock the telephone summoned him. "This is General Manager Fogg," the voice informed him, though he did not require the information. He knew those crisp tones. "I am speaking from my apartments. Please proceed at once to the _Montana_. I'll come aboard within an hour." "Do you expect me to take command to take her out today?" faltered Mayo. "Certainly. Captain Jacobs will transfer command as soon as I get down." Mayo had just been rejoicing in his heart because Jacobs would be obliged to bear the responsibility of that day's sailing. He had been perfectly sure that a new man would not be summoned under the conditions which prevailed. He wanted to suggest to Manager Fogg that making the change just then would be inadvisable. He cleared his throat and searched his soul for words. But a sharp and decisive click told him that Mr. Fogg considered the matter settled. He came away from the telephone, dizzy and troubled, and he was not comforted when he recollected how Manager Fogg had received meek suggestions in the past. He paid his modest account, took his traveling bag, and started for the Vaux Line pier. When he saw her looming in the fog his ship at last he felt like running away from her incontinently, instead of running toward her. Mayo had all of a young man's zeal and ambition and courage, but he had in full measure a sailor's caution and knowledge of conditions. He had been trained by that master of caution, Captain Zeratus Was. He was really frightened as he stared up at the towering bow, the mighty flanks, the graceful sweep of superstructure, and realized that he must guide this giant and her freightage of human beings into the white void of the fog. In his honesty, he acknowledged to himself that he was frightened. The whole great fabric fairly shouted responsibility at him. He was confident of his ability. As chief mate he had mastered the problems of courses and maneuvers in the fog along that same route which he must now take. But until then the supreme responsibility had devolved upon another. Men were rushing freight aboard on rattling trucks, parallel lines of stevedores were working. There were many trunks, avant-couriers of the passengers. He went aboard by the freight entrance and found his way to the row of officers' staterooms. He recognized the gray-bearded veteran who was pacing the alley outside the pilot house. Though the man was not in uniform, it was the deposed master. "Good morning, Captain Mayo," he said, without any resentment in his tones. "I congratulate you on your promotion." "I hope you understand that I didn't go hunting for this job," blurted Mayo. "I believe it's merely a matter of new policy, so Manager Fogg tells me." Understand me, too, Captain Mayo. I harbor no resentment, especially not against you. He put out his hand in fine, manly fashion, and was so distinctly the best type of the dignified, self-possessed sea captain of the old school, that Mayo fairly flinched at thought of replacing this man. Captain Jacobs opened the door lettered Captain. All my truck is out and over the rail. I'll sit in with you, if you don't mind, until Mr. Fogg arrives. You're going to have a thick passage, Captain Mayo. It doesn't seem right to me putting a new man on here in this fog, protested Mayo warmly. I ought to have her in clear weather till I know her tricks. In a pinch, when you've got to know how a boat behaves, and know it mighty sudden in order to avoid a smash, one false move puts you into the hole. They seem to be running steamboat lines from Wall Street nowadays, instead of from the waterfront, said Captain Jacobs dryly. It's all in the game as they're playing it in these times. There's nothing to be said by the men in the pilot house. I'm a sailor and a simple one. I think I know my job, Captain Jacobs, or else I wouldn't accept this promotion. But I've got no swelled head. It's the proper and sensible thing for you to take the _Montana_ out tonight and let me hang around the pilot house and watch you. If I can prevail upon Mr. Fogg to allow it, will you make another trip? I would do it to help you, but I'll be blasted if I'll help Fogg not if he would get down now and beg me, declared Captain Jacobs, showing temper for the first time. And if you had been pitchforked out as I've been after all my years of honest service, you'd feel just as I do, Captain Mayo. You don't blame me, do you? I can't blame you. You know the courses, and you'll have the same staff as I've had. You'll find every notation in the log accurate to the yard or the second. She's a steady old girl and, knowing tide set and courses, as you do, you can depend on her to the turn of a screw. You have my best wishes, but I'm done. He put the fervor of final resolve into the declaration. But, with sailor's fraternal spirit of helpfulness, he sat down and went into the details of all the Montana's few whims. He called in the mates and introduced them to the new master. They seemed to be quiet, sturdy men who bore no malice, because a new policy had put a new man over them. Then arrived General Manager Fogg, and in this strictly business presence Mayo did not presume to voice any of his doubts or his opinion of his inefficiency. The rather stiff and decidedly painful ceremony of speeding the former commander was soon over, and Captain Jacobs departed. "Why haven't you put on your uniform?" asked Fogg. "You have fixed yourself out with a new one, of course?" "Yes, sir." Mayo's cheeks flushed slightly when he recollected how he had strutted before the mirror in his room at the hotel. But he had been ashamed to hurry into his gilt-encrusted coat in the presence of Captain Jacobs. "Get it on as soon as you can," ordered the general manager. "I want you to make a general inspection of the boat with me." They made the tour, and in spite of his misgivings, when he saw the mist sweeping past the end of the pier, Captain Mayo, receiving the salutes of respectful subalterns, felt the proud joy of one who has at last arrived at the goal of his ambition. Master of the crack _Montana_, Queen of the Vos fleet, at the age of 26. He glanced into each of the splendid mirrors of the great saloon to make sure of the gold letters on his cap. The thick carpet seemed grateful to his step. The ship's orchestra was rehearsing in its gallery. If only that devilish fog would lift. But still it surged in from the sea, and the glass, down to 29.40, promised no clearing weather. "Safety to the minutest detail, that's my motto," declared Manager Fogg. "Order a fire drill." It was accomplished, and Mr. Fogg criticized the lack of snap. He was rather severe after the lifeboat drill was over. He ordered a second rehearsal. He commanded that the crew do it a third time. The warmth of his insistence on this feature of shipboard discipline was very noticeable. And when you put those boats back, see to it that every line is free and coiled and every cover loose. It costs a lot of good money if you kill off passengers in these days. Then he hurried away. "I'll see you before sailing time," he informed Captain Mayo. The new skipper was glad to be alone and to have leisure for study of the steamer's logbooks. He had been accustomed to a freighter's slower time on the courses. He did a little figuring. He found that at 75 revolutions per minute the _Montana_ would log off about the same speed that the freighter made when doing her best. He resolved to make the fog an excuse and slow down to the _Nequasit's_familiar rate of progress. He reflected that he would feel pretty much at home under those circumstances. He was heartened and went about the ship looking less like a malefactor doomed to execution. When General Manager Fogg bustled on board a few minutes prior to the advertised sailing time at 5